People are fighting the dragon. The girl screams that she can't even hurt him, so Eliza must leave immediately. But everything will be fine because Alex will shoot him. She screams at him that now he agrees and asks to give it to him. Then, the dragon begins to prepare for an attack. He attacks, and they shout to Alex that it is dangerous. He may seem like little boys to them, but his eyes are completely calm. The main character stands with one hand forward. He attacks the dragon, and people are amazed that it is such a power that they can't even believe it. As expected from Alex, his power is amazing. He was born with SSS rank magic. In this world, there is reincarnation. Souls go to the afterlife to be judged by gods and angels. The judge of reincarnation determines where the soul will be reborn. The angel girl told someone that it is bad. He is F rank. Let him try in the next life. He will be a flea, he gets angry, and the girl says that he is suitable for a murderer. She tells someone that he will be a commoner, but another asks him not to be naive. The soul angrily asks if he would like to be reborn as a commoner, but no way. Two angels try to stop him and say that the judge has already made a decision. Let him obediently drink the holy water of erasure. Then the soul is the former evil emperor, but he also made a good apology, so he will live his life as a D, rank commoner, and now the number of the next soul. The girl's hands are shaking and she sees on the tablet screen that it is cis rank and she can't even believe it. She asks the soul about how many good deeds he has done. They see this for the first time, and the soul calmly reports that he thinks that he led a fairly normal life. In any case, there are two special options for the soul of the SSS rank. One option is God, and to be like them, SSS ranks are angels. The other option is to live as a supreme being. God or human, it recommends to become God, but the soul says that it wants to be human. She first writes it down, and then, in shock, asks him about what he said, whether he really does not want to become a god. The soul calmly reports that he does not really understand the life of a god. Besides, if you live a person's life again, there is a chance to live it even better than before. He is already SSS rank and can already have a wonderful life. She calls him a strange person. Then he will be reborn, and now he just has to jump there, into the hole of reincarnation. She asks him if he really will jump there, and the soul says that everything is fine, and he does not mind. He thanks for the help, but the angel asks him to wait. He looks at her questioningly. As he said, will he still be a human even with his SSS reincarnation rank? What will his life be like? He thinks that he is very warm and smells nice. The dark-haired man in front of him happily announces that this is his son. The mother holds the boy in her arms, and he is told that his name is Alex, Alexander Carlisle, and he is the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle. The man tells his wife that it is a good job, and the wife thanks her husband. The protagonist thought that the SSS-ranked family would be something like the emperor's son. The man asks to quickly inform the emperor so that he can find him a bride. She must have unparalleled abilities. His wife tells him that he is getting ahead of himself. He cannot yet say whether this is a good life or not. The main character wonders why he still has memories of his past life, whether this is normal and what he should do. He remembers that angel, who did not have time to give him the holy water that erases memories. The man holds his son in his arms, and Alex thinks about why it is so funny. This was the only time he saw an angel. Thus, he was reborn into an SSS rank family. Since he lived as an SSS rank, he grew up quite quickly and without problems. Birds sang outside the window. The boy looked at them. He is already 6 years old. He says that the weather is nice. The maid wishes him good morning and asks if he needs anything. He wishes Amelia the same and thanks her for her hard work. He asks her to inform his father that he's coming to say hello, and she asks why. Because he's going to see him. A person of lower status should always inform a person of higher status before visiting. Amelia tells him that even if he is so young, he is still so smart. This Amelia is so proud to see how quickly he is growing. She will report to the master. The main character asks the girl to calm down. The girl suddenly stands up straight and asks him to put it on her. She will never get married. The guy realizes that she is boring. Suddenly, some girl wishes him good morning. It's Angie. He asks her about the fact that they have a magic lesson today. The girl agrees and says that she is nervous. She is the daughter of Baron's close friend, Angelica Silva, his betrothed. The girl decides to do everything to help Alex. Years passed, and now they are both 6 years old. Starting from today, they go to magic lessons together. At first, they wanted to determine their magical attributes, which are based on changing the surface of the water. They cast spells. The girl was delighted and asked Alex to take a look. A small water plant had grown. The man nearby said that this was very unusual and that it looked like Angie had a healing attribute. Alex would try it next. The protagonist nodded with a smile. As expected, he doesn't need a wand. He still has memories. But does this concern his magic? He hopes at least a little, but yes, he takes a breath and a glow appears in front of him. Then, the place where the reservoir was turns out to be dry. The man thinks about how this is even possible, and Alex realizes that the water has completely disappeared. Angie asks the man what Alex did. He replies that it seems his magic is so great that the water simply could not withstand such changes. Then Alex stands next to the stone on the pedestal. The girl is surprised by how big the stone is. Will Alex use it? The man says that the stone is more stable than water. They should measure its magic with it. The guy looks at his parents in bewilderment. Out of control now. Angie wishes him luck. The protagonist realizes he's still in the middle of the task, and he touches the stone. Then the stone gradually disappears, and all the people around are surprised. The father thinks about it. Even the stone could not withstand the strength of the guy. The father asks the man if there are other methods. He decides to look at gold. Everyone is surprised by this. The guy thinks that this is a good idea because gold is the most stable material, and it has a high resistance to magic. He nods. Also, gold is very malleable. Unlike other metals, his father decides to try gold. The man next to him asks how Alex knew this. His father proudly says that it is because it is Alex, but the boy thinks that this is not the answer. Then, the father invites his son to try. In front of the guy on a pedestal, there is a mountain of gold bars. The main character agrees, as expected. From the Duke, he was able to bring so much gold in just a few minutes. The guy says that he is starting. He touches the gold. Then, there is a flash and a crack. The boy covers his face. A bright glow begins. Alex is asked if he is okay. What happened to the gold? After this, they notice that the gold has disappeared. Even so much gold could not. It seems that Alex's power is the most powerful. The main character understands that this is an advantage of the SSS rank. Angie comes in and asks Alex what he has. The guy tells her that her pajamas are too cute today. She laughs and thanks Alex. He admits that he practiced magic a little. She asks him about it again. After the test, his father ordered people to study the available literature, but nowhere was there a case mentioned in which anyone could destroy gold. Everywhere, only the strongest in history was spoken of. But he has something that he must do, no matter what. He shows Angie the stone. He says that if you let magic into it, something will happen. He clenches his fist, and a glow comes from there. Then the girl understands that this stone suddenly turned gold. Alex will finally be able to use magic so that nothing disappears. The protagonist cannot allow such a mana reserve to get out of control. He needs to control it perfectly. The guy throws a stone on the table and says that it is a stone again. It is not good to create gold, so let it be a secret between them. Angie says yes, she won't tell anyone about it, and the protagonist thanks her and pats her on the head. He thinks there's only one way he can use magic to his advantage. Even if it was impossible for him to help the entire world, he ultimately tried to help as many people as he could reach. His limited ability in his past life hindered him and prevented him from doing more to help other people. But now the protagonist sighs. If he thinks about it, he read about it in a book in his past life. If this is so, then most likely it is possible. The girl asks about what he is doing with the stone. Then, a whistling sound is heard. Suddenly, there is a wind and a very bright light. The girl screams. The main character squeezes his hands tightly, and a cracking sound is heard. The main character understands that he is hot, but he must concentrate. If he loses control, then all this magic will disappear. This can be dangerous, after which some kind of buzzing is heard. Then, the boy starts to stagger and falls to his knees. Angie notices this, worries about Alex and runs up to him. She asks him if he's okay. He tells her that yes, as expected. He can hold on even after losing so much magical power, but he still shouldn't act so rashly. She asks him what he did and what the stone is, but he can only guess. This miracle sent by God to save all of humanity. This is the dream of every wizard. In the hands of Alex is a powerful crystal, the philosopher's stone. The girl says that all she sees is a beautiful stone, like some kind of jewel. It looks like candy. The guy says that this stone is highly valued by magicians, but is very rare because it is very difficult to create. She asks that he can do it. Alex says that, yes, supposedly, with its help, one can obtain all the knowledge of this world, although he is not sure if all this is true. The philosopher's stone is the answer to all questions. It shines just lying in the palm of your hand. The guy puts a piece of paper on the table and starts writing something. Angie asks him what he's doing. The guy asks her if she's interested in healing magic. He hands over a piece of paper with writing and says that it contains the entire existing history of healing magic and its effects. The girl is surprised by this and admits it's incredible. He understands everything that comes to his mind. Although it seems like something more serious is needed to achieve mastery. This cabinet contains highly advanced books under strict supervision, but his magic should be enough to easily handle this. The two of them are already on Moloch Street. People notice Alex and ask him if they're going for a walk. They have some new sweets and he'd like to try them. He buys them. The two of them are told that they look very cute. Have they heard about the gold that disappeared into thin air? It seems to have the highest level of magic. Someone overheard Lord Carlisle bragging about it. It seems that in High Bay the rebel army and defense are balanced, which is worrying. But since Alex is here, they have nothing to fear. Due to the terrible reign of the previous emperor, civil war broke out throughout the empire, and in order to protect the new emperor, information about his identity was carefully hidden. Meanwhile, the Carlisle territory that her father controls, a relatively peaceful region, someone wishes to welcome someone. The girl looks at the bird in the cage and says that it is very cute. It is a copycat bird. He heard that it is now very popular among the nobility. He invites Angie to look at it. But people suddenly hear someone's voice and realize that it's a children's song. It's Angie singing. They start clapping for her, and the girl bows down. He accidentally overheard, and must say that it was wonderful. The girl asks Alex why he asked her to sing. Then, the boy asks her to watch and touches the bird, which begins singing the song, surprising the girl. The protagonist tells her that it's her voice. The bird can easily imitate the voice of the person it hears, which is why these birds are so sought after. Suddenly, someone pushes the main character, and the guy runs away, saying that he will borrow it. Next time he needs to be more careful. This is Alex's certificate. The main character says that he is fine and will catch it. After this, the protagonist, with a serious face, uses restraining magic and binds his opponent. Suddenly, this guy is enveloped in magic, and he realizes that he can't move. The main character comes up to him and tells him that he better stop stealing. The girl is standing right behind the main character, and he tells the guy that he must now return the certificate as only he can use it. The boy asks Alex why they are all so selfish. Rich bastards like him will never understand their suffering. He will never understand how he feels in this unknown land. Where he can do nothing but steal, the main character understands and asks him if he is a refugee. The boy turns away and admits that he is indeed the truth. He came from the south. Alex can think whatever he wants. Even if he had come here fleeing war, he must solve this problem by forcing this innocent boy to give up his thievery. Justice exists in this world. The boy says they will take him then. The boy tries to pour tea for the protagonist, but he shakes, asking him why they took him here. He uses the people around him as he wants. The guy admits that this is his favorite coffee. It's so simple. Let him relax and try to brew better tea. The protagonist tells him to warm the teapot and weigh the tea leaves accurately. Let him pour hot water until the tea leaves open and brew it properly. Did he know that this method of preparing tea is known to those who serve the upper class? The boy is surprised by this. Besides tea, the protagonist wants to tell him about the philosopher's stone. He asks Alex if he really wants to let him. The protagonist says that it is cold and the aroma is weak. Let him make it again from the very beginning. He will force him to do this until he succeeds. The boy is frightened by this. Then he walks with Angie on the street and she asks him if he is a quick learner. He says that he is really very obedient, and he also has a talent for quickly memorizing information. He even returned the certificate back. The guy remembers how that boy thanked Alex and apologized. They will see what will happen in the future. He offers to return to Angie, and she agrees. Alex thinks that there is a way to train the release and control of his power. This is the creation of magic balls. Even his magic skill is SSS rank. He conjures some balls. He states that using all 7 magical elements at the same time will always be so amazing. Angie looks up in surprise. The protagonist is glad that everything is going well for her, and she is also very happy. Now they are 7 years old, and thanks to their knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, their main goal has become practicing magic. Normally, a person can only use a few elements, but a person with SSS rank can use them all. He spins the balls with a whistle. Fire was his strong point in his past life. The guy suggests taking a break, and Angie agrees. Suddenly, the guy's father appears with a sword and says that they are open. However, suddenly the protagonist creates a ball and sends it whistling towards the man's sword, a whirlwind enveloping his weapon. The sword melted and dripped onto the ground. The man explained that it was for him, that it was an excellent use of fire magic. The boy asked his father if he could please not attack them so suddenly, as if losing to his own son would reflect poorly on his image. Does he agree with that? The man says that it is a fact that he is strong. He has the most powerful magic in the whole world. He would be worried if he lost to him. Alex says that it will affect his reputation. What if his guests, or even the emperor, sees this? The father asks his son that maybe they should invite the empress and demonstrate this to her. Then they can show her his genius. The girl is surprised about this. Her Majesty is just about to visit their lands during her summer vacation. Perhaps they will invite her to the Carlisle domain. The girl is all beaming. She says that this is an excellent offer. Now it's time for the two of them to have a bite to eat. Alex understands that the Empress really can come to them. A few days later, the boy asks Angie where he's going today. She tells him that the flowers in the western part of the garden look beautiful at this time of year, and he can go and see them. The man tells Alex not to move. The boy asks about a serial killer, and his father tells him that 10 victims have been found in the last few days. Even women and children were killed. He needs to make sure they don't go into town today. Angie grabs Alex and tells him that it's scary. The guy sees an ad that the killer is wanted dead or alive. He says that they have to do something or it will get out of control. The main character walks down the street in a robe and thinks that people clearly shouldn't live in fear. A child walking alone at night must be what the killer is looking for. Suddenly, someone's hand reaches out to the guy. Someone with long hair grabs the main character, and the guy realizes that this is the killer. The guy with crazy eyes laughs and says that this is the most delicious meat. Suddenly, he takes out a knife and wants to wound the guy with it, but he slips away and the guy's knife melts. The main character suggests that he stop this. It will be better if he puts an end to what he is doing. He stands in front of the killer. If he continues to behave outrageously, then in the next life he will be severely condemned. The guy stands in front of him. Suddenly, he rushes straight at the boy, and Alex understands that he is not the kind of person you can negotiate with. It might hurt a little, but let him be patient. He is using some kind of spell. Then the main character points his hand at him and hits the guy with magic, after which he simply falls to the ground without strength. The protagonist approaches him and immediately uses binding magic. This should temporarily restrain him. The man asks his son if he is okay and if he is injured. The boy says that everything is fine, just a small scratch. Angie cries and admits that she is glad that he is okay. The boy's father admits that he made them worry when he said that he was going to act as bait. But frankly, it was a great job. Someone asks to check if anyone was injured in the area. The protagonist informs the guards that they are leaving the arrest to them. The guards agree, say that they are grateful to Alex, and leave with the criminal. The guy bets that his future will be harsh and the trial in the afterlife will not be easy. Even though he can't help him in any way, he will pray for him. Who knows how many thousands of years will pass, but he will pray that his next life will be brighter. The next day in the city, after general unrest has been restored, someone approaches Alex. A guy and a girl tell him that they heard that he caught a serial killer. It was a great job. Everyone is talking about nothing else. The girl asks if everything is okay since then. Someone asks them all to stop. There's a young girl standing there with a guy, and she tells him that she already told him to leave her alone. He asks her to have fun together. He approaches, grabs her, and asks that she is probably bored alone. Can he keep her company? The girl pulls the guy by the robe and offers him to help her. After this, the guy grabs the girl even more roughly and orders her to stop acting so angry. Suddenly, the main character blocks his way and offers to leave her alone. The girl is surprised by this, but the next moment the bad guy is about to hit Alex with his fist. She shouts at him to be careful. The next moment, the protagonist uses the criminal's handcuffs on this guy, who asks what kind of weak magic this is. He still wants to hit the guy, but he dodges and tightens the handcuffs on his hands. Suddenly, the guy falls to his knees and screams, asking why they are tightening on his hands. Alex says that these are called magic handcuffs. Every time he does something bad, they tighten. He will be in handcuffs until he changes his habits. In the worst case, his wrists can even be cut off. The protagonist tells the frightened boy to come to him in a year, and he will return everything as it was. This document confirms that he is Alexander Carlyle, Duke of Carlisle. The girl pronounces his last name in surprise and realizes that the rumors about his magical abilities turned out to be true. The three of them are sitting at the table and the girl says that her name is Eliza. She thanks him for his help. That guy was too clingy. The guy says that he is Alex, she is Angie. They are glad to meet. The girl says that he could have just handed it over to the guards. If he is going to do something like this in the future, then it would be better to just hand everyone over to the guards. Then why didn't he do that? The guy admits that it would certainly be much easier to hand him over to the guards, but then he would lose his chance to do good deeds. She asks him what he means. The guy says that people are judged when they die. The girl had heard about this too. The theory that when people die, their good and bad deeds are weighed to determine their rank upon rebirth. The protagonist had already experienced this firsthand, so it's not just a theory. In other words, he gives people a chance to change. Some people never change, but it cannot be denied that there is a small chance that they will change. It is not a question of judging them, but of guiding them on the right path. She asks him about the fact that he is quite virtuous. It was not a compliment. She means that someday he will regret it. Virtues usually remain with nothing. The guy understands this. She tells him that she likes him. If they were the same age, she would fall in love with him. The guy thanks her for this, and she leaves. Angie says that she has very beautiful eyes. The guy agrees with this. It is not often to see such eyes with a strong spirit in this city. She said that she is 16, listened attentively to everything that he told her, thinks like an adult. She had the eyes of someone who seemed to be carrying a heavy load, something like a burden that she did not want to take on. I wonder if Angie could ever become like her. The main character says that she is definitely beautiful, but he thinks she is already beautiful. He likes this Angie more than anyone else. The girl is very happy. A servant greets them at home and welcomes them back. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something. Someone attacks the guy with a sword and says that now it will definitely work out. But the main character immediately creates a whirlpool and an explosion occurs. His father's sword melted again. He reports that, again, this is his son. He never doubted him. He asks his father about why he is doing this again. He remembers the words about the empress. Suddenly, someone comes along and tells her that his son certainly lives up to his reputation and would have been a great ruler in her place. The girl the protagonist rescued turns out to be the empress and reveals her identity as Elizabeth Forsyth. She's here to ask him for a favor. The protagonist is shocked by the news that Eliza is the current empress. He bows and tells her that his name is Alexander Carlyle. It is a great honor for him to meet her. However, the empress tells him to raise his head. He really knows how to understand the situation. She asks the guy if they have a room where they can talk to him alone. The guy asks if his office will do just in case he even used soundproofing magic. In the office, the girl sits down at the table and says that enough of all the formalities and honestly expressing her opinion. She needs to get straight to the point. The boy and his father are standing in front of her. The girl with a serious face says that she is sure that he knows about the rebellion that happened because of the terrible reign of the last emperor. The protagonist reports that yes, and it happened even before he was born. People are still angry even after the last emperor died, and she took his place, and therefore small rebellions often arise throughout the country. Most likely because of this, the Imperial Army will soon launch a global attack on the rebel stronghold. She wants to kill their leader in order to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The protagonist understands why she is asking him. She extends her hand to him and asks the guy that. With his outstanding abilities, he will be able to quickly catch the leader during the attack. The guy thinks that he can do it. Alex says that he understood. The girl says that if he succeeds, then these lands will be his. She received this request from his father to give him her territory. The father thinks with a smile about a very important task from the empress. This is his son. The guy says that this is too much for him, but the girl says that this is the most appropriate reward for completing such a large-scale task, and besides, she will be calm, knowing that there will be no more uprisings if he is in charge, and besides, she is interested in him. Alex thinks about this. On the day of the attack, the men load their guns. Eliza reports that it looks like it has already started, so it's time to show what he can do. The boy agrees with this, and the girl admits that she is excited. She tells him that his father talked about him a lot and praised him all the time. She can't wait to see how he handles this task. There is such an intimidating atmosphere around her in the presence of his father. But this side of her is more like a 16-year-old. He just wants to make sure that he only needs to catch their leader. Eliza says that this is the right thing to do. He will most likely face the death penalty, but if he can, she wants him to catch him alive. The guy understands this. She asks him how he wants to do this. He is not going to break right through them. The main character is casting a spell. The girl understands from the color that it is just a magical sphere of the earth. The main character kneels down. He's going to use it on the ground. The girl looks at this in surprise and a staircase appears leading down. The main character says that, of course he's going to get there by the stairs. He needs to go down them. Eliza admits that she would never have thought that it would be possible to bypass the enemy like this underground. Does he know exactly where they need to go? The guy says that he knows this place very well. These types of buildings usually have the same layout. Eliza agrees and is surprised at how quickly they got here. They are already close to their goal. The guy looks at the door and says that the rebel leader should be in this room. The girl hears someone talking. He asks her not to come so close. She realizes that she has heard this voice before. Someone tells Lord Fleming that the time has come. He reads the note and reports that their troops have done a good job, and that he should also order them to retreat. He understood, and would make sure that his troops would push them a little. They could not allow their hard-earned income to go to waste if it became known that they had conspired with him. He knows this, and only asks to make sure that his troops did their job well. This time, they also staged a murder. The girl thinks that this cannot be. They are working together. One of the men asks to leave everything to him. The main character tells Eliza that they are coming here. She cannot believe that there is a traitor among them. Both men come out and look at them in surprise. They think about what these children are doing here. They are asked how they got here. One of them understands that it is the Empress, and asks not to say that they eavesdropped on them. She asks Lord Fleming with a serious face what all this means. Let him explain. He says that after the war he was a financier, reporting the death of soldiers. He simply squandered funds to pay the salaries of the dead. The two of them are about to kill the Empress, drawing their swords. The protagonist orders her to quickly retreat. He is going to hamper their movements and uses magic for this. After this, both men fall to their knees. Their bodies are weak. They cannot move. And the main character explains this by saying that he has deprived their bodies of strength. They will not be able to move for the whole day. Eliza has never heard of such magic. She tells Fleming that it is a pity. In the name of the Empress, he declares that for his actions he loses all rights to the title. They find themselves on the street, and the girl says that she ordered her subordinate to take care of the rest. Let him accept her gratitude. The main character says that, who would have thought that they could be deceived by the high ranks of the Imperial Army? It is because of her weak character. They managed to pull it off. The guy says that, her reign has just begun. Just let her do everything in her power. She thanks him with a smile. The guy says that now it's time to take care of the soldiers' wounds. And besides, they still need to calculate how much the war actually cost. The girl looks at the guy, and her heart starts to beat hard. He asks her what's wrong. She turns away from him in embarrassment. In the capital of the empire, a man with a beard asks Alex what he means by Carlyle's boy. He is Kosane Choka, a general in the Imperial Army. The main character says that he is Alexander Carlyle, and next to him is his fiancée, Angelica Silva. They will stay with him for a short time. The guy turns to Angie and she bows and says that she is glad to meet him. The man says, with a smile, that there is no need to worry. He has already heard about them from Carlyle. Let them feel at home. The traitor was caught, and this put an end to the rebellion. He received respect for uncovering the conspiracy, and was invited to an audience with the Empress to receive his reward. The place they are in now is Horzan's house. He is a friend of Alex's father. He tells the children that they can use the room as they want. If they need anything else, they should tell him. The man shows something with his hand and asks Alex how he feels about it. Alex understands that he means alcohol and he wouldn't mind having a drink with someone. Horzan hugs Alex and says that he should join him then. He tells Angie that he will borrow her betrothed for a short time. She agrees. He tells the boy that he has a good wife and that he is pleased. The man tells Alex that this is his luxurious dining hall. He always gathers here with friends. He asks the maid to bring them something to drink. The guy sees that there is a little solo. You can have a good evening with her. The man first asks what he is talking about and then understands that they can drink alcohol with salt. A great idea. They have already found a common language. Alex thinks that he said something from his past life again, where he used to drink alcohol with salt. But still, Horzan is such a lively person. If his father were here, he would have joined them too. The man says that it is not surprising that people are interested in him. He liked him too. He asks the boy about becoming sworn brothers. Alex says that they just met, and he's probably joking. They have a big age difference. But he says that he can become his younger brother. If not, then he can take his granddaughter as a wife. He then invites Alex to sit down and celebrate their vow. The protagonist understands that now he is glad that his father is not here. One such person is already enough. Angie sits alone in the room on a chair and sings. Then she notices that Alex has already returned. She opens the door and wishes him welcome. But it turns out to be Eliza, who says that she hasn't heard this children's song for a long time. The girl greets Angie and apologizes for the suddenness. No need for formalities. Just let him call her, as usual. Eliza. Angie says that Alex is not here. She knows. She told Horzan to keep him busy for a bit. She is here for her. She asks if there is anything she can do to help her. The girl asks her about the fact that she is Alex's betrothed. The girl says that she loves him very much. She has no doubt. Eliza suggests making some assumptions, namely, that there is another girl who likes him. What will she do then? Eliza will be happy about this. If this girl and she become friends, they will talk to her about Alex. This way she will learn even more good things about him. The more she gets to know him, the more she loves him. She is sure that it will be fun. She stands up and thanks him, then asks him not to tell anyone that she was here. She is thinking of giving him a surprise, something that he might like. Angie is surprised by this. In the royal palace, Alex has an audience with the Empress. She informs Alex that capturing the traitor was a huge service to their empire, so she wants him to choose the reward he wants, whatever he wants. The protagonist says that everything she considers worthy. He can't just ask her for something. He would rather refuse and allow the funds to be returned to the soldiers if there was something valuable there. But he can't do this. It would be rude. Then the Empress rises from the throne and announces that in this case, she solemnly appoints him Vice-Emperor. The main character is surprised by this. Everyone is shocked by this. She announces that for the well-being of the Empire and the Empress, he will become her right hand and will show them his full potential. The main character never expected this. It is completely unpredictable. If this is what he is capable of, then he will accept it with great joy. At Horzan's residence, a boy asks him about the pile of letters on the table, and the man explains that they are invitations to banquets for the vice-emperor and requests for engagements. The boy is perplexed, and the man says that these letters were simply left at his house. He has even more of them. The main character is surprised and wants to bring prosperity and peace to the empire for many years. He is going to create an ideal and stable world to restore order in the empire. After the unrest of the previous emperor, this is his goal. But for this, we need reliable people, someone who can live longer than us, someone wise and with a kind heart. The guy thinks that he has quite strong magic and a philosopher's stone. He must live up to Eliza's expectations. She says that he would also be suitable as a husband. The guy does not hear, and the girl changes the subject. The man tells him he acted like a man, he's a good man, and asks him to keep those problematic invitations. Only those who can defeat him one-on-one will get a meeting with him. After accepting the position of vice-emperor, Eliza immediately gave him a task. She would like him to become a senior master in the Magic Academy. This is a place where officers and soldiers train. Monsters roam there and they are used for battles. The girl wants him to do everything he needs to do freely, and it will be enough to attend special events and maintain his status there. The main character ends up at a magic academy. The director of the academy, Ethan 100, tells him that they have been waiting for him. He thanks him for the invitation. They welcome him as their honorary senior master. They want to show him everything. The protagonist understands that the barrier does not allow strangers in. It is strong, as expected from a fortress, but he needs to get through. He splits the barrier with ease. Everyone is surprised that he broke it in an instant. He apologizes and wants to fix it, this time making it more reliable. The academy ends up covered with a dome. The protagonist calmly states that this barrier repels anyone with bad intentions. The boy turns and addresses Director Ethan. Everyone discusses how it happened in an instant. Someone heard that he was simply important and became a senior master only because of his connections. They discuss how this barrier was erected by several people to create a barrier that tracks hidden motives. Alex understands that this was a test. They wanted to know more about him. The director apologizes to the vice-emperor. Everyone was delighted when they saw his strength. He exceeded all their expectations. The boy turns to Director Ethan, and he is going to listen to the boy. He says the Empress appointed him senior master of the Imperial Detachment. Here's written proof, the boy shows. She understood the situation keenly and appointed him to this position without hesitation. As expected of the Empress, he should have demonstrated it immediately. The director asks the boy if he can ask to organize practical lessons at their academy. The guy asks if it is him. Ethan says that the magic that he used is something. Their students will be delighted if they are taught by such a powerful person. It's also hard for him to talk about this. Their academy has very few students compared to others. If he were to teach lessons personally, he's sure it would attract many new students. The protagonist tells him that maybe he is right, so he will accept his offer. The country's power will increase if there are more magic users. This will help Eliza a lot. Alex reports that there is one problem. He lives far from the academy and does not think that he can regularly conduct lessons. He thinks that he will be able to use this magic. In this case, the problem is solved and he gets him the document. The rest is in his hands. The girl sits on the throne and thinks about how Alex is doing at the academy. Suddenly, someone addresses her by name. The main character suddenly appears in front of her in the air with a smile, and she is very surprised by this. She asks him where he suddenly came from. The main character lands and admits that he was experimenting with teleportation. The girl asks again in surprise about teleportation. The guy says that now you can forget about the magic of flight. He was a little worried. But it seems that everything is working out great for him. He thought about what she would do and was not mistaken. Eliza asks if he's talking about her. He apologizes to her for scaring her. He realized that it works, and now it's time for him to go back. Everything went well. The girl wants to say something to the guy. She tells him that she doesn't mind, so he can come anytime. He thanks the girl and leaves. Suddenly he disappears. The man looks at the pile of letters and tells Alex that there is no end to them. They continue to pour in. Some people are surprised that everything feels different from the outside. Like a fortress, they must be prepared for any situation. With such a vice-emperor, they will be safe and sound. The main character asks the director about what kind of magic he should train, and Ethan says that he can choose whatever he wants. His magic is amazing. He says that he really wants his granddaughter to study with him. The guy thinks about the direction and notices some girl, asking who she is. This girl is trying to do something magical with a glass of water that she placed on the bench. The guy asks her if it's not working. She gets scared and asks the director who it is. He wishes Shalmei a good day and says that this is their senior vice-emperor, Alexander. The girl is surprised by this, and Alex greets her. It looks like she is doing a magic exercise. The girl admits that she has been doing it for a year, but the water never moves. The director says that this is bad luck, and this time he thinks that this means that she does not have magical powers. She is 10 years old, and sadly reports that she simply cannot do this because she is hopeless, and it took a lot of effort for her father to enroll her here. Everyone is saying that they have never seen such a loser as her. Suddenly, something happens to the girl's ring, and the director asks what happened. This aura around her ring. The main character says that he might know what the problem is. He asks the girl to give him her hand. She agrees and extends her hand to him. After this, the boy kisses her hand and the girl moves away, asking what he is doing. Something starts to happen around her hands. Alex says that what they are seeing now is her real magic. Something was blocking her flow of magic, so he fixed it. Basically, the ring on her finger was connected to her heart, which is where the source of magic comes from. The source of magic is the path it flows through. For some reason, it was blocked. Don't let her use magic. Everything should be fine now. Let her try the exercise again. The director says that this can happen. But if that's the reason, then why didn't they notice? He thinks that they will find out about it now. He hands Shame a glass and asks her what happened. She is sure that she will fail again, but Alex, as the senior master, promises her that she will succeed. The girl agrees and takes the glass in her hands. Then the girl tenses up and the water in her glass freezes. She reports that she was able to do it. The director understands that she is using ice magic. The main character says that it looks like this is not the end. Let them watch further. It turns out that even the river next to them froze. The girl is surprised that she did this. Her magic is quite strong. To see it, you need to be equal in strength, or stronger. The director understands why they couldn't. The vice emperor is informed that it was wonderful, and that he should please continue helping the students as he does now. He will do his best. The boy tells her that she did it, and she thanks him with tears in her eyes. The next day, the main character suddenly appears and thinks that she must be somewhere here. This is the temple of the guardian dragon. The boy turns to Eliza and apologizes for interrupting. He wanted to talk to her about returning home, but when he arrived at the castle, they said she was performing a ritual. After all, this was his first time seeing it. She explains that they say the keeper of the empire shared his power when he founded the empire. It turns out that this is their guardian dragon protector. This is a majestic statue of the legendary dragon. It is said that when the empire was just founded, the dragon protector lent his power to the emperor, after which the dragon did not appear, and this story became a legend. Emperors throughout history must pray in this temple every month. The main character reports that he is huge and the wounds on his body are so clearly visible. Was he made by the first emperor? This is the protector dragon. Something happened at the founding of the empire. Now he has turned into a statue. The girl notices that something is glowing on the guy. The main character takes out the stone and realizes that the stone is reacting this way to the statue. Someone asks the guy to free him. The guy realizes that something has entered his head. He thinks about whether he asked to remove the stone shell. The protagonist asks Eliza to move away, and he puts his hand on the dragon statue. She asks him about what is happening, how he figured out how to awaken it, so he will try now. The girl, surprised, says that all this is impossible. No one has ever succeeded in this. The guy asks him to wake up. Suddenly, the dragon protector awakens, and the girl looks at him in surprise, thinking that this cannot be. The dragon asks the two of them if they were the ones who woke him up from his sleep. They wish him good morning. Eliza understands that he really did free him. His power seems to have no limits. The dragon says that his name is Calamity. He is the heavenly king. It is a great honor for them to meet him. Her name is Elizabeth, and the guy is Alexander. The dragon understands that she is a descendant of Forsyth. Calamity asks the Chosen One for permission to thank him, and Alex reports that it was not difficult and whether he just said the Chosen One. Calamity says that he turned himself into stone in order to meet the Chosen One. He knew that one day this person would free him from the spell. The girl thinks about this and says that she always wondered who it was. Alex asks that they go so far, turning themselves into stone. Why did they wait so long for the Chosen One? He wanted this Chosen One to heal all his wounds. The dragon confesses that he fought for Forsyth and was wounded. He was pursued by 1,000 soldiers, and then he took a fatal blow. The protagonist is surprised and tells him that he will heal him right now. The dragon will then be very grateful to him. Alex asks to give it to him. He has already studied all the healing spells with the Philosopher's Stone. It should be so strong that it will work even on a dragon. The main character thinks about how much resistance he has. After all, he is an SSS rank. The dragon, surprised, says that this is incredible. His body has become lighter, after which the boy falls to the floor and the Empress worries about him. Alex says he's fine. Maybe he just used up all his magic. Eliza says, "Regular magic doesn't work on dragons." The dragon agrees. That's why he was waiting for someone stronger than him, although he didn't think he would heal him completely. The guy also asks Calamity if he couldn't heal himself. He replies that it's impossible. He no longer has healing magic. Even the simplest one, he can't. The protagonist realizes that he hears the voice in his head again. The dragon asks the boy if he is a god. Healing him is not an easy task. To be honest, he thought that gods do not exist. Then, he had a choice. The boy replies that he's a simple man. The dragon says he's more like the chosen one, and Eliza asks what they're talking about. Calamity asks the guy if he will be his master. The guy asks the girl what he should do. The girl asks not to ask her. He thinks it would be nice if he helped them. Eliza does not understand if this is possible. The protagonist extends his hand to the dragon and informs him that he accepts his offer, addressing him by name. Having acquired a reliable ally in the form of a powerful dragon, Alex's exploits will continue to increase. At Korshin's residence, the protagonist addresses Angie, who looks at him in surprise. The protagonist, along with the dragon, announces that he's home. Angie asks what kind of dragon it is, and the man asks what it is and why he brought it along. Alex says that this is Calamity, the Imperial Dragon Protector. He introduces Angie, his bride, and Horsine, the army general. The dragon is glad to meet them. The boy is asked if he has trained the dragon. He agrees. Horson is proud of him. The girl asks how he's going to take care of him, and what about the house. The boy remembers that he still needs his father's permission. He asks the dragon if he can fly to the residence. He agrees. Horsain says that if he does not allow it, then let the dragon live here. They fly away. Alex's father is reading something and says that this is a problem. Alex comes up and his father says what he is doing here. He looks out of the window and sees a huge dragon, very surprised by what is happening. The main character tells his father the news that he has become a vice-emperor. He is shocked by this. He not only tamed the dragon, but also became a vice-emperor. The father says that he knew and thought that the empress would do this. The boy understands that something is bothering him and asks about it. He explains that the weather is very favorable this year, so the region will have a larger than usual harvest. Alex asks if that's a good thing. Not quite. The harvest is so large that there will be a surplus, which will cause prices to plummet and leave farmers with nothing, and he doesn't know what to do. If he buys them, the problem will be storage. He will need to find a place, and people who will take care of everything. The boy understands the problems. Something needs to be solved with the problem of space and labor. He asks if there's such a solution, and the stone says yes. The boy asks the dragon if it could give him one of its claws, and it agrees. Dragons possess incredible magical potential. Every part of their body possesses remarkable, rare properties. He says it's ready and shows the bag. He asks his father to just watch. He will take his table for a moment. Suddenly, the table disappears somewhere. This is a storage bag he made from his magic and dragon claw. It has unlimited space and the food in there will never spoil. How about buying up all the excess, putting it in here and using it when needed? What a great idea. Father asks to get his table back. He needs to send a letter that he is buying the harvest, and the main topic will be Alex's brilliant solution. He asks him how he is doing. He will call it Alex's holiday. It will be clearer. The dragon says that his father is cheerful. Time has passed. Since then, 2 Alex's holidays have passed. The protagonist thinks that he will choose this topic for the next lecture. The girl says that the work is good, the weather is nice outside, and she suggests going to relax in the garden. Now they are both 9 years old. Angie reports that they say the number of students at the academy has grown, the teachers are satisfied, and the students take it seriously. She would also like to attend his lectures. The girl tells Alex that he looks really cool when he teaches. The boy asks her if she wants to go to his academy for his next lecture. She happily agrees. One main character tells her that she must keep this a secret from his father. She asks why, in fact, because he will definitely want to go together. These days, Alex has been helping manage her father's lands in the village of Renetra, part of the Carlyle family's territory. The boy has been working and says the soil is good. He's told that thanks to him and the Count, many people have been able to save money and are now having a lot of weddings. Suddenly, there were shouts of locusts advancing. He'd heard that Silva had already been attacked. The boy realized that Anzi's family lived there, that she was slowly approaching them, and that was bad. The guy is asked if this is the same locust that makes vegetables rot, if it is a monster. When it attacks a village, it completely destroys its forests and crops. It cannot be stopped. Alex decides to think about what can be done. He asks them not to worry. He heard that she is not interested in human flesh. Let them find shelter. Then he jumps back as a monster appears right in front of him. He realizes that this is it. The stone says that magical and physical attacks do not work on it, but if left like this, the locusts will destroy the plants. So he uses the magic bag from the Calamity Claw. Then the main character does this and the monster starts to curl up right into the bag. He understands what he has done and holds the bag in his hands. Nothing has rotted, and he made it in time. While the bag is closed, she will not get out of there. They ask him what happened to the locusts, and the boy says that he captured them. They are surprised by this. They are happy as expected from Lord Alex. Great, we need to celebrate this. The guy understands that other places have suffered. A month later, at the Kalat residence, the protagonist enters the office and asks if he was invited. He sees Angie's father there, who is glad to see him. He came to thank Alex. The locusts caused them great damage. On behalf of all his people, their gratitude to him. The young man says, "There's no need for gratitude. They have plenty of food supplies. That's normal." The man says he's a true gentleman and thinks they'll be able to live in peace for the next couple of decades with such a vice-emperor. The father suggests naming the lands the Alexander Alliance. The boy admits that this is too much, but it will allow Alex to expand his influence and fame, and Horsesne needs to be invited as well. Angie also thinks that this is a good idea. She will be glad if more people know about him. The guy understands that she is too nice. The boy informs Calamity that they've decided to form an alliance between Carlith and Silva. He asks if he can go to the Empress and ask for permission. Here's the document. He abruptly flies off and quickly returns. Eliza reports that there are no problems with the alliance. This will further strengthen his position as vice-emperor. She gives them her permission, but there is one condition. He will have to come to her regularly with a report. The main character agrees with this. It seems his life is becoming more and more exciting. The angel asks the soul if life was good. The soul says that she had 100 grandchildren and she died painlessly. The angel says that her next life will be B rank. What would she like? To be born into a merchant family, or to be a gifted healer. Another angel says that she has forgotten. Let her review all her lives again. In all 9 lives she never sinned. They counted her lives so far, and it looks like her next one will be S rank. The soul is surprised. Will she live a life surrounded by people? And will they be good people? Wonderful. She's asked to drink water, then wished a happy life. This is Angelica Silva. The protagonist thinks that this weak magical power has its own rhythm. It is cyclical. When they understand their rhythm, they will be able to unlock the full potential of magic. The power of the flame has changed. This is a method of magical control of Mupapat. Why don't they try it too? They are all 18 already, but they are already completely ready. They will succeed. They decide to try. They thank him for the lecture, and someone else decides to try this method. The boy asks the director about what he wanted to discuss. He says that regarding graduates' career paths, most want to work in the palace or join the army. So if you think about it, they have territories. He wanted to know if he would be okay with hiring some of their graduates. The main character thinks and announces that he will take 1 student. The director is happy and tells him about it personally. The next day, Horson announces with a smile that his job offer is popular, with 500 students applying. 200 people of them want to skip graduation and already take the exam for employment. 500 applications for admission. This is very cool. It is popular. The guy watches the girl practice and tells her it's perfect. She's mastered the Mupapat method. She's dubious, and he asks if he's ever cheated on her. He met her 2 years ago, so she has high hopes for her skills. She will be in great demand after graduation. She thanks him. Someone reports that they have problems in the dorm. Xiaomi sees that her room is destroyed. The boy asks Patrick about what happened here. He apologizes for the fact that he was studying a magical device and it exploded and he couldn't do anything. Alex understands that ordinary magic can't fix anything here. They ask him if he can melt the ice with his abilities. It's easy. He needs to solve this problem faster. A magical device that creates ice magic. Who knows what will happen if you use it incorrectly? Alex is going to use pure, non-elemental magic. Suddenly, the room returns to its normal appearance, and Patrick is surprised that it was permanently frozen. The main character suddenly understands everything and asks him how he will explain all this. He wanted to put him in his place. The eternal freeze will never melt either naturally or through a person, but he was probably looking for a way to humiliate him. Xiao asks if she can use it too, but it's not a simple magic that can be cast with normal abilities. He's not sure if anyone other than Alex can do it, but he's sure she can. The boy asks her to repeat after him. He uses the Mupapata method. She can do anything after seeing it once. That's how capable she is. He will give her some inspiration. The girl thinks about whether she succeeded. She is surprised that he did not melt. The guy tells her that she is great. She is already the strongest magician in the school. The students thank the protagonist for the lecture, and they will wait for the next one. He waves to them. The guy understands that they are getting better and better, and if things continue like this, the employment level will grow quite well. The boy asks a worried Carla if she is okay, but she is a little worried. She apologizes. She is a teacher at a magic academy. He carries her quiver of arrows, and she tells him that he shouldn't strain himself. He leaves it in the building. They are battered, because they practice with them for a whole lesson. They need to be repaired. The protagonist decides to fix them, but she heard that he enchants everything he fixes, but then the students won't be able to use them. The guy asks her not to worry because he will not change anything. He shows the crossbow as new. Suddenly, the earth appears, and he shoots at the center of the target. He announces that he has made an arrow from the soil. He wants to make an endless supply of arrows from the earth. After this, the student's skills increased thanks to Alex. The empress reports that everything is exactly as in the report, and she has no complaints. She tells Alex she's delighted. He tells her she's kind. He'll definitely have to reward him. Eliza asks that he has a fiancée. He says that it is Angelica Silva. Eliza says that she is not suitable for the vice-emperor, and it would be good if he declared her his younger sister. The protagonist asks her again about his younger sister, and she tells him that she will become a member of the imperial family. Alex thanks her, but first they must ask her. Eliza hopes that she will agree. The protagonist is thinking about Angie becoming an imperial princess, a role that would be perfect for her. They surprised her. They passed the inspection so quickly after her report. The director sent her such a wonderful report. She just wanted to see everything with her own eyes. She was not mistaken in sending him here. She suddenly wanted to retrain the adult soldiers, too. Having watched the students training earlier, she thought that they needed to open their own school. Just like this magic academy, somewhere on his territory, it would be quite a big operation. Would he accept her proposal? The protagonist confidently declares that he will do it for them, and she thanks him. Frozen roses appear, and the girl realizes that this is magic. Calm greets Alexander, and she realizes that he has already mastered eternal freezing. She says that it's all thanks to him. She asks him to wait. Eliza asks what such a girl is doing here. She didn't know that someone was using permanent freezing right at school. Eliza wants her to go to the palace right now, skipping classes if necessary, but she just wants to continue her studies with Alexander. Eliza remains silent and looks at the protagonist, saying that this is the reason. This is very cool. She asks to forget what she said. The girl apologizes nervously, but she says that everything is fine. She probably tried hard in her past life. The guy turns to the people and asks what happened. They were studying new magic and wanted to test their abilities. They went down lower than usual, but a monster came out of the wrong place. This is bad. Eliza is about to call the Imperial Guard, but Alex tells her that she better leave. Then he notices something fly out from underground. He sees a man with 6 black wings. He asks if this man is still alive. It looks like a demon. The main character declares that he is Alex Carlite. Why did he attack them? He says that he is Azazel destruction is his life. He thanks people for freeing him. As gratitude, he will destroy everything. He attacks Alex. He evades and says that it would be better for him to stop this, and if not, then the court will decide after his lifetime. But he does not care about this. He will be reincarnated as a demon again and again. He says that the higher ones made him this way, So if he becomes a demon again, he will again use his power with pleasure. He is in despair. He does not know what his past was like. The protagonist uses the Philosopher's Stone, and it is going to end his pain. He attacks the demon with spheres and thinks that even if God is testing him, he cannot let him suffer. Elisa catches the falling guy and asks if he is okay. The guy says that he is okay. He thinks that he cannot stay on his feet in such a child's body. He is asked if he destroyed the demon, but this is not so. The main character says that he changed his essence. The demon is shocked that his body no longer hurts. It feels like he was reborn. He used magic to turn him into an angel. Now, he has no reason to fight further. The demon is surprised that he could do such a thing. Is he a god? But Alex is just a man with strong magic. He thinks that now it doesn't matter. He calls him his savior. He asks for permission to serve him the life that he saved. The demon simply asks to be told what to do. He is not as strong as Alex, but he is confident in his magic. Alex states that he is a respected senior master of the academy. This place is used as a fortress in emergency situations. It can come under siege from many enemies, so he wants Azazel to protect it. Azazel asks if Alex wants him to do something. Alex will be grateful. A fortress guarded by an angel won't fall so easily. He also wants Azazel to negotiate with Eliza. Alex says that he wants to protect her. He agrees. But what does the contract mean? Alex says that he will connect the two of them in a magical contract, so that even if they are far apart, he can instantly, someone turns to Alex. The girl thanks him and says that she relies on him. Azazel states that Alex can rely on him even more. At the Carlite family's estate, a man says he won't believe it, but he saw it with his own eyes. It was an angel. Alex's father says the possibility of such a thing never occurred to him. The protagonist announces that they're talking about him again, and Angie says they like him. Besides, all the praise is true. Horsine tells her she's a real wife, understands these things, and not only has he created a barrier stronger than the previous one, but has even assigned an angel under his wing. Alex's father and Horsine are drinking, and Alex realizes that they are already drunk. Horsine asks if it is time for this. Alex's father realizes that they do this once every 4 years. Alex's championship. The boy realizes that this time has come. The tournament, held by his father to spread Alex's name, offers generous prizes to the winner. This year it will be even bigger. Will Alex be able to handle it? He will be present at the award ceremony. Has he already decided about the prize this year? They gave money and land, but now he needs to think about it. Horsine advises that there's no need to be stingy, but money is a reasonable prize. They decide to let the winner choose Alex's reward. He asks about that and that's all, but they don't understand what he means. Angie says that if the winner is a girl, then let her marry Alex as a reward. The main character doesn't mind. The girl says that since the day she became Alex's fiancé, his life has been pure happiness. It would be great if someone could also experience this feeling. If someone worked so hard for Alex, they're a good person. Angie's already starting to think about choosing concubines for him, and it would be nice if someone helped her. That would be a bonus. However, she didn't think about what would happen if the guy won. She apologizes for this and asks to wait. They offer Alex's seal of approval. If the farmer wins, they'll brand their crops as Alex's, promoting them, and prices and demand will rise. Alex asks if they have a minute. He has an idea. He will try something now if they use mana. The protagonist says that this is a room made of magic. Why don't they go inside? The girl, surprised, reports that it is very spacious here. The maid asks what happened. This is the type of spatial magic. In this spacious place, he can do whatever he wants without fear of being disturbed. Angie had never seen such magic. A calamity could fit in this space. After the prizes were announced, the number of participants increased by hundreds compared to the previous tournament. Cosenza village on the border of the Duchy of Carlite. He heard that the tax payment was delayed due to the weather, so he came to check. The guy is going to try something now. He casts a spell and realizes that the greenhouse is working. Spatial magic is very useful. He asks Angie if she grows roses there. People thank Alex. The weather is very cold this year, but they didn't have money to build greenhouses. They ask how they can thank him, but he asks them to stop kneeling. Here, the problem with the cold is solved. He asks to be taken to the rest of the crops so that he can cover them too. They agree and take him there. Several more people approach him. They are from Miller's territory, which is next to them. This is the property of Count Miller, and he has a very bad character. They suddenly fall to their knees and ask that they be able to become Alexander's people. They had heard a lot about his miracles, the harvest in the magic bag and those greenhouses. Many troubles spell upon their village. They tried to ask the Count for help, but he did not listen. The protagonist understands that taking another territory will be problematic, but they have suffered so much that they turn to him. He will try to talk to the Count, and they thank him. He can't just go home and give away the excess harvest, he asks the farmer. If they use the spoiled vegetables as fertilizer, they always did that. But now there is no need. Alex offers to sell them. He can't just wedge himself into another territory as the Empress's advisor, but he can easily make a normal exchange between residences. The maid informs the protagonist that he has a guest. He comes in and apologizes for the wait. The man informs that this child is the Empress's deputy. He is glad to meet her. It is an honor for him. He is Count Miller. He asks about the fact that, despite his politeness, he tried to snatch his territory, but he says that this is a misunderstanding. Miller is known as a powerful warrior, but he's ferocious, killing enemies and allies alike. He has a strange aura and he attacks the boy. He won't let a child stand in his way. His eyes are black. Suddenly, Alex realizes that something has latched onto him, and he decides to remove it with his magic. The protagonist does this and the man falls to the ground. Alex wonders if it has disappeared. The man opens his eyes and tells Alex that he is not bad. He understands that his headache is gone. It had been bothering him for 50 years. Even the doctor did nothing. Alex asks if his thirst for blood has gone away. Alex says that he was cursed. His aura was different from that of a normal person, and this was the cause of the headache. The man smiles and tells the boy that he's interested, and why don't they discuss the details between territories? Alex tells Eliza that's why he wanted to join the alliance. Alex came to Miller's territory. He saw that everything around him was in ruins. The man asked if it was bad, to which the man replied that at this rate they wouldn't grow properly. It looked as if he'd left them there for a long time. The man then asked if it wasn't obvious and explained that he'd been instigating fights and squabbling over the loot. Alex then asked if this constituted theft. Miller laughed and said that was certainly the case. With the annexation of Miller's territories, he began receiving requests for assistance from all over the region. This village was one of them. The man said that if people didn't pay the tax, they would take other measures. He, looking attentively in the direction of Count Miller, added that even if you survive a dry rag, what doesn't work won't work. Alex, looking at him, thought that even if it looked like this, it was not tyrannical management after all. Miller asked what he planned to do with it later. The guy replied that if it was just cleaning, he could do it quite easily, to which the man standing next to him pointed out that it wasn't just soil. Miller turned to the man and chuckled questioningly. The man explained that they also didn't have enough water. Due to the storm, the well is no longer usable. Miller said there are no good locations in the city. Alex suggested that if this was indeed the case, the Lord should take action. Miller responded that it was best not to ask too much of the old man. Then the boy said that the first step was to secure the water supply and repair the well. The protagonist used magic and repaired the well. Suddenly they heard a sound. The water in the well began bubbling, and they assumed something was happening there. Miller moved closer to the well, but Alex shouted at him not to touch it, as it might contain poison. A moment later, a hand appeared from the water, and then a girl began to appear, making strange sounds. A moment later, a hand appeared from the water, and then a girl began to appear, making strange sounds. The girl crawled out completely and opened her eyes. She began screaming loudly, clutching her head with her hands. Miller said he'd seen it a long time ago. Alex said that if he wasn't mistaken, it was Astaroth. He also thought it looked like Miller had seen it before. Miller said that when he mentioned it, his headaches had gotten worse since he met her. Alex mentioned that it was the culprit who cast the curse, and the guy pulled out the Philosopher's Stone and asked who it was. At that moment, the girl tried to attack. The stone responded to the protagonist, who realized what it was. Miller immediately called out to him, but the boy replied that everything was fine and to leave it to him. Alex conjured a sphere in his hands and then aimed it straight at the girl's body. She didn't expect it, her mouth hanging open in surprise. A moment later, she began to collapse under the force's influence. First, the girl bent her knees, then fell to the side. While she lay unconscious, The protagonist approached her. Miller said that I expected him to easily get rid of the reason that upset him. He responded to something by saying that he didn't kill her. A moment later, the girl came to her vision clear. She groaned. Alex knelt down in front of her and asked if she was okay and if she was in pain. She told her who she really was. Miller was surprised that she spoke and could communicate normally. The protagonist explained that she wasn't an enemy, but a goddess who controlled fertility. The man was surprised and asked if it was really goddesses. This news exceeded his expectations. Alex ignored him and asked the girl if she was in any pain. She smiled and told him that he had saved her, after which she thanked him. She explained that she had been cursed by an evil spell. She also thought that it was impossible to stop and that her suffering would last forever. Dennis's main characters listened to her words and wondered if this was the same condition as for Azalel, the circles that make them suffer, even if they are reborn. The girl asked his name, but he explained that his name was Alexander. When she learned his name, she asked about it, and he became her master. He was surprised by her words. Miller said it was very interesting that the goddess Sumbit had come to him. She explained that she wanted to pay the child. The protagonist said he understood that if this is what she wanted, then she should treat him with love. The girl smiled and said she agreed, calling him her master. Alex explained that this was why she, Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, would be living with them from today on. The girl asked the others to treat her well. Angie said she was very beautiful. The protagonist asked her what the goddess couldn't do. She replied that she had the power to enrich the earth. Alex asked if it was possible to ensure the Alliance's territory had a good harvest. Astaroth responded that it was quite easy, but she needed to be allowed to build a temple where she would be worshipped in every village. Then the protagonist agreed with her and said she could build them. Afterward, he apologized for making her work, even though she had only recently gotten better, to which the girl smiled sweetly, her cheeks flushed, and she said she was grateful for his concern. But if it would help the master, she wouldn't mind, even if she were the one destroying this body. They shook hands, and the protagonist, with a smile on his face, thanked her once again, adding that she could not collapse. Alex then turned to his father and asked if there was a possibility of building temples, to which he replied that there was no reason to refuse. He would immediately send a messenger to Hosen and Miller. Thus, shrines were built in all the villages of the area, and by the time Alex's tournament took place, news of the good harvest had spread quickly. Sometime later, at the tournament, an unknown voice announced that those who had advanced to the finals of the second tournament were Alexa, Hosun-sama, and Miller-sama. Hosen turned to the latter and said that he could not have imagined that he would hold out until the end, to which Miller replied that he, too, did not seem to have caved in. Then Hosen said it would be annoying if he underestimated those still on active duty. Miller commented on how irritable he was. The girl laughed and said they seemed like friends. A moment later, Amelia announced that she would be the host. Duke Karil-sama was also watching them. She asked who would win. Alex's father thought about her last words about who would win today, and then added that she should let them see it. Alex, watching what was happening, asked whether the master was allowed to participate, to which Angie smiled broadly and said that they were both amazing. Amelia approached Alex's father and asked him to announce the content of the latest event. He addressed those present and said, "What about the latest event, its title and main theme?" The man pointed at Alex and said it was his quiz. Alex sat there in shock, not expecting such attention. Father continued by saying that many of the numbers had been summoned by Alex. To make them known once again and to praise them, he did so himself. The spectator said he was as highly anticipated as the Duke, perfect for Alex's tournament. Angie smiled and said she knew about Alex too. She found it interesting. Alex, however, hesitated, confirming that it was correct. Hosen said it was so easy, he was his adopted brother after all. Miller responded that he'd often heard about the child in his territory, so he wouldn't leave him alone. The men turned to each other and began arguing again. It felt like they were about to come to blows. Amelia said that whoever makes a mistake first will lose, after which she asked the first question and asked what magic Alex used first. After all this, news of the successful defeat continued to spread. Astaroth brought Alex more and more documents, to which he responded with gratitude. The girl smiled and said she was simply obeying her master's orders. When the protagonist was counting one letter, he was very surprised. The girl asked him what had happened. Sometime later, he came to his father to talk about the harvest in the village of Goral. His father replied that there was nothing strange about it. Alex said that this is true for the harvest, but if you compare the amount with other villages in terms of the size of cultivated land, then it is 3 times more in just one particular village. Father asked if it was inflation, and if so, the village elder would be caught. Alex became worried and asked what it meant. The man explained that, in fact, false messages using Alex's name have recently appeared. Many of them took advantage of Alex's tournament, and this could be one of them. The father said that this man probably wanted to put grease on him, after which he showed him his palm, on which lay a meteorite, on which the main character's name was carefully engraved. Alex picked up the item, and his father explained it was a fake. A village had offered it as a similar charm. There was no real harm done, so he simply fired the village elder. It became clear that Alex's influence was immense. Just like the village chief, if they continued to spread, it would ultimately lead to a major catastrophe. Before that happened, the danger must be eliminated once and for all. The protagonist turned to his dad, who turned to face him. The boy explained that he understood what he meant, but it was too early to make a decision. Alex pointed to a starote and said that this good harvest was also thanks to the girl's strength. He was sure there was a reason for it. She was pleased by his praise, so she turned to him with a smile. The protagonist then said he would check the situation himself. After some time, they set off for the village of Sural. Alex looked around and said it was amazing, a good harvest without a single complaint. It seemed the numbers weren't false. He then turned to Astaroth and asked her what she thought about this. The girl replied that everything would be as the master said. She didn't think it was wrong. She raised her hand to her chin and said she'd thought of something. Then Alex asked if she had any ideas. She mentioned that the shrine was the only one on the property, and she remembered it being built differently from the others. As they moved through the village, they saw an article with a picture of themselves on it. Looking at it, Alex thought he too was being worshipped. Astaroth said she was impressed by how well he would imagine the relationship between her and the master and overdid it. He said she got carried away and created 3 times the harvest. Then they were called out. The man called him the rebellious emperor, and a child standing nearby said that the goddess was also there. They approached them and then bowed. By the time the harvest was over, Alex mentioned that he'd been summoned and was already there. Eliza mentioned that she needed him to urgently complete an assignment. Then she handed him a piece of paper and asked him to look at it. Taking it and examining the contents, he asked if this was really an uprising. She replied that he was a smart guy, and she assumed he already knew what she wanted to say. Then the protagonist asked her if she wanted to prevent it, to which she confidently agreed. He believes the Hosan Empire's strongest warrior is more suitable than him, to which she replies that it's both true and untrue. This is the biggest rebellion of her reign, and they must strike a fatal blow and set things right. Eliza told him he was their dark horse, then asked if he'd actually do it. He replied that she should leave it to him. He'd do his best. Sometime later, they boarded the carriage and headed to the site of the uprising. As it turned out, they had reached the rebel headquarters. The girl pointed and said it was the 7th Fort Al-Qaeda. The protagonist was about to respond, but then noticed that Eliza was wearing a maid's uniform. He was surprised and asked why she did that, to which she replied that rulers are forbidden to interfere before military action, but she wants to see everything with her own eyes. Then, Eliza blushed and added that she wanted to spend time with Alex. He asked her about that last part, but she quickly replied that it was nothing special. Then, Alex said he needed to think of ways to suppress the uprising. The girl said it wasn't a priority since there was a barrier on the property. She demonstrated it to him. Eliza asked him if he could see those numbers, then said they would film him in numerological order. The protagonist thought about how problematic that magic was. The girl agreed with him and said that it is used once every 100 years, and they still cannot figure out its essence. To which Alex thought about whether the information from the Philosopher's Stone was true. It seemed that even if they attacked from all sides, people still would not suffer. Eliza said she'd asked him to go around the area, but he'd abruptly asked her to wait and then ran out of the carriage. She called out his name. Alex cast one of his spells, then aimed it straight at the existing barrier. An explosion occurred. Eliza climbed halfway out of the carriage and stared in surprise at what was happening. She tried to ask what was going on, but then she saw something happening in the fort. The girl asked what that meant, whether it wasn't protected by a barrier, to which Alex replied with a smile that it was only for humans. The fortress itself was defenseless, She was shocked. The protagonist explained seriously that it seemed the barrier simply had no effect on everything else. So if she blew up the fortress, only humans would remain. Eliza couldn't believe it. She said it was all nonsense. Then the protagonist asked if she still wasn't convinced. She replied negatively, saying it was all very strange. Even if the fortress was unprotected, magic wouldn't be easy without it exploding. Then Alex suggested she look over there. Shouts rang out. Men stood there, naked, shouting about what had happened and where their gear was. They were confused. Eliza understood what he meant, and blushing too, covered her face with her hands. He asked if she believed him now. Then, the protagonist said it worked on everyone else too. Eliza said she believed him, of course. It exceeded all her expectations. She'd been so naive. Amidst the noise and shouts, the capture of the fortress proceeded smoothly. The man asked to report and said that all the forts had been damaged and the supreme commander had been captured. Eliza said it had only taken half a day. Alex asked if there were any casualties, to which the man replied that there had been none. Eliza was shocked. She asked again. Alex said he understood. She was surprised that this wasn't a major battle with the rebels. Then Eliza sat down and, covering her ears with her hands, said it was so amazing her head was spinning. The protagonist immediately asked how she was feeling. One of Eliza's soldiers mentioned that they now had to deal with the consequences. Eliza suggested leaving the enemy general with Alex. He was surprised and thought she trusted him. Then the protagonist wanted to propose a plan of action, but was interrupted by unknown persons who decisively said that they would take revenge, after which they asked everyone to get ready. An attack was launched towards Eliza, but Alex managed to run out in front of it and reflect it back at those who carried it out. All the men fell to the ground. They cursed, then apologized. Alex said he was no longer their enemy. The battle was over. The man told him that 100 years ago, the emperor had driven them north, right up to the border. He asked for the curse on their land to be lifted, preventing them from returning to the sacred city of Zulan. Eliza then asked if he was referring to the natural tribe. She said she had heard of a curse preventing people from leaving the north. Alex joined the conversation and said everything was fine. They could go back there. The men were surprised. He said the curse had been lifted, and the city of Zulan was within his territory. They were surprised it had been lifted. Alex responded by saying he had just done it with his magic. Eliza asked if that was true. The men, looking at the protagonist, said he looked stupid. Then the latter scratched his face and said something easier for him to show them. Then he used fire on one of the men. He screamed, and then realized that the feeling had returned as he felt hot. They were very surprised by this fact. Alex smiled sweetly at them and told them their problem was solved. Then the men's faces turned red. Then they fell on their knees before him and began to thank him with all their hearts, saying that he was their god. The protagonist approached Eliza and asked if they would go to Zulan, to which she replied that she would like to, but she needed to return to the castle and get a report. The Zulani region in the Alexandrian Alliance. Alex asked if he was right about it being somewhere around here. The man answered yes and said he'd changed a lot. The old man said that this was the land where they lived about 100 years ago. There was an altar there, dedicated to their god. The other men also exhaled and said they were on their own land. One of them said that Alex and the others had destroyed it without a trace. The souls of their ancestors were laid to rest there in the altar. Then the protagonist clapped his hands and joyfully declared that this was very important, so they must return it to its place. Everyone at the school was asking if he was really going to bring it back. However, Perestroika wouldn't bring back history, to which Alex told them to just watch. He held a stone between his palms, using it to create a pentagram on the ground. The protagonist offered to restore everything to the way it was before. An altar emerged from the ground. One of the men was surprised and shouted that it was their altar, while the other said it was simply a copy of his, to which Alex replied that it was real since he had pulled it out using space-time magic. The old man asked him again. The protagonist explained that he had transported it from that time, not rebuilt it. The residents thought it was excellent, and then suggested performing a ritual to ensure it was truly authentic. The old man poured his blood onto the altar. The blood began to rise. The old man looked at it with wide eyes and said that he really was real. He then asked Mia Bella if she was ready. She responded affirmatively, then closed her eyes and raised her hands to face level. Dark clots of energy swirled around her. She thought about the blood mixing. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Alex, looking at this, said it was so beautiful. People began to rejoice and talk about what they had accomplished. They began to say that she was their light. The old man explained that this was a blood ritual performed on their most beautiful daughter. This is a symbol of family prosperity, the passing of beauty from one generation to the next. 100 years ago, the emperor was unable to have cane such a girl, so he cursed their family. The main character, looking at the smiling Mia, thought that she really was the purest and most beautiful. The old man turned to him and told him to accept their gratitude. Alex asked him again why he had called him vice-emperor, to which the man replied that Mia Bella was their treasure. However, the protagonist didn't understand what he meant. Sometime later, the protagonist returned home. However, he wasn't alone, but with Mia Bella. He called Angie and told her he was home. The girl approached them and placed her hands on her face. She blushed. Angie asked Alex if she was a princess and said she was very beautiful. Mia gave her name and said she would be living with them starting today. She then told Angie it was nice to meet her. This is the most precious treasure of the natural tribe. Alex wanted to refuse them, but that would have been a serious blow to their dignity, so the protagonist decided to take her in. Mia turned to God and asked him to tell others that she was okay. It turned out she was talking to Alex. He asked her to call him by his first name, but she said that wasn't allowed. Then, Alex told her that she was older than him. The girl hesitated, then addressed him as Alex. Angie was surprised and asked if the main character was really Mia's god. Mia replied that it was true after all, he had saved her tribe. Then she turned to Alex and said she knew he had helped her. The girl said that she thinks Alex is a god, who was reborn to help them all. Then, Angie smiled broadly and said it was no wonder they nicknamed him that, to which the protagonist thought that she was becoming more and more like her father. Alex thought to herself that he'd been told similar things many times, but he wasn't sure if they were true. It was good when people helped him. The protagonist returned to Mia and invited her to come with him. After a while, they found themselves in a room eating cake and drinking tea. Angie mentioned that Alex's parents were away. He said they'd have to wait and see how they introduced Mia. At that moment, he looked at Mia and thought how beautiful she looked, even holding the cup beautifully. However, a moment later, he noticed that the hand holding the cup was shaking. Amelia began plating the cake. Alex continued to watch Mia, seeing her rubbing her legs together impatiently. Amelia handed her a piece of cake and told her to hold the plate. Mia's mouth watered at the sight of it. The protagonist asked her if she really loved cake that much. She, still drooling, replied in the negative. Then the guy said he could tell she was lying. Her face turned red. The girl covered her face with her hands and tried to explain, but at that moment she noticed that her dress was dirty. She reported it and asked what she should do, then said that she was such a slob. It dawned on Alex that this was how she really looked. Mia became even more embarrassed and told him he was mistaken. The girl jumped to her feet and was about to leave the room, but she tripped and fell, dropping a piece of cake on herself. Mia started crying about the cake, to which Amelia said that it was okay, they had more, but the dress needed to be cleaned, after which she offered her help. The girl began to cry and apologize, explaining that, as they could see, she was very clumsy, and the heir of the tribe must behave gracefully. She said she needed to wash her dress. Mia said she'd been trained to keep it clean, but she seemed completely out of her mind. Alex was looking at her intently at that moment. Angie approached her, took her hand, and said she understood because he looked so delicious. The girl agreed. Mia asked what she should do with the clothes, as the dress was expensive. Alex said he'd give her a new one. The girl tried to persist, but he said that he had been given the most valuable thing the tribe had, and he had not paid anything in return. The guy got up to fulfill his promise and said he would choose the most beautiful dress for her. This greatly embarrassed the girl. Sometime later, Alex and Angie were sitting on the couch in the living room. Mia came out and apologized for the wait. They commented on her appearance and thought it was delightful. The girl asked them what they thought about the outfit, to which they replied that it was wonderful. Alex confirmed these words. Mia said she would cherish it and wouldn't let anything like that happen again. Alex smiled at her and assured her it was in good hands. At that moment, he grabbed a mug of tea and began pouring it onto her dress. She was shocked and asked what he was doing. Mia looked at the dress and admired it. She said it was clean again and that it must be a magic dress. Alex asked them about how perfect it was. The people on Alex's land, seeing him there, called him by name. The protagonist silently decided that today he would give Mia a tour of their land. She herself had insisted on it. I saw a statue of the main character himself along with Astaroth. The girl remarked that there were statues of them everywhere. The boy paused and remarked that there were more and more of them. Rumor has it that Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, favors him. So many villages erected a statue of him. Mia suggested that perhaps something similar would happen there at this rate, and imagined a statue of Alex stepping on a goddess. Alex responded that he didn't think that would contribute to a bountiful harvest. The protagonist silently thought the girl would be angry. Out loud, he said that they'd already walked around everything, then suggested they go and get something sweet before heading home. The girl immediately perked up. Mia immediately announced loudly that she agreed, then said they needed to go. He laughed at her. Then he formed a magic circle on the ground and told her that when it began to move, she should step into it. They were hailed. They turned out to be armed men, and they said Alex wouldn't get away with this. He realized the shadows weren't peasants. They said they were survivors of the uprising. They couldn't believe such a young man killed their friends. They'd feed him to the pigs. The men kept telling him he was unlucky, being the only one there. Nia started getting angry and said she was actually there too. Then the men looked at her and told her she was pretty. Then the men rushed to the attack, saying they'd take care of her a little later. The girl jumped out in front of Alex and told him to duck. She'd protect him. Alex took her hand to get her attention. He told her everything was fine and that she didn't need to do anything. Then the men saw the barrier in front of them. They were surprised. Mia was also surprised. One of the men said he couldn't get any closer. She turned to the protagonist and asked what he had done, to which he replied that it was a barrier. He explained that such a barrier must be broken in order, so he made 2 barriers, and if the stone isn't broken by his barriers, then the percentage before them won't be able to. Then, Mia asked if it was some kind of special power. Alex explained that it was something like that. One of the men said he was too smart. Then they rushed towards him and told him that they would have to defeat him first. The protagonist simply looked at them. At that moment, Alex used his power. He used the handcuffs. Magic rings appeared around the men's wrists. The man started screaming. He explained that these handcuffs were only applied when they did something criminal or reckless. They were given 3-year sentence, and if they stopped doing such stupid things, they would disappear on their own. Then the men shouted that it would be better if he killed them, to which the protagonist resolutely replied that they would have to live. Then they told him not to talk nonsense, as this was the only way they could make a living. One of the men tried to point out that they were aristocrats who didn't respect them. At that moment, Alex used his power again, setting them in motion. Everyone screamed. The men hung in the air, then fell to the ground. This happened right next to Alex. If Mia hadn't pushed him away, the men would have fallen on him. Mia asked him what this place was. He explained that it was land that was Carlisle territory, but it was barely populated. He turned to the men and said he would lend them this piece of family. The protagonist explained to them that they could cultivate this land to feed themselves. He would provide them with the tools and money they would need for the first year. Then the men started saying that they weren't going to kill them, but that they wanted to get them into debt. It wasn't enough to just have land. Alex realized that those people had been through so much, so he realized he was the cause of the uprising. Mia asked him what he was going to do. Then he turned decisively to the men and said that he was giving them 3 years. If they were not handcuffed, then they could keep the land for themselves. However, he would confiscate everything from them if they committed even one crime, after which he asked their opinion on the plan. One of the men suspiciously asked if this was true. Alex replied in the affirmative and said he wanted them all to live well. Then, the same man asked the others if they would do this, to which they all agreed and explained that they would no longer have such an opportunity. Now they would have land. After a while, Astaroth appeared next to him after he called her name. She asked if he had called her. He asked if she had heard what he was saying and explained that he wanted a colossal difference in the harvest between those who would observe the law for 3 years and those who would break it. She replied that she understood him. Then the girl leaned toward him to whisper what he would do when they understood. He replied that she should wait and then see. Mia, watching this, remarked that if Alex became emperor, there would definitely be no more rebellions. Alex turned to her and asked what she was saying. If Alex becomes emperor, there will be no more rebellions. The latter argued, saying it wasn't that simple. There are many people in the world who care about his power. If he becomes emperor, It will be the beginning of a new war. He wants Lisa to achieve her goal, a peaceful country at that moment. Hosen began attacking Mia. The shockwave was aimed directly at the girl. She stood there praying, not fending off the attack. When she passed by, everyone was very surprised. Anji said it was astonishing how ineffective their attacks were. The men approached the girl and told her she seemed to have no problem with the barrier. Miller explained that it was all thanks to Alex. Eliza said she never thought she'd see the barrier used like that. The leader said the purge had gone smoothly, and the uprising had been nearly suppressed, and it was all thanks to Alex, to which the latter replied that he was happy to be of service to her. Eliza made Angie a princess, so now she'll be Eliza's sister-in-law. They're half-sisters, but they get along great. Hosen asked Alex how many people could fit inside the barrier, including himself. Alex replied that up to 7 people were allowed. The man said he understood everything. Eliza suggested calling the barrier 7-Star Pharmacy instead of a plow. The man rejected that idea. The girl turned decisively to him and asked the reason, to which he explained that the word son-in-law wasn't in the title. She agreed. Alex was silently thinking that it didn't matter. Then, someone called his name. Some unknown person stood in front of the fence of their house and asked if the main character was there. He responded positively and said he was there. The guy explained that she needed to tell him something. He thought it was something serious, so he suggested they go inside. Eliza went with them. After a while, they found themselves in the living room. The guy apologized for coming so suddenly, then explained that there would be an uprising in the east in their homeland. Eliza wanted to answer him something, but the protagonist realized that it would be quite harsh, so he called her by name and then took her hand. Then he turned to the boy and asked if he was telling the truth. He answered affirmatively and told him that there was a man leading a rebellion. Many villages had joined him. The boy fell to his knees and loudly asked him to help them. He did this several times. The protagonist asked if he really wanted him to join them, to which he replied in the negative, saying he wanted him to stop the rebels. He'd heard a lot about Alex. Then he asked again for help. The boy looked at him with a silent plea in his eyes. Alex also looked back attentively, continuing to hold Eliza's hand. At that moment, voices were heard behind them. Hosen said the vice-emperor was being asked to suppress the rebellion. Miller said that was unheard of. Eliza jerked her hand away. The men asked what he intended to do. Alex thought to himself about how he could remain inactive when it came to rebellion. Out loud, he told them not to worry. He could handle it. Sometime later, at the site of the uprising, the men said they had gathered a large number of people and had sufficient supplies. Now, it was time to act. Then, the main character appeared behind them and said that it was all over. He would not allow them to run wild. The men began asking about the child, then said he wouldn't get away with it. They'd deal with him now. However, the protagonist decided to use his strength in response. The force of the shockwave sent the men flying in all directions. They only cried out in surprise. Alex introduced himself and said that if they were unhappy with the government, he would listen to them. After which, he asked about what had happened. It just so happened that it was better to live reverently than to continue an unwinnable battle. The uprising was suppressed. Reincarnation. In this world, what you did before death determines your future activities. The soul first looked around in surprise, and then asked if this was really the afterlife. The girl extended her hands to her and said that she had been waiting for him, and that her name in life was Sarah Borton. Here, they will evaluate all her accomplishments in her past life, and decide what her next life will be like. Before her death, she exchanged her assets for medicine for the front, thereby saving at least 10,000 lives. The soul agreed with her. Then the girl, hearing this, thought that she didn't seem particularly interested. The soul said that it was all over, and she was angry at herself for having managed to do only this. If she had the strength, she would have torn this tyrant's head off with her own hands. To this, the girl said, "Darling, that with such an achievement she will become an S rank in the next life. But she has a proposal." She asked her soul if she was ready to become empress. The soul looked at the girl in shock, wondering if she was serious. This result would be ideal for the life of the empress, and many of the highest ranks have set their eyes on this title. Then, the girl asked if she really wanted to become the tyrant's child. The girl replied that the soul can change one thing by making a choice. The tyrant's fate lasts until his successor is born and grows up, which means it's up to her to cripple him. She offered to become empress and gain the power she'd always dreamed of. Then, The soul resolutely declared itself in charge. The girl was surprised by its mood, then said they needed to perform some procedures. She suggested enjoying her new life, calling it Elizabeth Forsyth's son. Meanwhile, Mia was enjoying the sweets again. Alex asked her what had happened. She apologized, saying it was just too delicious. The protagonist smiled and suggested she take a piece of his. She denied it and said it was Alex's cake. He noticed she was drooling again. The protagonist said he was still surprised, then asked if this was new magic. The girl replied that she was still practicing. Alex wanted to explain that in order to control this thing, he needed to do certain things. But his name was called. He turned around and saw Eliza behind him. He called her name. She waved and asked how he was doing. Alex asked her about the dress she was wearing. The girl became embarrassed and said she simply had nothing else to wear. Then, he told her that this dress suited her better than others, after which he asked if she would sit with him. The girl turned away to hide her face, chuckled, and agreed. Then Alex stood up and pulled out her chair. As the girl walked to the spot, she wanted to thank him, but at that moment she tripped and began to fall. The protagonist called her name. At that moment he noticed that her dress had ridden up. She asked him where he was looking. Her face was red with embarrassment. He immediately turned away, thinking that this was very unexpected. Eliza said it was no big deal. She had a maid who changed her clothes anyway, and she didn't mind when she saw her underwear. Alex wondered if that was really true. At that moment, Mia ordered another slice of cake. The main hero thought that even though he had been reborn, he was still his old self, which was why his heart was pounding so much. Eliza asked what they were talking about. She thought they were talking about control. Mia responded that achieving the necessary power was quite difficult. Alex had just built a 9-meter-high rock garden in the garden. It was amazing. Eliza asked her about it. She then turned to the protagonist and told him that he didn't use physical force, after which she asked him if he didn't practice martial arts. He replied that magic was usually more useful. However, he would like to do something other than magic, like fencing, for example. To which Eliza said, "That was cute." The protagonist said he didn't mean to break it, but the slide would have to be rebuilt. This could take some time. Eliza laughed and said that Alex could do it very quickly. He's still a child, but he's growing and getting stronger. Soon he'll even be able to protect her. The main character was surprised by her words, to which the girl quickly corrected herself and said that she had in view of his country, his empire. He smiled and said that of course he would protect it. Eliza sat there, red as a lobster. She mentioned that she wanted to see the slide. Then Alex agreed and said they should go. He turned to the girls and said that they had a long way to go, so they should stay close to him. A moment later they pressed their bodies against him, then asked if this was okay. He hesitantly replied yes. He thought it was okay, but he was glad he was a child. In Alexander's garden there is a mountain made of stone. He practiced fencing and decided to use his sword on this mountain, but his sword broke almost to the very base. He wondered if the sword had really given in. Alex thought that he had tried to move, as the philosopher's stone said, but he had only wasted his energy in vain. He thought about how the metal wasn't that strong. First, he needed to find a worthy weapon. He thought about Ori Hulken, but then his name was called. It turned out to be Hosen. Behind him stood a young man with blonde hair, whom he called Ruzin. The protagonist wondered who this man was. The man said this was his new man. The boy said he was called Coral Ruzan. He'd heard a lot about the main character. Alex immediately looked him over from head to toe and noticed that he was a swordsman with a confident expression. Hosen explained that he was new here, so he was showing him around. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Hosen immediately saw what Alex's sword had become. He asked him if he had really decided to take up the sword. The protagonist replied that he was training. Hosen denied knowing he wielded a sword. The boy mentioned that he'd heard the protagonist taught at a magic school, so he'd like to ask him to teach him a thing or two. Alex agreed, but before he could finish, Rosen launched an attack. The protagonist realized his sword was useless, but there was nothing he could do. He used his power and attacked Rosen with the hilt. The latter was very surprised. A moment later, Rosen saw that he was holding the hilt of a sword. Rosen said he had nothing to say. The boy apologized to Alex and told him he would no longer be able to use the sword. Then the protagonist showed his sword and the chipped blade, saying he'd been like this before. Alex explained that he'd accidentally broken it with his magic. Hosen laughed and remarked, "What else should you expect from your son-in-law?" Rose was shocked. The man suggested that Alex should find the right weapon. Alex agreed and said he'd be upset if they kept breaking. Then Hosen said that some legendary monster, magical or holy, would be suitable for the main character. Alex agreed with him and said that it would be nice, but it's not easy to find. Hosen said that it would be easy to convince his son-in-law. The protagonist expressed his doubts. At that moment, Alex's father joined them and said that he knew this could happen, so he was prepared. The protagonist tried to understand what his father was talking about, but he said it was already there, after which a sword appeared on the table. He said he had asked for it to be bought specifically for his son. Alex, looking at the sword, thought that it was a holy sword. It had air drifting along the blade. Father said that the holy sword must choose its owner. Not everyone can wield it, so Hosun tried to tame it. However, he failed. Then his father replied that it wasn't easy, and then suggested that Alex try it. He turned to the men and asked why they were so confident he could do it. They resolutely replied that he absolutely could. Alex reached for his sword. He picked it up calmly, no problem at all. Then a light appeared around the sword. The men watched it in surprise. They began to talk about how they'd known Alex was the only one who could use it. Alex thought the stone had reacted, and now he had no doubt that this sword was sacred. The stone showed him the history of the holy sword. Various people figured in it. Then, Alex prepared to swing the weapon. He summoned his true form and swung the sword down. An unknown youth emerged from the sword. The men watching were shocked to discover it was a holy sword. The young man turned to the protagonist and thanked him. He said that thanks to him, he had become free and could now return to heaven again. The father turned to Alex and asked what had happened. He replied that the boss was sealed in the sword. God explained that he had been condemned for sin and had been waiting a long time for the moment of release. He turned to Alex again and expressed his gratitude, then asked if he was one of the gods. He replied in the negative and said he was human. Then the god thanked him again, calling him a human child, and disappeared. He then turned to his father and apologized for the sword, but they didn't care as they saw the god freed himself and were in shock. Alex looked at his broken sword again and said that he could no longer use it. He needed to find a new sword. The protagonist looked at his statue, which looked as if it had been gnawed by an unknown creature. He commented that it was horrible. Mia agreed and said that it looked like it had been eaten by worms. This is the village of Shisk. Laura, the village leader, told him there was some kind of problem, so he and Mia came here. The woman said some kind of monster had appeared. The protagonist asked her again about the monster. The woman replied that it was a bug monster, then showed it on her palms. They looked at him carefully and thought about how small he was. However, moments later, the beetle flew out of the woman's hands and began eating Mia's dress. She was very surprised by this. Alex took off his coat, but then gave it to the army. He asked the girl if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine. The woman said she was sorry she hadn't expected him to attack, and then asked if the dress was magical. Alex agreed. The dress had been created specifically for the careless Mia, and it would repair itself. A moment later, the dress was as good as new. The woman picked up the beetle again and told him that it ate things imbued with magical energy to replenish its powers. Alex understood why it had eaten the statue. Beetle isn't interested in crops, buildings, commoners, or anything else that isn't imbued with magic. But Alex's stone statue is special. The protagonist said something he understood, and he thought to himself that these statues were blessed by Astaroth, the goddess of fertility. That's why he liked them. The woman handed him a chewed-up bag and told him he'd eaten it too, so it was unusable. It turned out to be a bag made from the claw of a calamity. Alex said they needed to get rid of them as soon as possible. The woman turned to him and said that the beetle shouldn't be attacked when it's shrinking. If the protagonist tries, it will eat Mia herself. At that moment, the bug flew back and landed on the girl's dress. She was frightened. Alex picked it up and told him it was no slouch. The beetle buzzed in his hands. Looking at it, he thought, I need to try something. He decided to attack it with magic, then released it from his hand and attacked. The woman asked him if it had worked, then added that she was so glad she'd called the protagonist. He turned around and said he'd only killed one, but he'd had an idea. He built his new statue. It was practically sparkling. The woman didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, one of the men called him by name to show him something. It turned out that the snooze beetles had flown up to the statue to feed on it. Alex noticed this and commented, then added that everything was fine. They should just watch. After the beetle nibbled on a piece of the statue, it was immediately destroyed. Mia was surprised that it happened again. Alex said he'd concentrated his magical power here, so if they tried to take a bite, their bodies would immediately overflow and burst out. The woman asked what would happen if they all came together and ate everything. The protagonist said he'd foreseen everything, and the eaten part had been restored. He'd made it regenerate like Mia's dress, so now it definitely wouldn't be eaten. The woman smiled and said she was so glad she'd asked him for help. Mia smiled too. Then she turned her head and noticed something. The girl saw the beetle carrying a splinter in its paws. She couldn't figure out what it was going to do with it. Then the protagonist assumed it was going to drag it back to the nest. Mia asked again about the nest, to which Alex replied that he thought he was putting it there to feed his friends. But this fragment from the new article, what will happen to them? Then he said with a smile on his face that they would all burst, and that way they would be able to destroy them all. The woman thanked him, and Mia said that was what Alex expected. He promised to make a new bag as soon as he obtained a new claw. Subsequent reports showed that the beetle population had been completely wiped out. Sometime later, they returned home. A new day had dawned. Angie ran up to Alex and wished him good morning. He wished her the same in return, and asked if she'd slept well. She smiled and said yes. Alex suggested they make out outside, to which she agreed, explaining that she'd learned a new spell the day before. Angie asked him to take a look and held a new wand up to her face. He asked what was wrong with it. The girl also looked at her closely and realized the magic wasn't working. At that moment, Amelia came running up to them and called the protagonist by name. He asked what had happened, to which she replied that it was difficult to explain in words. She was very tense and said that the magic had disappeared throughout the house. Alex asked her about it again. At that moment, Mia's scream rang out. He told Angie to go back to her room, and he ran to save Mia. Throwing open the door to her room, he called her by name. He wanted to ask what had happened, but he didn't have time because he saw she was only in her underwear. She screamed, and he apologized to her before leaving her room. He clutched his chest and thought about how unexpected this was. After some time, he came to his father and told him everything. His father summed it up and said that everyone allowed to use magic at home couldn't do so, and that Calamite was too ill to move. Then, the man said that this meant something had happened that interfered with the use of magic. Alex agreed with him. He explained that Mia's dress was created by Magic 6, and that's why it disappeared too. Father said it was terrible, then turned to the protagonist and asked if everything was working. He replied that he could use slightly less than half of his powers. His father repeated his last words and wondered what could have caused such events. Alex replied that he didn't know yet. The protagonist, without removing the flame from his palm, began to move around the room. It seemed to him that everything was getting smaller on this side, meaning the source of the problem lay in that direction. The father agreed with him and said that they were going on a search. Everyone in the house would participate. Amelia approached the protagonist and told him about an irregularly shaped tree in the yard. The protagonist's father told her to lead the way. After a while, they emerged into the garden and approached the tree. The protagonist said it was definitely here. There was something strange at the base of the tree. It was a swarm of beetles. Alex said that he understood everything. The bugs feed on power, so they cannot use it. The father turned to him and asked if he could exterminate them. The protagonist answered affirmatively. At that moment, someone unknown began to question whether they really intended to exterminate them. It turned out to be the Beetle Queen. She said he couldn't do it. She would avenge her kin. The father tried to say who it was, but the protagonist already figured it out and said he would take care of her. However, Queen Zhukov said he was useless. Alex approached her, held his hand out in front of him, and used his magic. Everyone froze in anticipation. However, the attack didn't work. He was very surprised since last time everything worked. The queen laughed and asked if he really thought it would work a second time. They were smarter than he thought. His attacks wouldn't work again. The queen said that now that the magic was blocked, they were invincible. She then suggested that he attack. However, the protagonist expressed his disappointment. At that moment, he released a massive amount of his power. The queen was surprised and asked why he could use magic since it was inaccessible to everyone. The protagonist replied that he could still use it, albeit at half strength. He wouldn't let them do whatever they wanted. The girl said it was so unusual. It had been a long time since anyone with an S rank had been here. Everything would be wonderful in his next life. The protagonist opened his eyes. He was sitting on the ground, leaning his back against a tree. He felt like this dream was like déjà vu. At that moment, something began to vibrate in his hand. He yelped and then caught the object in his hands. It turned out to be a beetle egg. The mountains are several kilometers away from Carlyle's estate. He came here to find the beetle eggs. Their queen recently managed to resist extermination. They are evolving. If things remain as they are, the situation will spiral out of control. He has to do something about them. In the far corner of the nest was a very large egg. It seemed to be what he was looking for. He said that the insect usually lays many eggs, but there was only one here, so perhaps this particular egg was special. He used the Philosopher's Stone to declare that he was right while looking closely at his hand. The Philosopher's Stone says all beetles are connected by a magical network. Therefore, if one dies, the next one will be born only if that death causes it. Once it defeats the queen, that beetle will become her. He crouched down on the ground and placed his hand on the egg. He thought about blowing up their family. At that moment, the egg began to crack. After some time, a new beetle hatched from the egg. It looked very cute, with 2 horns on its head. Looking at him, the protagonist thought he looked completely different. Alex thought this wasn't what he'd imagined. At that moment, the beetle asked who he was. The protagonist realized the beetle's voice was feminine, meaning she was a female. He introduced himself, then asked her if she was hungry, and if she ate such things. Sniffing the air, the queen realized it was a magical stone. Alex silently thought she was so interesting. He confirmed her thoughts and asked if she really didn't want it, to which she seriously replied negatively, and said that she would not eat it since it was like poison. The protagonist asked her if she remembered anything from her past life. The queen merely looked down at the floor and became lost in thought. He said it so clearly. He thought to himself that since the beetle had these memories, it must be driving further evolution. The protagonist told her not to worry. It was just a regular stone he'd made that morning. It had 3 main effects: the elixir of life, the elixir of death. But she will never again experience hunger. The queen said it was just a dream, not to use the feeling of hunger. Alex agreed with her. He thought about how the Philosopher's Stone, the stone of the highest, was the most difficult to attain of all his powers. He asked her what she would do. The protagonist said that being without death is very beneficial. He suggested she try it. He thought to himself that only one queen can produce offspring. If she doesn't die, another one won't be born. At that moment, the queen made a decision. She declared her desire for immortality. At first, there was silence, but then the stone began to work its magic on the beetle. Alex closed his eyes. At that moment, he saw the girl appear before the Soul Queen. She asked the latter if she wanted to become immortal, then added that she was an S rank and capable of many things. The queen was in a daze. She listened to this voice and thought it was a dream, hearing such an angelic voice. She also realized that in past lives this child had been a good person. After some time, the queen woke up. She was in the protagonist's arms. He invited her to his home. He thought to himself that he now had an immortal queen. The beetles will no longer be paid or evolve. At that moment, the queen asked him again about the house. He said he would tell his parents that she was just his pet. The protagonist said he'd name her Pichan. He thought her parents would be happy. Then he said they were going home. And to himself, he thought it was easier than he thought. Suddenly, the beetle jumped from his hands and ran off in an unknown direction. Alex wondered if she was at it again. She must have really liked the garden, but he was afraid she'd do something wrong. Alex said it was time to practice. He hadn't yet found a weapon that could be used for physical attacks. If he shook it, everyone nearby would simply fall apart. He's capable of more with his bare hands. He can't believe even Ori Halkin can't generate half the power. There are better weapons. While the protagonist was thinking about this, he felt a light tug on his leg. It turned out to be a beetle rubbing against his leg. Alex squatted down and asked what had happened. Then he saw the beetle bring him some shards. He asked if she had actually collected them. Suddenly, Alex realized he was feeling incredible energy. The queen asked him if he was curious about it. He replied that he didn't know how to describe it. The protagonist reflected that only habits remained, a metal object with enhanced magical energy. Alex said this metal was even better than Ori Halcon. He asked if it was really Kyrocon. It's the strongest metal, even superior to Noodlecon. Then he looked at the beetle and thought, It's good. At that moment, the queen reached for the stone, and Alex wondered what she thought about it being edible, so he corrected her so that she wouldn't look at it that way. The stone shone like gold, even better than Halcon, and was a good conductor of energy. It could probably even be strengthened. He thought about weapons made from it, then turned to Peachin and asked if she could find more. The queen looked at him at this question, then jumped up and ran off in an unknown direction. The rock looked very similar to Mount Torreson. He sensed no energy in it. And then, a moment later, the beetle returned, bringing with it a piece of metal. The protagonist picked it up and said it was a hurricane. Could she really have gotten it for him? He asked her not to tire herself out too much. 3 days later, a huge pile of those stones lay on the floor of the house. The protagonist stroked the beetle's back and told her it was good work. The beetle said it wasn't worth praising. Alex said that, according to the Philosopher's Stone, a longsword could be created from that amount. It would need to be melted first. The protagonist tried to melt it with his fire, but nothing happened. He didn't give up, trying to come up with new circumstances. He made several attempts, but the situation did not change, so he called upon the Philosopher's Stone and tried to use that magic, with the help of which he was created. The protagonist realized he was using double the power of an SS rank. A moment later, he managed to melt the mass for his sword. At that moment, he heard an unknown voice, who said that he could be of even greater help to him. He thought it was the Philosopher's Stone speaking to him. After a while, a brand new sword appeared in his hands. The protagonist held it as if he was about to swing it. Alex thought about what he had done. A sword made of Heracon and the Philosopher's Stone. A sword like that would definitely not break. After some time, he began actively training with this sword. He caught a small leaf in his hand, smiled, and said that the magical slashing attack had worked. At this point, Eliza told him that he had indeed created a suitable sword. Now Alex would be able to fight at his full potential. The protagonist expressed his joy at having found the stone. The girl said she was curious how he'd managed to find such a wondrous metal. She tried to find out from him. He remained silent, so she asked him about how he hadn't gotten used to the sword yet. Eliza pointed out that he hadn't been able to cut any of the leaves. He sighed and replied in the negative. Then he proceeded to demonstrate his sword skills. He managed to cut the leaves right away. Alex explained that he could have cut her if he wanted, but he wanted to gain complete control of his power. Eliza was surprised by his words and told him that this was what he was really like. He stared at her in confusion and asked what she meant, to which the girl smiled and said she hadn't meant anything by it. He smiled back and said everything was fine then. Angie and Alex went on a trip together. They were both 12 years old. She asked him if it was really a cave. He answered yes. Today, at the request of the locals, they arrived in the town of Zehors. Things had been disappearing there. Following a magical trail, they reached the right place. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and handed her a hair bow, explaining that he had tried to imbue it with the magical power of the queen beetle. If she dropped it, it would protect her from the effects of magic. The girl took it in her hand and said with a smile that Alex gave it to her, so she would take care of it, after which she thanked him. Then the protagonist said they needed to go to the cave, and then added that she should hold on to him. She agreed. They went inside. Alex commented on how much more spacious it was than he'd thought. Angie covered her nose and remarked on the strange smell, like they were at a hot springs. The protagonist asked her to be quiet, and then they saw a basilisk and a minotaur appear in the cave. Angie said they were very creepy, then asked what they should do. Alex replied that he would put a bow on him to blind him, and then the basilisk would use its magic. The girl asked if everything would definitely go well, to which he replied that if anything happened, he could defend himself with a sword. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the missing items. He thought he needed to stop the basilisk first, otherwise it would immobilize Angie. Alex asked the monsters why they had stolen the people's crops and clothing. The minotaur replied that it was to lure others like itself into the cave, and then thanked him for dealing with the basilisk. The enemy said he would gnaw every bone out of him, as well as all the inhabitants of this city. However, he didn't have time to attack. The protagonist used his sword and severed the minotaur's head with a single blow. He fell lifeless. Alex turned and said that if they were going to do something bad to the people, they shouldn't expect mercy. He also continued to wonder why they needed the residence things. A moment later, he approached Angie and touched her shoulder. She said she was glad he was okay. He told her he wanted to look around. She was surprised. At that moment, Angie's support vanished and she began to fall. Alex nimbly jumped up and caught his wife as she fell. The protagonist cursed and said they'd gone quite far. They assumed they were in a dungeon which didn't look natural. Then, Alex felt the wall warm. While he was lost in his thoughts, Angie asked him to look in the direction he indicated and see a group of monsters. Looking at them, the main character felt a little angry and thought that the enemies seemed to be asking for a showdown. It was very strange. At that moment, an unknown man appeared before them. He said he'd been waiting for them. The man realized it was a child, but he still didn't want to send him away so easily. An unknown person said that time is like a river, each wave absorbing the previous one. When the man mentioned the previous wave, Alex thought he was talking about him. The stranger was expecting an attack, after all. The unknown were supposed to break into the city. The main character said that the man is a bad actor, and that he is just trying to buy time. The man asked him again. He replied that in such cases, one should act according to the spiritual book's advice. Alex said he was going to feed them since they were already in his stomach. Angie said they needed to get out, otherwise they'd all be digested. He responded by saying they needed to get rid of everything first. Then, the girl realized he was going to seal the building. The protagonist mentioned that they would need to free him. He turned to the girl and told her to be careful. She agreed. After some time, they noticed that everything was gone. Alex thought this wasn't an ordinary cave. It seemed like one enormous monster. He decided to report this to the city. Sometime later, they reached a hotel in Seahorse. They sat down at a table with another man. The stranger asked them to touch him. Angie agreed. The woman said they were so well suited to each other. It was the first time she'd seen anything in detail. Angie said she was glad she and Alex were connected. 8X agreed and, with a smile on his face, told her that she was, after all, his wife Angie. She smiled warmly in response. The girl asked him if it was time for them to go and meet the girls. The guy smiled and said yes. Angie and Alex were walking through the city streets. She kept pacing and turning her head from side to side. The protagonist called her name, and she replied that they were all glowing. They concluded that it must be one of the effects of the hot spring. The protagonist commented on how amazing it was. Alex recalled the day they'd destroyed part of the mountain. Angie had said it wasn't right to leave her other job, to which he'd replied that everything would be fine for now. After some time, some kind of metamorphosis began to occur on the mountain. The protagonist hugged Angie and acknowledged the fact that the mountain was recovering. To this, Alex replied that it was all just a mirage. He had created a barrier that would temporarily impersonate the mountain. The protagonist stood up on his toes and decisively said that this was the embodiment of magic through weakness. The synergy between the Hierophant and the Philosopher's Stone increases the energy used. Alex said it transforms this lump of magic into a mountain. Angie sighed and said that it all started to burn. Once upon a time, there lived a sage named the Guardian of the Mountains. He could bring corpses to life and used magic only to create matter. The main character turned around and said that the lump in his stomach would merge with the things around him, and after one day, he would put himself in order. Angie smiled and mentioned that Alex had used the great sage's magic. The boy remarked that everything had gone much faster, thanks to the sword. He silently thought about taking a pebble from there as a souvenir. After a while, Eliza and the other girls called out to them. Alex and Angie turned toward the voices. Eliza was also accompanied by Mia and Shalmay. Alex told them they were doing well. The girls said they wanted to go to the hot springs, where they would become even more beautiful. The boy said that magic had mixed with the spring water, creating a spring with special effects. Shalmay quietly approached the protagonist and clasped her hands. She turned to him with a sweet smile and expressed her gratitude for the invitation, to which the guy told her she looked fresh in her clothes. She blushed deeply. She thanked him again. He told her to enjoy the visit while she could. After a while, they all arrived at the hot springs. Angie remarked on how amazing it smelled there. Eliza turned to her and said that there was no need to wrap yourself in a towel. His Imperial Majesty began teasing her and urging her to throw off the towel quickly, to which Angie began squealing and telling her not to rush her so much. Mia said it felt very pleasant. She turned to Xiaomei and said her skin was glowing. She said the water felt so good. One of the girls mentioned that the main character would give everyone a yukata a little later. Then one of them asked if that was really what Angie was wearing. At this time, Alex was alone in the source. He said that despite the fact that nothing much could be seen because of the steam, he had to restrain himself. Xiaomi asked Alexander about the glasses he was wearing. He responded by asking her if she knew about the Reincarnation court. She replied in the affirmative. The protagonist explained that her past life's actions determine her current life's rank. He sees people's rank when he puts on these glasses. The girl said it was cool, then asked if he could see her rank too. He asked if she really wanted to know. She replied that she was interested. Xiaomei said she was afraid the result would disappoint her, to which he replied that he was confident she would have a good future. He guaranteed it. He silently thought that this was precisely why she was ranked A. The girl thanked him and said that if the main character says it, then it means it's true. Kam said she believed the man who once saved humanity from the Silver Plague was one of Alex's reincarnations. He denied this, stating that the plague had reduced the human race by 10%. The hero who prevented this disaster would clearly become a god. Then he changed the subject and said they had reached the Biomagic Academy. Something was wrong at this academy, Director Ethan told him. They were teaching summoning techniques, but they'd lost contact a few days ago. The protagonist said something was definitely wrong here. This academy plays a vital role in emergency situations, so they must always be in contact. The director said he was afraid things were too serious and was asking him to check it out. Alex replied that he would go there. When he and his girlfriend began examining the premises, he said there was no one there and no signs of fighting. Then he suggested checking elsewhere. She agreed. At that moment, they turned around and saw two enormous creatures standing before them. Xiaomei asked if they were really monsters, since they had attacked the people. While the main character was thinking about what could happen and analyzing the situation, the girl said that she would help him, after which she began to attack them. He tried to stop her. Alex said that he sees a C-rank soul in the glasses. A soul of that rank clearly can't be reborn as a monster. There are many types of magic that can be used to swap bodies, but first, there's something that needs to be done. The protagonist flew up to these creatures and attacked them with his sword. A few moments later, the monsters transformed back into humans. The boy approached them, touched them, and then said that thank God they were breathing. At that moment, a dark substance enveloped the girl's body. He immediately called her name. Alex started yelling at her to stand still, that he'd help her. Xiaomei tried to shout at him that she'd been swapped too. He asked her not to move. At the same moment, the protagonist used his sword to cut the creature, and just a few moments later, Shame's body appeared. He asked her if she was okay, to which she asked how he knew it was her. The protagonist said he couldn't mistake her for anyone else. The girl blushed at his words and thought to herself how cool he was. Alex asked her if she was feeling unwell. She replied that she was simply surprised. Everything was fine now. He told her to try to walk with him. He felt like she was working her magic on him. It's long been known that souls in this world are ranked by the court of reincarnation. Rank S is angel or god, A through C is human, and D is animals and monsters. A creature's strength and ability are determined by its rank, after which the protagonist asked Xiaomei if she understood what he was saying. She replied in the affirmative. Once upon a time, a sorcerer invented the Herschel spell, which allows one to swap the bodies of two objects, and immediately used it to swap the bodies of people and monsters. He thinks he was initially just curious whether the soul would retain its rank if the body was replaced. But then, somehow, those who were replaced were able to increase their original rank. Moreover, after about a month, they lost their sense of self-worth and became puppets of the one who cast the spell. This sorcerer was so enchanted by the power that he used it to create a mighty army. He also planned to take over the world, the same catastrophe that killed 10% of the population. Xiaomei immediately thought that the magic used at the academy might be similar. The protagonist didn't let her finish her sentence. He responded positively and said it was most likely Herschel. There are people at this academy who are trying to revive the Silver Plague. All the students here can use magic, and many of them are high-ranking, making them ideal for the army. If they weren't rescued in time, the students would be in big trouble. He then turned to the girl and asked if she had any ideas. She responded affirmatively, after which a huge shadow appeared behind her. A man in a hooded cloak attempted to attack her, but he was stopped by the protagonist. The stranger was surprised to find himself under restraint magic. The protagonist announced that he finally caught it. The stranger asked how they'd even found out, To which Alex replied that he'd sensed it earlier in the day. The boy said he'd made it so that when the man tried to use magic, he'd be immediately captured. Resistance was futile. His grandfather was the leader. The stranger replied, "Don't think you've already won." The man replied that this place was his shadow world, and he praised Marcosius and said that he was a good man. The protagonist immediately thought of this name, then turned his head and saw a boy with wings on his back. Chamay also commented on the wings, to which Alex replied that he thought he was no longer human. The stranger replied that this was the essence of Herschel's perfect form. He replaced the angel with the corpse of his student. The protagonist repeated the last word after him, after which he said that he was that teacher. How was that possible? To which the man replied that the academy was the best place for experiments, and they had plenty of them. The man also replied that this guy had surpassed even the angels. If his opponent was not a god, then he would not be able to defeat him. The protagonist thought that the glasses really did indicate that he possessed the soul of an angel. He wondered how long ago he had been noticed and where his human soul was. Shalmi addressed him by name, to which he replied that everything would be fine and asked her not to worry. At that point, the man said it was too late, after which he addressed the angel by name. The stranger gave him the order to have the blood of the protagonist, and the girl spilled right there. At that very moment, Marcosius attacked them. The man said they wouldn't be able to escape until one of them fell. Angels are great for beating low-ranking opponents. They need to be sure they won't suffer, and it will all happen in the blink of an eye. The protagonist thought that he had never felt such power, not even from Azazel or the goddess Astaroth. However, the boy didn't waste much time thinking. He drew his sword and attacked Marcosius. The latter was defeated. The stranger was shocked that his finest creation had been defeated. He asked if the protagonist had actually defeated an angel. The angel replied that he was disappointed. He had thought the protagonist was superior. The man replied that he'd certainly heard rumors about the vice-emperor, but he hadn't expected this. Alex asked when he'd removed the limiter, to which the latter replied that he himself didn't know. At that moment, the stranger cast a spell on the fallen angel, returning him to his original form. Alex said he had reversed Herschel's effect. He wondered silently what he was about to do. The man told him to look in the direction indicated. He held an angel in one hand and a beetle in the other. Alex realized what he was about to do. The stranger cast the Herschel spell again. The protagonist watched as the angel's body began to transform. A moment later, the beetle gained wings on its back. Alex, watching this, said they had switched places. At that very moment, he saw the angel's body fall to the ground. And at that very moment, the beetle began to attack them. The protagonist thought this attack was stronger than the previous one. At that moment, the man said he would tell them something. The spell's effect becomes stronger depending on the difference in rank between the two bodies. Shami immediately thought about this and began to imagine the formulas. At that moment, the stranger announced that his rank was now SSS. This is a power equal to God. The girl was frightened by his words. The man asked, "Isn't that amazing?" Alex wasn't even frightened. He decided to use his magic. A moment later, his adult self appeared before him. Xiao Mei immediately asked about it. The stranger asked if it was really a homunculus. Alex cast a Herschel spell. After it was used, the protagonist announced that his rank was now SSS. The stranger laughed and said that a human was incapable of such a thing. The man said he had to take his body, after which he turned to Marcosius. The battle began. However, a few moments passed before the protagonist attacked the beetle, after which it fell to the ground, defeated. Alex commented out loud that this was not bad for such a rank. The hero asked him about awakening. He said that the man was controlling him and he also removed the spell, so he was safe. They told him that they remembered how they controlled him, but they did not know that person. The boy was thanked for his rescue and told that if he needed help, he was always ready to help. The hero expressed joy that the angel was safe. The girl said they needed to find the rest of the teachers and students. The boy replied that he'd defeated the leader, so they should be fine by now. The angel realized that they were not wounded. The main character said that he sent the replaced monsters to their previous habitats, and that was all. He was glad that everything was okay. It was the director of the Magic Academy. He saw everything, and therefore cannot find the words to express his gratitude. Thanks to the guy, everyone was safe, but there was something that was bothering the man. He said she was lying there when they woke up, but no one knows anything about her. It was a man made of crystal. The guy said he'd never seen anything like it, and even though it looked creepy, he didn't think she was a monster. The hero assumed that she came with them from that shadow dimension. He couldn't understand what rank she had, and it felt like there were several souls in her. The boy noticed the philosopher's stone. Nobody understood what was happening. The guy used the release. These were the souls that were sacrificed during the Silver Plague. They all found themselves in a trap from which they could not escape, and a crystal appeared. The girl greeted the souls and said that they should discuss their next life. They have suffered for hundreds of years, and therefore they will be rewarded. Most of them will get rank A or B, and so they can enjoy their next life. Now these souls have safely reached their destination. People around began to discuss what had happened. It seemed as if the whole country witnessed the trial of the liberated souls. The woman said she'd heard of the boy, that he'd made the empire and the entire world fear them, and that he was their patron. The hero thanked her. She said she saw him and people think it's a sign. Everyone thinks that if they have a child now, their life will be more fulfilling. Hope makes a country stronger, and the protagonist strengthened it. Therefore, from now on, he will be called the father of the nation. The boy thanked her for her kindness. For some time after the incident, children were born with various talents, and the name of the father of the nation is written in the history books. Now the world will be full of good guys with the rank of SSS. The hero thought that the star in front of him was bright. The man finally found a boyfriend. He said that everything was going quite interestingly. The girls were in anticipation. It seemed like they were seeing pregnant girls for the first time. The boy said he was, of course, very happy, but he didn't understand why he brought 3 pregnant women there. The man replied that he'd created this opportunity for him and he didn't want to miss it. After the liberation of souls, the birth rate in the world increased, and he took advantage of this. The main character said that he was looking forward to them being born. Hosen said the night sky is very bright today. He hoped it wasn't some kind of omen. The star began to fall. She was flying straight towards them. A girl landed next to them, called the main character's dad, and said that they had finally met. She was a soul reborn in a human body. The girl had heard that she was the only one out of 10 million souls to achieve the SS rank. She wanted to be a commoner again. To be reborn as one of that rank, she would have to become someone's child. So now she is their child. It turns out that it was a reincarnated child. The girl started asking about her mother. The hero replied that it was a complex issue and it would be better to discuss it in the room. She asked him when he planned to have a child. The boy replied that he didn't want to have one now. The girl replied that this was a normal age for nobles. The protagonist replied that he already had a fiancée and had decided to have his first child with her, but she was still too young, so he would have to wait 10 years. She asked what she should do then. The girl said she felt left out. This child is one of the souls of the silver catastrophe victims. She must have been a good person in her past life since she's an SS rank. This rank guarantees a luxurious life. He understands her impatience. The guy said that there was nothing to be done and that we would have to wait. The girl said that the letters looked different. The main character said that in the coming years, the population will continue to grow and grow. They are well aware of this. But if this continues, they will not have enough land, food, education, and in general, everything. She replied that it was surprising that he was going to support all this. It's hard to do such work at her age. He asked if the angels had told her about him. The girl replied that she didn't listen to them and flew in as soon as they said that she was his child. But she knows he's a great guy. The girl said that he had beautiful handwriting. She wondered if she could improve her handwriting in her new life. He really was terrible in that life. The hero wanted to help her improve it. He asked her to come over. The guy suggested that she try. The boy said that progress was evident and that she seemed to have a talent for writing. He will give her a name that will be hers after rebirth, and it should mean wise and precious. The hero said that they should come up with it, as it is a very important moment. The guy said that he would finish it there. He decided to make her body. The hero can't conceive a child now, but he can simply give her a new body. The bag contains various materials needed in emergency situations, and with the help of magic, he can connect them. This is her homunculus, and if she wants, she can use this body for a while. He will be responsible for her until she is reborn. The guy asked if she could do it since she hadn't had a real body for a long time. The girl said she would try. She stood on the ground after hundreds of years. The main character asked her if it hurt. He didn't understand where she got such strength from. The girl asked what it was. The hero replied that he thought that when a soul of such rank was placed into the body of a homunculus, the power would become simply insane, and that she had probably lost control of her power over hundreds of years. That means it's not even safe to move in that body. This power is simply incredible. The girl began to apologize to the guy. She wanted to run away, but the hero made her stop. The girl asked not to hold her back. The hero asked her not to worry. She would not harm him, and he would find a way for her to control her power. She can stay with him. The man said he heard a loud noise coming from there and was frightened. He said he expected this from his son-in-law's daughter. The girl said she was sorry. The boy told her not to worry. She wanted to help him. He told her to walk around the grounds of the mansion with a bag, and when she reached the destroyed part, the necessary materials would be restored on their own. She's not used to the body yet, so she shouldn't rush. The man asked if everything would be okay, as she might break something again. The hero replied that even if it did, he would still fix it. It seems he can't do anything about it, so the man won't object. It seems she has a strong sense of responsibility and isn't to blame for what happened. The man said the hero resembled his father. The boy replied that he doubted it. The man said it was unexpected to meet his child earlier than planned. He thought that Angie hadn't thought about this yet. The hero hopes that his daughter's life will be carefree and happy, and he hopes that she will be happy and always healthy. The girl asked why the dragon was there. They told her they needed to practice their medical techniques on it. She needs to strengthen her magic so that it's stronger. The girl said her mother is hard-working. Angie said she just wants to be worthy of Alex. The girl replied that you are hardworking. She arrived recently. The hero replied that it was the empress. The girl didn't know he knew the empress. The boy replied that she was out of the country. The empress replied that she was not just acquainted with him. The girl replied that she was reborn in his house. It was a moment everyone witnessed, and the protagonist must have been blessed with the best soul. The boy replied that she would be suited to be the empress's daughter. Eliza said that these are different things. The empress said she was pleased to meet you. She added that she had never told you her name. The girl replied that she had forgotten the name. The main character thought that her memory had been erased, but in fact, the girl had simply forgotten her name. She said that she would forget him after reincarnation anyway, so it didn't matter that much. The guy reminded her that she said she couldn't stand it. The girl said that she already understood that she was wrong and could wait because she knew for sure that she would be reborn. The empress asked the hero if he had come up with any way to recognize him. Alex replied that it would be possible to look into her soul, and perhaps he could awaken her memories. He apologized and said that this was the only way to stop Herschel. She would be doomed to eternal torment. The girl said that she was patient and could wait. They started asking the main character about his health. He replied that he was simply surprised. Alex said he recognized her name. It was the name of sand sacrifices. This is her name, the name of the saint who saved the world from the silver catastrophe. The man couldn't believe that they wanted to give him the land. The hero said that now this is his land. If he plants beans on it, he will determine its border. No one will take it away. Angie replied that he was like that with everyone, but today he had done something that was completely normal for him. She said the guy could be even cooler. Sun said she wanted to see it. The girl said that it didn't matter that she wasn't a child yet. Angie sees her having fun and asks her to be patient a little longer. She thought she didn't want to seem rude. The girl forgot about her strength. She will be fine. Her body is artificial and she will be able to endure the pain. The main character asked her if everything was okay. He said that if she was in danger, she should just call him and not put up with it. San replied that she was fine. She asked not to rush their conversation. She would like to live like this for a little longer, so she doesn't want to rush. The girl was glad to know her own name. The hero said that while he was studying various spells, he found one simple formula. So the sooner they use it, the better. Only for this spell he will need her blood, and he hopes that she does not mind. Thanks to her DNA, her true name will be revealed. However, he also created her body using magic. The guy replied that everything was fine, and that her body was created entirely by sun magic, and that she looked the same as in her past life. Sun magic preserved her original appearance thanks to the DNA it read from her blood, so there is no need to worry. San said she was ready. Hero asked her to wait. He said that he had to warn her about something, namely about her real name, a name engraved on her soul. Knowing it will make her more submissive and calm as it plays a significant role in shaping her character, and it is a true blessing. He is confident that after acquiring a real name, she will become a truly happy person, and her life will become even better. The girl was embarrassed by the fact that she would become even more obedient. Alex replied that it wasn't necessary, so don't try to please him and just be yourself. The girl replied that she would never go against him. The main character thanked her. He asked if she felt anything, and she said yes. He asked her to remember him, and not to say her real name in public or in front of other people. She said that she would not tell anyone her real name. The protagonist hoped that everything would be okay with her. A few days later, he was thinking about writing and publishing the report in time before Astaroth returned. Angel said that quite a lot of time had passed. She had a lot of things to do. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she didn't have much free time as she kept a close eye on them. She's there about what happened the other day. Angels and humans have always interacted with each other and assisted in every way during reincarnation, providing the right direction and guidance. Well, only God can know one's true name, since angels are incapable of revealing the soul of a reincarnated person. However, the hero used magic. The girl said that with each passing day, he accumulated the energy of virtues, increasing his rank, and that his body contained energy akin to the power of a god. This is a force that is destructive to an ordinary person. If nothing is done about it, then ultimately God may notice it and decide his gift. The hero asked what would happen to him in that case, and he was told that this was the only way. The angel asked if any deity was guarding him. She said that there was too much divine energy in his body, so it was a bit problematic. If he had a deity, she would be able to tell that he was using its power and how to hide his true abilities from the god and transfer them to the deity. The girl said that everything was clear to her, and added that if he exchanged names with the deity, the problem would disappear by itself. The protagonist suggested simply erasing his memory to avoid unnecessary worries. Angel replied that she couldn't do that because he was doing good things and people needed him. It's possible that for all his good deeds, as a virtuous person, God will be merciful and forgive his actions, but with a deity, the chances are much better. The boy said he understood and would try to sort out the problem. The girl said that she had no choice but to help him. She said that she was giving him a divine gift. The girl asked him to remember that God could visit him at any moment. The protagonist felt no change. The angel said he would now remain his current age, in other words, making him immortal. He will not be able to use the power of a god right away, but gradually it will be possible. It's a high rank, as it's almost godlike. He probably thought it was a waste of time, but this way he could protect himself. She apologized and said she couldn't stay any longer because she had a lot of work. Another girl appeared and said the harvest had already begun and they should hurry. Angel said that this was really interesting and that we should fly in for a visit as soon as possible. Astaroth belongs to the clan of lords. The girl said not to worry because she also has divine power. She needed to fly urgently, otherwise she wouldn't make it in time. At first, it will be a little difficult for the hero to adapt from his rank and master the divine power granted by the angel. The guy said that he didn't really feel any changes. Only now, it seemed like he had become immortal, and he could do everything else without a gift. The girl said that only the highest deities could control such power and be immortal, so he must be extremely careful. The protagonist was told that he had been eagerly awaited and was asked to walk in the manner in which the villagers wanted to greet him. At this time, the guy was being followed. It just seemed to him that a magical spark flashed. The man said that they were planning a feast today in honor of his arrival, so if he needed anything from things or food, he should not hesitate to take it. Twilight, a village located in the north, is renowned for its bountiful harvests, thanks to the magic of its greenhouses and the protection of Astaroth. This year's harvest was even greater, so they called him. The guys said they'd take him to his room. The hero told them not to worry and to go get something to eat. He replied that he could go without food for more than a week, since his body takes energy from divine magic. So there was no need to worry. Alex may not eat for a week or more. As the angel had said then, after the divine power, his body began to feel significant changes, but he never had time to fully become familiar with the new energy, since there was no suitable time and place. The guy thought that he couldn't sleep at all. Angie was fast asleep, and he longed to fall into the same sweet slumber. There was still some work to do, but he figured it could wait until tomorrow. A mercenary burst into their bedroom. The girl said that he should die. The main character asked who hired her. She replied that if he wasn't destroyed, their crops would rot and their food would disappear, so the boy should give in. The girl would destroy him right then and there. The guy told Angie to stand next to him. The stranger said that his end had come. She said that this time he would definitely die. However, her magic didn't work. The hero said his magic simply neutralized the energy in her eye and de-energized her. It was simply because his body harbored inhuman strength. The stranger begged him to let her go. Alex said the magic in her eye was weakening by the minute, so she would soon lose all her energy. The hero said that she had her priorities wrong. The girl did not understand why the master made her do this. She was born for this. It was her only purpose. The stranger didn't understand what to do now that all her power had vanished. The hero had already heard what the girl was talking about in his past life. He said he understood that this was her destiny, but the magic was extremely powerful, and if she continued to use it, she would ultimately perish. However, her master had ordered her to do so. The stranger ran away. The guy said she hadn't fulfilled her duty, so he would definitely return. Angie said he hoped she would make the right choice. The protagonist said that while he is her target, he doesn't think she will use it on anyone else. The guy said that he was waiting for her and asked her to come in. The stranger said he looked like an aristocrat, and they were all greedy and lustful. The hero replied that these were stereotypes, and was sure the master had told her the same thing. She replied that he had ordered her to be careful and not to believe his words. The girl suggested he was holding another woman against her will. The guy said he didn't think she was with him against her will. The hero said that a smile always blossomed on her face. Alex said that it would work, and the stranger just needed to try. He said that he would really like to hear her laugh, as he was sure that it was very beautiful. The protagonist thought she was cute. The girl said she had to go. Alex told her to come again. He told her to be careful with the eye even though he had neutralized it. It could still harm her. The guy told her, "Don't forget to smile more often," and he is sure that then her inner energy will become much stronger than because of magic. The villagers thanked the protagonist. He said they would see each other any year. It was great that everything went well, but it was time to go home. Angie wasn't sure she could leave things like this. The main character said that he had already found out the location of that master. He cast a spell on that child and can now track her location. The guy asked the girl to hold on tight as they were returning home. The stranger came again. She said she had no other choice anyway. The girl said her name was Dorothy. For as long as she can remember, she has always had this name. The guy said it was very cute. Dorothy said that she had to go back where the master would be angry. The stone was the same color as her eyes. The master had given it to her so she could kill him. The girl's body was transformed. The hero realized that the stone serves to transform the body. The philosopher's stone also possesses similar abilities. He needs to remove the spell quickly, otherwise it will kill her. These stones turn people into monsters, and he needs to find a way to save her. He didn't understand why the master turned her into a beast. Death is not the only salvation. He will try to put her into a state of asphyxia. He will move into her soul and will not let her die. She deserves a new life. The main character used the outer shell. The guy asked the girl how she was feeling. She thought that things were bad because she didn't return to the master on time. Alex said that this was just his assumption, but it seemed that her master was using her for selfish purposes, so that at the cost of her life, she would kill him. The girl said she knew it was obvious, but it was her duty, and she needed to finish what she started. The hero said that was wrong. He said that she would eventually die before she could enjoy life, so he would never allow her to put herself in danger. The guy said he wanted her to be happy, therefore, he will do everything to make her smile as often as possible, on the condition that she will also help him with this and make an effort. The man said that he understood everything. The girl worked hard all the time, so now she can be free. He asked to be left alone. The hero said he would take care of it personally. They were in the afterlife. The angel told me to look at her carefully and listen to everything she said. The man had a low rank, which proved that he was a terrible person. Because of his actions in this life, he will be reborn as a pig or a cow in the next life. She said to live the next life correctly. Her work was complete. The protagonist thanked her and said that without her help, he wouldn't have been able to manage and redirect his soul, and apologized for asking her to come there so suddenly. The girl said it was okay. He knew he could ask her any time, day or night. The guy said the document had been signed by her master. Well, from this second on it stops working and now she is free. Dorothy said she had indeed lost to a man who summoned an angel by touching his chin. The man replied that he didn't touch his chin. Alex started asking her how she slept in her new place. She replied that she had slept well. She slept in the attic because it was dark, dusty, and there wasn't much space. The girl got used to living in such a room. He wondered how long she would resist and refuse to accept the obvious. He thought she'd be only too happy to be free of the master, but apparently it was more difficult than he thought. Or perhaps she simply feared the uncertainty of the future. Although she was used as a mercenary in the past, he needs to conduct a magical examination. This way, he will be able to see the current rank and determine the level of magic. The guy plans to give the girl a little training today and test her magical abilities, and he asked Dorothy to join him. She replied that she couldn't go out into the world. The girl said she'd be happy to train with them, but the master forbade her to appear during the day. Because she'd followed his orders for so long, it would be difficult to suddenly recalibrate her life and leave this rule behind. The main character asked to wait a little and said that he would return soon. He brought her a sword that was made from the scales and claws of the monster of disaster, and he also added some of its blood to it to strengthen the magic. The guy said she could have him, and he thought he was perfect for her. He told her to try using it in practice. The hero said that Tan is a dark space, so he thought that she could train there. The guy asked her how she felt about training in a shadowy space out of the daylight. She said it was a good idea. The main character said that now they needed to go outside since Angie was already tired of waiting. Alex said that her magic was not yet strong. He watches her grow with each passing day. Except her magic is beyond repair. It will take a great deal of effort to figure out why her color is so dark. Dorothy said she came out of the ground because it was warm and cozy there. She said that if the girl wants, she can check it herself. The hero said he needed to find out if Herschel was still in her body so he could understand the exact problem. It was the magic of exchange. A combination of magic and transparent illusion, which is part of the shadow, is what can change the properties of magic and control the shadow. So perhaps this is why magic is unstable. The girl said that it might be because of this. Well, if it really turns out to be Herschel, then there is a chance of losing magic forever. Angie said that this won't happen because Alex is very strong, so he will easily find the cause and won't even use restoration magic, so there is no need to worry. The protagonist said that her magic is strong enough that the likelihood of her losing her magical properties is minimal. He asked not to worry and to trust him. The dragon asked if he was ready to fight him. The guy replied that he was ready. He asked Dorothy to take something. She said his power was getting stronger, strengthening, then weakening, and attack. All these magical properties have changed places. The power is locked in the eye. Her power lies in her pupil, allowing her to control the power of shadow. Theoretically, she could use the power, but her magical power is very low, so she needs to work harder to maintain her magical balance. The main character said that this would help her because thanks to this power, they would learn a lot from her. Alex called the angel to look into the girl's soul. However, she said that he could look at her himself, but he wanted her to do it because he was afraid that her mind would change and he would simply miss it and would not be able to help. His mistake can undermine trust. The girl said that it was a big risk. She used to do this a lot when she was visiting and having fun there with her friends. She said she apologized in advance. The girl said it was just amazing and there was a lot of space. Angel apologized for going in there without asking. Dorothy was born with the rank of D. A man picked her up as a child and raised her as a mercenary. She removed all the negative memories and cleansed. She needs to balance with the shadow and find the right magic that Alex uses. Then she will be able to control herself and reach a new rank. This is very unexpected. She has a kind soul, so there is no negative energy. She is simply cleansing herself. The hero said he understood everything. Her magic could not only heal, but also save people. The girl said that purifying the soul and saving it are two completely different things. She shouldn't break the law established by God, the Creator. These actions are immeasurable and completely different. They haven't seen her magic in action yet, and perhaps that's for the best. She hopes nothing will happen in the future either. The hero said that he understood everything. At this point, the angel's work was finished. However, she could not pass. Previously, she could easily pass through the door, but it was very strange that now she couldn't do it. Chi, of course, didn't want to blame anyone, but it seems that everything happened after their meeting. The girl decided to try to get there in another place. She thought it would work now. The guy said her rank had risen a notch. The hero said it was because, when she'd created the previous door, his rank had been weaker and lower, which was why she couldn't get through it. Now her rank had risen, so she shouldn't worry anymore. Maybe because she helped them so much now and during their last meeting, after all. She herself said that helping is a good and great deed. The girl didn't think that this applied to angels too, but she was very happy. Now her rank has been raised, and she won't have to walk around like an average angel for the rest of her life. The guy said that when they get into the shadow, they will be able to test the ability and see its power. He needs to explain how Amelia can control her abilities. In other words, he thinks this phenomenon only applies to people used by Herschel, so it's possible Amelia may have borrowed the ability. This knife can cut shadows without any special magic. In the shadows, anyone can borrow each other's abilities, but only the Shadow Lords. This shadow can control others present, and that is their power. He is the only one unaffected by this magic, as he blocks all abilities and redirects them to those who would use it against him. Amelia said it was amazing, but she doesn't think she can help as much as he does, as her abilities are very weak, unlike his. The hero said that wasn't true. A maid's job isn't just based on basic knowledge. She also uses magic to polish furniture or brew delicious tea, so her powers come in very handy. Her experience and knowledge will be greatly needed, so she will go with him. They will be grateful. The girl said that he could use her, however, and whenever he wanted. The girl said that he promised to take her and her mother to the city. San asked Amelia what she was doing. The hero replied that she was helping him with something. The girl said that she also wanted to help her father. San is a soul who, after reincarnation, became his daughter. It is said that in her past life, she was a saint who saved many a lost life. He doesn't know the details of her power. The hero was curious whether she could help Amelia and whether she would be against it, but he decided to try to do it. The guy was interested in what skills the girl could learn. It worked as he expected. He could feel her feeding on the energy. The hero could not believe that her power was truly holy. He said that Amelia could go out. Alex said that her abilities were really effective and thanked her for her help. The main character started asking about her well-being, but the girl replied that she was fine. She said that it was warm inside his shadow and she felt absolutely wonderful. Dorothy told him about it too, but her reaction was completely different. He thought it wasn't critical, but at least they were safe and sound. The guy used the recovery skill. The girl said it was refreshing. He used the power of sun. It is this power that contains the numerological abilities and energy that aids in restoration. It is this power that is called holy. The girl couldn't believe that she possessed such magic. She just thought that she could heal people with her smile without implying that it was some kind of power. Now she will know the properties of her magic. The maid said it was warm in his shadow, and she had never felt so good. It seems she has fallen in love. Other girls also wanted to be in the shadow of the main character. They begged him very hard. It was strange, although after that day, Amelia noticeably changed and began to smile more often, blushing every time she saw him. This practice certainly doesn't cause any harm, but there must be a reason why they behave this way. The protagonist agreed. From that day on, the maids began to visit Alex's shadow in turns, feeding on his energy, becoming overly inspired, and rumors even began to circulate that the house's maids began to clean the rooms more energetically, content with cleaning. The man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He said he had a couple of questions. The man thanked the maid for seeing him out, and said that she could now go free. He said it was the maid and she was really sweet. The man just wanted to know if the rumors were true. Many say that the housemates have become very affectionate lately, especially towards the owner. He thinks that it is not only about his appearance, but also about his attitude towards people. The hero said that in fact, he did nothing of the sort. It was all due to Amelia's merit and strength and nothing more. The man said that the maid who met him today was really a nice girl. He said that his tea was simply superb, and that he was too modest to admit the obvious. The guy said that humility is the very virtue. The man noted that it is pointless not to recognize one's abilities. The protagonist thought he was right about something, albeit a bit hypocritical. The man said he wouldn't beat around the bush anymore and wanted him to lend him his maids for a while. Although he had made mansions, he decided to take a few more. He said that he didn't see anything wrong with it, so he wanted the protagonist to think about his request. The man thinks that no one will want to leave the estate. Since he discovered his shadow, the maids at home have truly become much happier than before. Perhaps his theory about the girl is actually working. If so, his power will grow with each passing day, which is why he doesn't yet know the limits of magic. If his soul rank increases, then perhaps the energy will also increase, so it is not surprising that the maid's magic can improve. He hopes that their lives will truly change for the better. The girl said he was right. She said that after her rank promotion, her appearance changed significantly. The angel would like to tell him something. The world is about to be balanced. She asked if he had ever noticed a pressure or a strange impulse in his energy. There were many high-ranking souls with strong energy in this mansion. When the energy level becomes too high, the world tries to balance itself in every possible way. That is, to destroy the people who could become the result of various wars. But heaven is a completely different place. So in human terms, it is simply isolated from their world. If this is not done, the earth may be in great danger. So it is imperative to destroy a certain number of people. The hero said there were enough problems. He didn't think the sudden surge of Maid energy could cause such an imbalance in the world. Dorothy asked to be given this. The guy forbade it. He said to make it so that they would want it. The hero confirmed that the heavens have a barrier that protects their world. In that case, they will also make their own barrier. He was reborn with the memory of his past life, so he should also retain the knowledge and the awareness of this barrier can try. The guy asked her to look at something. It's one of the strongest metals, and the sword pie made for him was made from it. Therefore, he can use it to create a barrier. He needs to stand in such a way that he can cover the entire area of the mansion. The hero said he was starting. He needs to create a barrier. He used magic to create a barrier. The energy required would be several times greater than that required to create the sword. The magical power would increase. The air was like heaven. If his body hadn't been imbued with divine power, he simply would have given up and died. His energy is at 0, but now the entire mansion is safe. The girl was served tea. She said that they hadn't stayed like this and talked for a long time. And Lisa said her neighbor looked very nice. Angie said she and Alex showered her with compliments. The maids said they were leaving. The guy said that he invited her on the matter of the maids, namely because of their behavior. He said that Amelia had seen Eliza before the events involving the shadow and energy. Eliza, being the leader of the country, hardly remembers a girl like Amelia. The girl said that when she is with Alex, her memory becomes a little dull. She said it didn't matter. Speaking of today, she asked why he'd called them. The hero said that was the point. He didn't know. It seems that it's all about his shadow, namely increasing his rank through the shadow. Dorothy asked if Eliza was Carlisle's lover. Alex said that she was a dear person to him. That's why he invited her here. The girl was asked to tell more about the shadow. Thanks to the dagger, the maids found themselves in his shadow every day. This happened regularly and every day, and Lisa also asked to enter his shadow. The other girls wanted it too. To do this, they had to cut the shadow, but they had to be careful. It was quite spacious there. She thought that since it was a shadow, it should be gloomy and dark, but there was plenty of light. It was warm and the girls felt strange. The main character didn't understand what was happening. Eliza said it was quite unexpected. The guy confirmed that all the maids of the estate had been in his shadow. The girl said that it was not just about increasing rank. They were motivated by his praise, so they tried their best. And Lisa said she wanted to stay in his shadow today. The girl asked him for permission, and the hero agreed. The man said that this was their first meeting and apologized for such a sudden request, but asked that the hero take his daughter as his maid. It was the Duke. He thought he had some important business, but he didn't expect this. The man said he knew it might seem disrespectful to him. The protagonist assumed that this was his adopted daughter, but it was his biological daughter. It was truly a surprise for Alex. If he gave his daughter away to a maid, her status would immediately plummet. The Duke said he was embarrassed to say this, but his daughter didn't know how to do anything. So he had been thinking for a long time about how exactly he should raise her. And then he heard His Majesty praising his maids trained to the highest level. Whatever girl enters his service, she will become a wonderful person and a thrifty girl. And besides, the training goes incredibly quickly. So he would like him to take his daughter under his wing. The protagonist said he understood his request and would be happy to help. The man thanked him. However, the young man asked to hear the rest. He said the girl would be treated equally with everyone else. Alex asked if he was okay with her being treated like the other maids. The Duke thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The hero was not sure whether everything would be all right. The man said that among his maids there were increasingly more noblemen's daughters. He thought he should also give his granddaughter to him, to raise the guy. Said there was nothing special about it. The man said that he had expected this, and the other aristocrats had also joined in, even though he had refused to marry their daughters. But he had said that he would definitely help them. That's why he took them in as a maid to teach them everything they needed to know. Often, people who grow up in noble families become terrible people. So in their next life, they are reborn as low-ranking beings. If he takes them in as his maids, he might be able to help them avoid this fate. The man said that the more girls he took as his maids, the more courageous he would become. He said that one day, the emperor's daughter would become his maid. The boy said that wouldn't happen, as Eliza was a very hard-working person. The girl apologized and said that she brought them more. Actions in a past life will influence the next one. After their death, people learn about this rule. The angel said she was waiting for a soul with a long number. The soul asked not to be identified by its number. The girl said that she didn't want her to call her by her past life name. It was the afterlife. So now they will determine his reincarnation rank. The soul asked to be made into anything but a servant. The girl told me not to worry, and said that during her life she joined a partisan organization and also participated in an uprising, sacrificing her life. As a result, one of her sacrifices was able to save the lives of about 3,000 people. Because of this act, she was able to get rank C, but since she defeated merchants and nobles, she will most likely get rank A. The girl said that she would be reborn as the eldest daughter of one of the noble families. If she achieves rank A next time, it's possible she could become the ruler of some small country, but now she will be reincarnated as a noble's daughter. Her soul said it agreed. Angel said that it looked like she would become a narcissistic and selfish girl. She was told that she had done a good job today. Lately, they've been sending people like that down to Earth quite often, like the daughters of noble families, so they will work as maids. Recently, the goddess said that in 15 years, many girls from noble families will become maids, although this won't affect their happy lives. It was something of an announcement. The girl said she was looking forward to seeing these girls when they start working as maids. It turns out they have a lot of vacation requests. They'll be swamped with work. It looks like she won't be going on vacation anytime soon. Every era is special in its own way. The current era is a little unusual. The angel wished the soul a happy rebirth. Angie said it was time to go. The protagonist said that he understood her. The maid wished him good morning and asked if he had slept well. The girl said that she had just returned and I had brought souvenirs with me. She asked to take care of her for a little while longer. The guy said it was time to go. Since the Duke's request, many noble ladies have been left in his care as maids in recent days. Even Eliza eventually wanted to become a maid. She said that things were going well and she wanted to take a break, using that time to experience life as one of her subjects. That spring, Amelia became head maid. Together, he slowly prepared to take over his father's reign. When Eliza dons the maid's uniform, she slips into the role perfectly, giving no hint as to her true origins. The original maids know about Eliza's origins, but they have no reason to tell the other ladies. But you never know when rumors will start to spread. Amelia offered to watch her work. The protagonist said that he wanted to do it, but he didn't want to stop her. He suggested an idea. She was told not to touch it with her bare hands after this. Otherwise, they would get stains when used. The magic eye had no problem moving. Eliza was giving advice to another maid, and she was quite tolerant, allowing her to speak so casually, being the empress, and he had no complaints about her work. Amelia said she even regretted being empress. The boy replied that this statement was difficult to answer. A new mate has appeared. The girl was outraged that no one knew her. This is the girl whose father asked him to take her on as a maid. She said she didn't know what family she was from, but she seemed to be able to work. They were surprised that she didn't know this. The girl told me to join her group. The girl said that she heard everything. She was new there and could even work there if they weren't in such a place she would never have known about her. She would allow her to join her group, so she should be generous and follow her orders. That's why she wants to create a faction, and many who arrive there try to use their family status. If she knew what he was talking about, she would probably have fainted with the empress. Eliza said she wasn't interested. She said she was grateful to be there, considering the hardships she'd had to endure to become Alex's maid. He said the girl should stop worrying about giving orders and start thinking about becoming queen of the mountain. Eliza said that it was time for her to get back to work. The protagonist said that he thought Eliza could handle it herself, but if she behaved like that with other girls, it would lead to problems. He'd like to ask her to keep an eye on her, but he feels like he's just caused her unnecessary trouble. Amelia said everything was fine, and if anything happened, she'd let him know. Angie said that no matter what happened to her sister, you could say that she loved Alex. The main character was told that it was terrible. Everyone was gathered there, and he didn't understand what was going on. The girl said that the seal had disappeared. This is the seal of the locust. The locust is a monster that emits a miasma that destroys all vegetation near it, and it is said that any village in its path rots and dies. Then, his magic was useless, so he sealed her in a bag made from the claws of disaster, but she disappeared. The girl ordered her to explain. The maid said it was all her fault. She said it was a very dirty bag, and it was her fault for not telling her how important it was. Eliza said no maid was allowed to do with something as she pleased, even if she hadn't been told how important it was. She told her to stop being stubborn about it. The protagonist ordered both of them to stop. Now it was more important to find the locusts than the culprits. Discarded trash is usually taken to the incinerator, but they haven't found it yet. The guy said, that's when they need to find it. She shouldn't have gone far. Neither magic nor physical attacks had worked on her last time, but now he had attained divinity. The protagonist said he would stop her rampage now. The guy turned to the girl and said that he was so close to her at the moment of appearance and began to worry about her injuries. Chosen was fine, and the hero felt relieved. He asked her to never do anything like that again, and it would be terrible if something happened to anyone, including her. She replied that she knew even though she had done something bad. He's still worried about her. The girl said that Chosen was thinking about herself, and now she is under punishment. The hero said that if she obeyed, it meant everything was settled. Amelia said that from time to time she looked dissatisfied, but if she had explained everything to her properly, something like this would not have happened. She even caused Eliza a terrible amount of trouble, and she is terribly sorry. The main character asked not to worry about it. It's just how people behave sometimes. There was a locust egg lying in front of them. She said she thought he had finished with her. The guy said he defeated her, but it seems the locust has the ability to transform into an egg when defeated. He would never have thought that in the end, all that was left of her was an egg. The father simply said that this was what was expected of him and looked happy. The hero believes that the locust will be reborn again, and since he doesn't know what will happen, he doesn't think he can simply defeat it. The creature said he could just let it eat him. Alex replied that he was glad she wanted to help. The baby locust was born. He's almost like a puppy. The locust began to apologize. She thanked them for stopping her. She remembers everything that happened so far, including the moment she was sealed. After some time, he will become who he was again, and will not be able to do anything about it. The baby started to run away. Everyone started to catch him. The maids just had to catch him. They caught the locusts. He was told that the protagonist would do nothing to harm him, so he should just stand still. The guy started asking the maids about the condition. He said that the locusts do not need to run. The hero said that he seemed to be worried about them and said that he was very kind. Alex thanked the maids. They replied that they were happy to help, and that it was nothing to them. He said that they both could rest. The protagonist said that since he had been outlived, he had to give him a new name. If they did so, the curse of his past life could disappear. It's just a hunch. But if it's the same as with the contract he signed with the San, then whatever he calls it now, having received the blessing, the new name should lift the curse. The Loka said he didn't want to burn it. The guy said that his new name would now be Lotus. This is the name of a flower. The lotus grows only in mud. It cannot grow in clean water, but a blossoming flower is beautiful and does not get dirty at all like him. From now on, he will be a lotus. The miasma has disappeared. He no longer had to worry about her. The creature thanked him. Lotus asked if there was anything he could do for him. He wanted to thank the protagonist. The guy said he didn't need it, but it looked like he wouldn't take that for an answer. Locusts have caused many disasters, but they were originally kind and docile creatures. He said he wanted to ask him for something. The hero told him to take a knife and try to penetrate his shadow. The guy asked him to come in the same way as the maids did. He just needed to go into the shadows. If he did that, the guy would be able to borrow his powers. Lotus said he could use as much as he wanted. The miasma was a part of him, but the abilities were something else. He wanted to use magical power in a different way. His magical power was restored. Lotus said that was how strong he was, that every time he used magic, 1/10 of his total magical power was restored. That's why he couldn't stop, even though he wanted to. When used correctly, magical power will never run out. It's the most powerful ability he's ever encountered. The dragon asked what he wanted to ask him for. The hero said he'd like another part of his body if he didn't mind. The dragon said he was happy to help. The boy asked for one scale. He said it was beautiful and had a rainbow shimmer to it. Alex said he'd been thinking about making an accessory. The guy asked if it would suit him. The dragon said he looks best when he swings his sword. The hero realized something could be done for the sword. Calamity said it was happy to help if he imagines melting the scales and making some sort of coating. The weapon took on a beautiful sheen. He felt a powerful magical force emanating from it. This meant it had transformed into a magical sword. The magic effect he applied to it was something like automatically absorbing the owner's magical power. Just holding it consumes 10% of his magic power every second. In essence, it was like a curse. The hero said that the lotus is his new friend. With it, the magical power absorbed by the sword will be restored directly, just like muscles. The more often you use magical power, the stronger it becomes. He thinks he can call it automatic magic learning. Calamity told him to continue helping the protagonist. Eliza said she wanted to inform him. She didn't know why, but the hero seemed to glow. Perhaps it was the dragon scales. He'd done something like this before. It seems that things made from its scales will have a mesmerizing effect on the opposite sex. The girl said she didn't think it would be a problem if it was Alex. The hero said he'd try to control it. The guy asked her the reason why she came there. The girl handed him a letter. She said that this letter was from the empress. The protagonist said that she was the empress. She replied that she was his maid. So she doesn't intend to get involved in matters involving disaster. This is a notice about falconry. In one part of the East, there's a bird known as the falcon. There, a popular activity involving hunting animals with a trained falcon called falconry has become popular. It changed slightly as it spread throughout the country. The only difference was the ability to hunt, using one's sword and magic abilities. The man said this would be the first time for the current empress, although they had previously held it about once a month. He was also invited. Most of the other nobles were also invited. The hero told his father he would be able to see him in all his guises. The man replied that he would not participate in the hunt itself. He thought it was far more important that his son participate. He said the hero could defeat far more monsters than he could before the empress and other nobles. He had to prove his mettle. The man said that he expected a lot from him. The boy replied that he would do everything he could. This was a chance for everyone to prove themselves to the empress, although he was reluctant. The girl announced it was time to begin the hunt. The long-awaited falconry had begun, striving for the best results. She advised the heroes to demonstrate their strength as much as they wished. The man yawned, and someone in the background asked the Choki family to fight next. Alex concluded out loud that Hosen was also participating, but he seemed disinterested. He was told that it wasn't Hosen's nature to brag to Her Majesty. However, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to become the strongest martial artist. Other members of his family were also martial artists. Now the hero thought about how he had never seen Hosen fight before. The battle began. The man grinned as a huge wild dog rushed toward him to attack. He said out loud that there was no need to be so angry. The heroes attacked the animal. They knocked the dog back with a blow. Alex concluded that since Hosen himself had not fought, but had simply used his pressure and allowed his subordinates to win, it was possible to do the same. The girl declared that she expected something similar from the Empire's strongest and promised to give him some kind of reward later. Hosen replied that he had already passed on the title of strongest to someone else. Her Majesty announced the Carlyle family as next. Some whispered that Alex was the vice-emperor and seemed to have grown up. She asked if he was ready, and after a positive answer, the girl announced the start of the fight. The hero saw Chosen nearby and wondered what she was doing in such a place. But at that very moment, a huge demon monster appeared in front of him. The guy realized that such a monster wasn't even on the list. He yelled at Chosen, asking why she'd brought something like that here. She replied that it was a soul eater she'd prepared, because a normal monster wouldn't let everyone see how strong the hero was. She assured the guy to show everyone how great he was. People around ran away from the monster. Someone shouted whether Alec would really be able to cope with this monster. The hero jumped up to attack the soul eater. With his sword, he destroyed the enemy. All the people around admired Alexis's power. The hero himself was upset that he had unwittingly agreed to Chosen's plan. Her Majesty suddenly screamed, saying something had happened. The monster roared in pain. It turns out that children touched by miasma turn into soul eaters. A soul eater is a monster that reproduces by eating the souls of children. This means these children had already been consumed by the monster Alex destroyed. The woman begged the hero to save her children. He told her to trust him. The treatment he'd used to stop Dorothy's transformation into a beast should work now too, and he wanted to try that option. He intended to create a homunculus and transfer their souls into them, leaving their bodies temporarily dead. The hero began to work his magic. The soul eaters were gone, and now it was necessary to do more than just return their souls back to their bodies. The children were returned to their parents. The women thanked the hero for his help. The boy said he was glad everything was okay now. Her Majesty declared it was magnificent, however. She didn't think she could continue after that. She thanked the hero for protecting the people and added that he was very cool back then. The threat to humanity has passed. Her Majesty has ordered an immediate investigation into the incident. The hero came to the girl to announce that he was sure that he already knew how it happened and hoped that she would entrust this matter to him. He told her that Chosen was the culprit. He spoke to her directly through magic. She was surprised to hear his voice in her head. The young man begged the girl to let him settle the matter with her himself. He didn't want anyone else to know about it. Her Majesty trusted his words and allowed him to do as he saw fit. In the office, the hero was already talking with Chosen. He assured her that he already knew she had done it only for his own good, but in doing so, she had put everyone in danger. The girl confirmed his words. He then went on to talk about her punishment. He would have to ban her from being his maid for a while. His father had allowed her to stay with him for now. She objected because she wanted to stay with Alex Sam and thought it was too much. However, he's glad she treats him that way because it would be difficult for him to do his job in such a state. He secretly felt a little sorry for her, but it seemed like it would affect her. After all, it was Amelia's plan, and she was well versed in it. He advised Chosen to put it aside for a while and focus on her work as a maid. A few days later, a girl called out to Alexander. He approached him and greeted him. It was Xiao Mei. He told her that her magic seemed to have grown significantly stronger. She thanked him, saying it was thanks to his lessons. Alex replied that his lessons only helped her because she had talent herself. He asked why she had come. It turned out she had something she wanted to ask. The hero was ready to help her with any request. Shomi asked for an internship with the gentleman. At first, he thought something terrible had happened, but an internship didn't sound so bad to him, meaning the time had come. They say someone's village has rotted, or is no longer habitable, and people leave to join the army, or the guild, or even the nobles' houses. They seek places where they can gain practical experience in the future. The schools of magic serve as the empire's network of mentors and actively send students for training to increase the empire's military might. When some of these students leave the forts, he replaces them with several angels. This meant May had already graduated. He felt nostalgic for their first meeting, which was a real disaster for him. He agreed to accept her at any time. Someone wanted to enter Alexama's office. The girl burst in, shouting that soul eaters had appeared in the villages of Saike and Ritonera. The hero replied that he was heading there immediately. These were the same monsters that had appeared during the falconry. After that incident, they began appearing in different places and only Alex could deal with them. So from a distance, their numbers could become a problem. The girl suggested to him that if there were several of them, he could solve this problem in several places at once. He replied that it was a great idea and thanked me. Ritonera village. Alex-sama apologized for being late and asked where the children were, but they had all already been consumed by the Soul Eater. The hero knew that they were still alive, so he could restore them to their original appearance with the help of magic. Alex gave the people a ball and asked them to try throwing the ball at the monsters. The magic ball, after being thrown, instantly returned the children to their previous appearance. People around were amazed by such magic. They asked him to explain what this thing was, but he replied that there was little time now. This ball is a magical instrument. Alex conceal his magic in it, so he placed demon-slaying magic there, so that by using it, people could destroy monsters themselves. He asked people not to think too much about it, but simply to think of the orb as a medicine. Alex admitted that during that conversation, he remembered how the magic ball suddenly froze the entire room. May understood how to use this tool. Furthermore, if that dragon appeared again, the people could use the magic ball again to defend themselves. They could also share them with other villages as they were easy to make. He silently thought that this would hardly completely eradicate the soul leaders, but it would reduce their numbers. The safety of every person is now ensured. Alex pondered a more practical use for the magical tool. Agnes worried about what her master was up to, but the boy replied that everything was fine. They had already created so many that he wondered if there was any other way to use them. The girl asked if he was talking about magical tools, and he replied that he was. He thought maybe there was some useful magic that could be spread this way so people could take care of almost everything themselves without waiting for Alex. The hero wondered if this would make life easier for ordinary people. Agnes replied that she thought so too. Suddenly, the heroes heard some kind of squabble at the gate. The girl begged to be let in to see Alexander himself. She really wanted to talk to him about something, but the girl at the gate wouldn't let her in, demanding she make an appointment first. Chosen announced that the master had no time to meet this stranger. She admitted that she would like to meet him herself, but it wouldn't be that easy. Alex was amused by the maid's shirking of her work. The hero asked Agnes to bring the girl to him. He remembered her and thought she was from Rittner. Then she asked him what to do with Chosen. He replied that since she was now under her father's protection, he could tell her to tell him about it. Agnes approached the maid and explained everything. The hero thought to himself that the problem with the soul leaders had not yet been resolved, and it seemed that Chosen's punishment would have to be extended. The girl apologized for the unexpected visit and introduced herself. Her name was Lily Kanata. She thanked him for what he'd done for her village that day, as now everyone could work in the fields again. Alex told her not to worry about it, assuming that if she was there, something must have happened again. Lily replied that it was no big deal. She just wanted to offer him her services. Alex asked if she wanted to be his maid, but Lily apologized for being rude and replied that she needed the salary, although she wouldn't mind being his maid. The hero didn't quite understand why she wanted this. The girl explained that serving him was her dream, even though she never had the chance. The guy thought about her offer, considering that the maids were a bit busy right now, and she was a very frank girl. Alex couldn't find any good reasons to refuse her, so he offered her 2 conditions. First of all, stop calling him my lord since his father is considered that now. And secondly, regarding salary, if she is going to work here, then it should be paid properly. The hero asked to take the girl's measurements for the uniform. The girl agreed to all the conditions and was later given the chance to try on the new suit. Alex remarked that it suited her very well. She admitted that the uniform fit her perfectly. Afterward, he handed her the contract and asked her to go around to the others and talk to them. She admired the seal on the document. A couple of days later, the other maids were showing Lily how to do the job, and she was warned that she had to clean the windows perfectly. This is necessary so that when Alex approaches the window, his face is perfectly visible. So the windows must be cleaned by the end of the shift, because the main thing is not speed, but quality. The girls suggested having tea after Lily finished work. Alex, passing by, thought that the new maid was doing well for now. One of the girls announced that she was planning to return to the palace. The hero thanked her for a job well done and for everything she did for him. At that moment, she decided to ask about Lily. Eliza noticed she was a nice girl and asked him if he'd seen her soul. It turned out Alex had already told her about his ability to see souls and replied that he was surprised Lily had been reincarnated as a commoner, even though she was a B rank. Eliza added that interesting girls flocked around him. She noticed that more and more girls were appearing before the master as if to gain his favor. Alex replied that he was glad about it, but Eliza decided to give him some advice. She announced that it was Owen, and it would be better if he sent her back. The hero didn't understand what to do with Chosen after the Empress's advice. Chosen herself was angry that Lily had become the master's maid. She thought it was unfair. The heroes arrived in the village of Sonnet, where the village children were jumping from a high building. Alex and some other people applauded the boys' jump. It's called a coming-of-age ceremony. The old man explained that it's a village tradition. As soon as someone turns 10, they have to jump off a cliff without a safety net before becoming an adult. Alex's father concluded that it must depend on courage. He found this interesting. He thanked the old man for the invitation, but Viscount Memba replied that he, on the contrary, should thank them for their concern for Agnes. Even the girls looked serious, because those who made it through this would be considered adults and eligible for marriage. Some likely came to choose partners. They don't want to be the last to receive a house or a field, so they take the choice seriously. It's quite a serious ordeal. Kokufa-sama was invited for the occasion. Alex's father was open to his son's participation, and the hero himself wanted to help. The boy asked how Chosen was doing. His father replied that since she was taking every opportunity to get closer to the Lord, he had decided to keep her at the estate. Her father asked why he was asking. She thought the punishment was over. But Alex was actually still thinking about it. Eliza had simply advised him to return her to her parents. But the man said he couldn't do that, because if he actually did that, people would doubt his generosity. Alex wondered if, even if this was advice from the Empress herself, there were other nuances. He'd have to make a decision soon. His father said he'd support him no matter what. A boy who'd just completed the test passed by. The hero thought that the boy was asking her to marry him, and he noted to himself that they looked good together. Suddenly, the girl took on the appearance of a soul leader. People around him began to scatter and scream in terror. Alex watched with surprise and seriousness. At that moment, a hand appeared in front of him, shielding him from the monster. It was Chosen. She jumped out in front of the master, preventing the monster from hitting him. Taking advantage of the moment, Alex used his soul transmigration magic. People began to thank the Vice-Emperor for his help. The girl became human again, and the monster disappeared. Chosen declared that this was quite natural for her master. The boy exhaled heavily and lowered his head. A moment later, the heroes found themselves in the estate. Alex was shouting at the maid, asking what she was doing in Sonnet Village, to which the girl replied that he himself had ordered her to serve his lord, but that he was still her master, so she could not be too far from him. Alex pointed out that by entrusting her to his father's care, he meant that she should obey his orders equally with those of her master, so she had disobeyed him. But Chosen began to panic, because she hadn't planned anything like this. The hero thought to himself that if he drove her away now, she would start doing all sorts of dangerous things to get closer to him. That could be dangerous. Her admiration for her master was genuine, and he wanted to reciprocate those feelings. Chosen has excellent manners. If only she learned to be a proper maid, she might change. Then, Alex began his speech by admitting that he had begun to consider firing her as a maid. but he still wanted to give her a second chance. The hero decided he wanted to teach her how to be a maid, even though she thought she'd already mastered it. The boy replied that that method was too gentle for her. From now on, he and Amelia intend to thoroughly train her in all the skills of a maid. Encouraging the girl, she added that she would undoubtedly become a decent maid. Alex's father noticed he was useless there. The boy apologized for not discussing it with him, but he replied that it was all right, since she was Alex's maid anyway. Suddenly, guests arrived. Two unfamiliar girls entered the estate. It turns out they are the younger Chosen sisters. Alex and his father were surprised that they came to them. Chosen announced that her sisters also wanted to be his maids. The girls stated that they received permission from their father, saying that being close to him was the greatest happiness. Alex's father confirmed everything. Xiao Mei's internship began. Alex announced that from now on, Xiao Mei would be under his care. The old man asked him to take care of her during her internship. Alex replied that he could count on him. People whispered that the girl would be under the vice president's care himself. It turns out, he's very popular. The hero added that she was the only one he would take on for an internship. He picked her up and asked her to hold on tight. Then they flew into the air. The guy noticed something was wrong. Someone has attacked the common people below. They must help them. The hooligans said that these girls were causing them trouble and ordered them to just surrender. Suddenly, Alex became blunt about the girls. The hero asked them to calm down, as they were simply passing by. He suggested simply tranquilizing the bandits. The girls didn't believe he was the real Alexander Carlyle, but then he showed them the document. They made sure that it was him. One of the girls introduced herself. Her name was Zara Barrio. It turned out they were on their way because she wanted to help, but the escape of Her Majesty Princess Lycia Silvermoon. She admitted that the Kingdom of Silvermoon had been a vassal of the Empire since they swore allegiance 100 years ago. However, the king didn't care and sought independence. The princess does not want to break ties with the empire. She only wants to protect her kingdom, to protect the sacred land. The sacred land is the land where the Silvermoon royal family resides. Those who live there enjoy eternal youth. The previous emperor attacked their lands, seeking eternal youth for himself. But it turned out that only members of the royal family could possess it. Now they see this as a good opportunity, as many are rebelling against the empire, but their army is incapable of resisting. If war breaks out, many people will suffer. They didn't have much time left. The previous emperor had subjugated many surrounding countries by force. When Eliza ascended the throne, she loosened her grip, probably because Silvermoon had begun to rebel. Alex thought it was worth asking her what she thought about it. He asked Eliza for her opinion. The girls were frightened when the maid emerged from the ground. Eliza announced that she believed the emperor would grant them refuge. Furthermore, if Silvermoon did start a war, they would clash on the battlefield. In the meantime, Alex offered to protect them at his place. The princess was worried he'd let this slip when they'd discussed it nearly 100 years ago, as if they'd seen it themselves. The hero replied that she was Leech Silvermoon and that she would be turning 256 this year. The boy called out to Agnes. He announced that he had returned. The maid noticed that he had brought guests. The hero replied that they would be staying at the estate for a while, and he also asked if anything had happened while he was gone. Agnes warned them there had been problems with the plumbing, so they were currently busy repairing it. The hero apologized for interrupting her work. Then the guest suggested that Alex's magic might help. The princess asked if this maid was Agnes's member, to which she received a positive answer and asked if she knew her. Lyce replied that she had occasionally visited Viscount's member, although the last time they met, she had been very young. In her eyes, she had changed dramatically. The princess suddenly felt ill. Alex ran up asking what had happened. Then she asked her assistant for a bottle. It was water from the earth's springs. When a princess leaves the land, she doesn't receive any strength from them, so she becomes ill. This is a negative reaction to eternal youth. If the water runs out completely, their escape could end badly. Alex began to think. He intended to inform the emperor about this, but waiting for an answer would take several days. He needed to hurry and provide them with water supplies. Alex invited them into the rooms they could use. The girls admitted they needed nothing more and thanked him. He just asked to pour some of this water. This water held considerable power, and he intended to search for something similar in the vicinity of the capital, Silvermoon. He eventually found something and was about to connect the pipe to the spring and pass energy through it. He drew this power from the sacred land. He created a protective barrier here, so he would successfully create sacred ground. The girls were amazed that he could do something like that. Alex arrived in the kingdom of Silvermoon. They needed to take action to prevent war with Silvermoon. The kingdom's king, Aurora Silvermoon, greeted Alex warmly. The hero mused that they had come there for a specific purpose. Yesterday, a maid brought a message from the empress that she leaves the decision of this matter to him. Alex was glad that the message was verbal, because if the empress had sent a written message, it would have had to be dealt with officially, perhaps with the help of the imperial army. The maids were worried about the war, but the master reassured them that the empress had asked him to handle the matter personally, so he would handle it himself. He said they could first consider that the empire could not recognize their independence. If they did, other vassals would also begin demanding independence. The guy decided that there was a lot to think about. He suggested that they sit down and think about how to proceed further. He needed to calm the girls down. At first, he wanted to start a rebellion within the Silvermoon Kingdom. According to what Eliza said, the kingdom's army has not yet marched on them, in which case he can provoke a civil war so that their military power cannot start a war with the Empire. Alex thought anyone would hate the idea of their compatriots fighting each other. He assured Princess Silvermoon that he would act quietly and try to ensure the least possible number of casualties. Since the main character is the king, Alex suggested that the princess decide for herself what to do with him. The princess said she'd leave it to him. Then the hero began to wonder if he needed a pretext to leave for the kingdom. He asked the girl if it was true that her kingdom was famous for its golden apples. She replied that it was true. They grow on sacred ground, and as they grow and never fall, these apples only become more delicious over time, even over many years, which is what makes them so valuable. The hero decided he wanted to present them to Her Majesty, and to do so he needed to travel to the kingdom itself. With this pretext, they set off for Silvermoon. They were taken to the tree on which these golden apples grew. Alex said he'd never seen anything like it, so beautiful and powerful that he was ashamed to pick even one. But the king replied that he didn't mind, since it was a gift for the empress herself. The hero asked the king if he could try it, and after a positive answer, he handed the apple to Eliza. The king then asked why the hero had given the apple to the maid. The boy replied that of all the maids, she was closest to Her Majesty, so he wanted her to try it. He added that Eliza knew exactly what flavors the empress liked. After his words, the king was not opposed to Eliza trying the apple. She took a bite. Eliza replied that the empress would definitely like this apple because it was incredibly tasty. At that moment, the hero picked up a bag and held it to the apple. The king said it was unnecessary since the insects wouldn't bother them anyway. But Alex replied that he had done it for someone else and asked Eliza to try another apple. After taking a bite, the girl fell to the ground, saying that she would melt from the taste. The king didn't understand what had happened. The hero explained that time flowed much faster inside the bag. In sacred lands, apples never rotted, so they always ripened with time. He gained this ability along with his divinity. The king said it was incredible, as the apple was now tastier than any 300-year-old one. Alex admitted that this was the reason the empress had sent him here. Now they mustn't suspect him, even if he stayed in the kingdom for a while, somewhere on sacred ground. The people discussed among themselves that Alexander's appearance had led them to believe their plan had already been discovered. They now had to proceed with extreme caution, even though the apples he'd given them were delicious. They decided to do everything possible to ensure he left in a good mood. People were ordered to continue preparations while no one was around. Alex thanked Eliza for her help and asked 2 more girls who were hiding to come out. The princess admitted she never imagined she'd be moving in someone's shadow, and the hero replied that it was safer that way since no one would recognize her. He approached Dorothy to check on the situation. She replied that they were preparing provisions and weapons and said they would set out immediately after finding the princess. Lecce asked who it was, and he explained that it was his spy. It seemed the people were determined to rebel, and that means they have to go and let themselves be caught for a while. Alex was heading home right in the middle of the operation. He thanked the king for not only giving him the golden apples, but also providing him with security. The king replied that it was for his safety, and asked him to convey his sincere wishes to Her Highness. The hero said goodbye to the king, But at that very moment, one of the servants ran up, shouting at the king. He was informed that they had captured Lise. The girl stood next to the guard. The king asked what had come over her. 2 days later, Dorothy returned to Alex with news. The kingdom had prepared an army of 3,000 men for an attack, and as Alex had guessed, they planned to pass close by. Alex realized that making this refuge here was the right decision. She replied that it was nothing to her. Someone from the side called out to the master. The girl was worried about whether the princess was really safe now. She was worried about what he had planned by giving the girl to them. She was beginning to think he had betrayed them, but the hero explained there was nothing to worry about. They had the soul of a real leash, but her body was not real. If she was in danger, he would immediately return her. He began to ask how significant an army of 3,000 was for the kingdom and what percentage of the total it represented. The girl replied that it was a large portion of the army, most likely around 1,000 remained to defend the lands. He then turned to Eliza, who said the Empire's army was considerably larger. He thought to himself that Lycie was right to be afraid of this. At this rate, the kingdom's army would suffer great losses, and they had to be stopped. Eliza asked what he intended to do, whether it wouldn't be easier to simply neutralize them. Alex decided he couldn't take on something so serious, although his maid thought it was worth it. He wanted to avoid his interference, as it would create considerable problems for Her Majesty. Eliza replied that she had no objection, adding that the Empress would likely respond that way. He thought to himself that he would still start with a civil war. The Lord intended to influence the warriors' minds. Using magic, he made the soldiers doubt the necessity of war. Every soldier had his doubts. Using magic, Alex commanded 3,000 warriors to return to the sacred ground. The warriors turned around abruptly, believing that those who remained on the sacred land belonged to the Leash faction, and that they were now obliged to reclaim their lands. The girl asked him what he'd done to make them turn around, but he merely pointed out the thought. The remaining warriors belonged to the Leash faction and were planning to seize power in his absence. The army simply had to retreat, as they couldn't afford to lose any more power. The girl realized that a civil war would then break out. The hero explained that many of them would be wounded, making it impossible for them to raise a sufficient army again. He also tried to convey the idea that compatriots should not fight to the death. Eliza said she expected him to anticipate their every move, but he admitted that redirecting so many people was exhausting, and he needed to work on his magic. He thought to himself that the stage was set. He wanted it all to end there. But it was still too early, and besides, Li Shay was still in captivity. The hero was about to move on to the next step, Mount Ichichi, on the other side of the empire. Someone stood before the beast, declaring that they had finally found it. It was Alex. The snake attacked him and the hero was forced to use his weapon. He needed to finish off the giant snake skin to move on to the next part of the plan. In some tavern on sacred ground, the heroes began to penetrate deep into the city. Shouts and quarrels erupted in the streets of the kingdom. The girl overheard a conversation about someone experiencing severe pain due to an ointment. It turns out that a new ointment has recently appeared in town that makes people scream in pain, but it's actually very effective. The ointment has incredible tissue regeneration properties, allowing one to regrow an arm or cure blindness. The girl found it strange that people used it even when they were in such pain. But they told her that many people were wounded during the Civil War, so everyone was grateful for this ointment. Alex admitted he'd obtained the skin of a huge snake and used it as a salve. It was so painful that people would faint, but it healed everything. Since they'd gone into battle after being healed, he'd made the salve as painful as possible. He sent such a medicine to each of the sides. Now they will not be able to fight. For the next step, they need Li Shay. The hero was going to return her soul back to her body using magic. The princess didn't immediately realize where she was. Alex replied that she was in the kingdom's shopping district and asked if she recognized him, to which she replied, yes. Eliza worried that Zara would panic when she saw the body was missing, but Alex had already warned her. Li Shay realized that since he had summoned her, the preparations were complete. Now they were going to proceed as planned. The princess replied that she understood a hospital in the kingdom. People were talking among themselves about the magic ointment. People were very surprised when they saw the princess enter the hospital. Li Shay pointedly cut her finger. After this, the pain of all the warriors instantly passed. They panicked, thinking that it was the magic of the royal family, that it was the blood of the princess that was healing them. The soldiers couldn't understand whether she'd unraveled the ointment herself. Then the girl explained that she understood their contempt. She had recently been a prisoner, and she couldn't simply stand by while her people fought among themselves, so she waited for the moment when she could escape. Though it pained her to lie to her people, it was for their own good. But the warriors didn't believe her. They thought she'd gotten scared and fled. Then she asked them if they would show up in the city in that case. Still, when she arrived in the city, she was surprised that people were suffering from the pain of this ointment. She had created it long ago. Someone must have entered the room and spread it. But this ointment is unfinished. How could they have noticed that there was no pain if the ointment was mixed with her blood? So she couldn't make it, and because of this she lost hope of spreading it. But the fact remains that this ointment was made for her. So, she decided to take responsibility and donate her blood. She was exiled from the country for speaking out against the war. But she can't ignore those who are suffering. She needs to appeal to her father's reason to stop it. She assumed none of them had wanted to fight in the first place. They must have noticed there was no reason to. If only the citizens of this country believe in her, she will show that she can change her father's mind. One of the soldiers shouted that he believed her. Everyone was grateful for her speech and was ready to believe her. The warriors cheered. Eliza, peeping through the window with Alex, remarked that she had been very persuasive and that they would follow her now. Alex added that the painful ointment probably also helped weaken their will to fight. The rest is up to Lich, but the hero is confident she'll succeed. A third party shouldn't interfere anymore. Eliza noted that, thanks to the ointment, there were almost no casualties. The hero said that the Empire currently has a very peaceful government, and he hopes it won't make any rash decisions. But there are many other kingdoms that harbor grudges. Noticing Eliza's strange behavior, he told her that he wouldn't mind lending her a helping hand if needed, but she is the ruler of this empire. He advised her not to forget this. The girl thanked him. After that, everything returned to normal, thanks to Licha. A few days later, she invited the hero to the sacred grounds to express her gratitude. It seems they've discovered Eliza's true identity, which is why she's now in his shadow. It seems to him that this world is moving in a good direction. A voice told him that this time he had saved tens of thousands of people, but that was precisely what was bad. The angel said that he could die right now or live, giving in to his secret desires. The angel repeated that he could die now or live, giving in to his secret desires. From the shadows, Eliza said she needed to hear it too. She wanted to know everything in detail. Angel agreed since the Empire was also involved. Owitz asked why he had to die. The angel replied that his soul had been upgraded. Immediately after reincarnation, they began testing the soul as if it were a D rank. Then, the rank rises and falls as one lives their life. And even someone like him is no exception. But even though he is only 13 years old, he has already reached the SSSS rank, considering that Alex did it quite naturally, but too quickly. The angels don't know what will happen if it continues to grow. They were thinking about what to do about it. They don't know the danger this could pose. Eliza realized that Angle wants him dead, to shed those ranks, or for Alex to live without further developing his abilities, but rather to degrade them, following his secret desires. Angel replied that it would be the quickest solution. But Alex replied that he couldn't commit such atrocities. Angle was upset. The hero thought he was causing her a lot of trouble. Then she replied that it didn't necessarily have to be evil. For example, he could have descended into debauchery with alcohol and women. For example, if he had a harem where he only hugged girls and did nothing else, he could lower his rank to C. Furthermore, he could even have angels in his harem. The hero thought that if they were in such a desperate situation, then he was sure that this was a big problem for them. He would like to do everything in his power. He apologized that he couldn't die or live selfishly. He still had much to do, so he wanted to live as usual. Angle panicked and asked him to stop saying such things. Something strange happened. Everything around went dark. Angle ordered the heroes to flee immediately. The heroes were thrown away from each other. Eliza screamed, asking the angel what it was. She replied that it was divine punishment. Alex felt his skin burning and his insides freezing. The force was too overwhelming. He was bearing it with difficulty. Eliza questioned the angel about divine punishment, but all she could answer was that it was the judgment of her deity. She was not allowed to say more as he outranked her. Due to divine punishment, Alex will be forcibly reincarnated. The hero, remembering all his adventures, resisted divine punishment. He could not die just like that. Using his sword, he dispelled the darkness. The angel guessed that the hero had stopped the divine punishment. Alex didn't understand why they really intended to kill him. Angel asked if Alex was okay. She could hardly believe he was still alive. But the hero asked how Eliza was, as that was more important to him. She had been affected by the force and fainted. Angel begged the hero not to move, but Alex wanted to heal Eliza. The hero didn't listen to the angel. He wanted to heal the girl, but he'd spent all his mana and couldn't use healing magic. The angel warned that if his mana ran out completely, his mind and soul would be consumed. A consumed soul cannot be restored. In such a case, it would be completely destroyed, with no possibility of reincarnation. Alex thought it was dangerous in his current exhausted state, but he still intended to save Eliza. He scratched his hand, saying it was a medicine that converted blood into mana. The medicine he created in Silvermoon could be used in the same way. His head was spinning from the loss of blood, but he pulled himself together and used magic on Eliza. If it weren't for the Lotus Mono Restoration, it would have been much worse. Eliza woke up. Even her clothes were restored. Afterwards, Alex asked Angle to tell him about the divine punishment. He didn't force her to speak, though. After all, she had a position to take care of. Angels descended from the sky. The heroes were terrified. Angels with weapons headed straight for the hero. He felt as if he was being pulled to the ground. He was glad that he did not take the full force of the blow. Alex began to fight the angels, attacking him. For some reason, he couldn't just dodge it. Having struck one of the angels with his sword, he realized that they were worthless. Eliza screamed that they had to retreat, that he couldn't stand it much longer. He thought to himself that these angels were no stronger than divine punishment. If they wanted to wipe him from the face of the earth, they would have used it again. Since they weren't doing that, he couldn't use it again. Even if the hero escapes, he can never hide from the god himself. First, he must fight them off. He asked his sword of wisdom to tell him about the four-winged angels. Four-winged angels are warriors without souls, each wing having its own function. The first remembers commands, the second is responsible for attacks, the third is responsible for defense, and the fourth absorbs souls. Alex realized he couldn't deal with them easily because they lacked souls. He struck the wings of the soulless puppets, causing them to fall to the ground. Afterwards, all the angels stood up again. Eliza guessed they were waiting for orders. Since Alex had cut off the wing that gave the angels orders, they were no longer moving. The girl said that's why they follow him now. Alex admitted that Her Majesty, as always, exceeds all expectations. Angel didn't understand what would happen next, but she didn't like what was happening. A strategy meeting to combat the god. The men looked at the angelic puppets and were surprised that they now obeyed Alex. There was no point in making them ordinary warriors, so it was better if they obeyed Astaroth. The man added that Alex needed to slay some gods, not just angels, or his life story would be boring. Then the hero couldn't take it anymore and kicked them out of the office. After that, he pulled Angel out of the shadow. He asked if she felt cramped there. She replied that it was terribly warm there. The hero silently thought that since they didn't know when the next attack might occur, they reported to Laika that the meeting would have to be postponed. By that time, they had already returned home. Alex thinks the next punishment will be in 7 days. According to the legend of creation, God created the waters and the earth by sending lightning. This lightning of creation struck 7 times every 7 days, for a total of 49 days. According to the Sword of Wisdom, the lightning of creation and the lightning of punishment are one and the same. Therefore, they most likely won't be attacked for another 7 days. They need to figure out what to do during those 7 days. Eliza said they should think about Alex and even plan to kill God during those 7 days. The hero said that was unnecessary. They simply needed to somehow protect themselves from punishment. He thought why God wanted to reset his rank, but Alex didn't want to kill God. Because he likes the world today. A world where good people are rewarded and bad people are punished. Where everyone does their best to make life better than it was before. And where everyone helps each other. He likes these people and this idea. If he defeated God, this system could collapse. Eliza said that was just like him. So he wanted to come up with a more prudent way to protect himself so that this wouldn't be a problem for them. Eliza was about to leave for the palace. She finally asked if they knew why he wanted to lose his rank. God probably feared that Alex would surpass him, that his position as the highest being in the world would be lost. Eliza thought this was rather vulgar of him. She thinks Alex is much more suited to the role of God. Alec himself thought to himself that he had tried to remain calm in front of Eliza, but he needed to become stronger to block this. He didn't know if mana training alone would be enough, and when he blocks again, there's a high chance that everything around will be severely damaged. The girl asked if Alexama was worried about something. He replied that it was a little, but it didn't matter. The girl replied that it was rare to see him like this. She thought something terrible had happened, but she didn't think she could help. Alex replied that he should watch Angie practice magic. The girl was eager to know what was bothering him. He replied that he would think much more calmly if they behaved as usual. Angie replied that she was working on converting other people's mana into her own. Then the gentleman asked the girl to urgently use healing magic on him. She said his magic was much stronger, but the boy didn't care. She did as he ordered. A wall of poisonous magic appeared before them. Alex thanked the girl. 7 days later. The time had come for a new bolt of divine punishment. Alex asked Eliza why Angie was there, but the Empress replied that he should have told her everything, but the hero simply didn't want to worry her further. Eliza said that might be true on his part, but that's precisely what was causing her even more concern. Then Alex apologized to Angie. At that very moment, divine punishment begins again. Alex raised himself in front of him in order to endure this blow. Flowers on the ground began to bloom. Eliza assumed it was the blocked energy of divine punishment. Alex asked Astaroth what she thought of it, and she replied that it was undoubtedly magnificent. Then he left it to her. The hero admitted that the idea had struck him that if a force was too great to block, it could be transformed into something useful. At first he tried to use it to bring abundance to the land, so flowers began to bloom. This idea was given to him by Angie. The girl was glad that she was useful to him. 10 days later, the third divine punishment arrived. They likely altered the time, hoping to catch the hero off guard. Eliza thought it was rather ironic, Alex turning what should have killed him into fertilizer for the soil. They must be furious right now, since this was adding to his good deeds. Alex admitted he doesn't think about it that far ahead, but simply does what he wants. Eliza is sure he'll figure something out. Afterward, there was no trace of the fourth punishment. The hero said he expected such a reaction that they realized it wouldn't work anymore. Eliza added that after all, they are all vulgar creatures there. People who know the taste of honey and expect it for nothing. A difficult fate awaits them. She is sure they should figure it out themselves. Alex asked if this was true, and Eliza replied that many people around her thought so. The hero finds her convincing, except for the part where she calls God vulgar. The girl suspects that if the punishment returns, it will only add to his good deeds, so they're unlikely to send any more lightning bolts. The boy decides that's the end of it. Then, he needs to think about what to do next. Consider other options based on events. Angie apologized for keeping them waiting. She brought Alexander a bag of food. Eliza asked Tim why he needed it. He had a good idea. He prepared this bag just in case there is enough food inside to last all the inhabitants of Alexander's alliance territory for several years. Then he added some dirty water. The girls shouted that this was a waste of food. He agreed with them that he had just ruined food for hundreds of thousands of people. Eliza said that he had done something so terrible that she, as Empress, would never in her life have done such a thing. He tested his divine magic in front of the mirror. After this maneuver, his rank was indeed lowered. If he does this regularly, he'll lower his rank. He'll also need to think about what to do in the event of a real food shortage. The angel was delighted with the hero's actions. Eliza said he shouldn't have gone so far for such a vulgar god, though she thinks he's right. Alex thinks that as long as he can lower his rank without harming people, that should be enough. Besides, even if they try to kill him, he will not abandon anyone in trouble. Alex, becoming SSSS rank, was just a byproduct of his actions. He only did those things because he loved to help. The Empress thought that the higher powers, on the contrary, were simply clinging to their illusions. The longer they waited, the greater the difference would grow. Finally, Angel could return home. The girl asked if he had anything else in mind. If he kept doing good deeds, it wouldn't be enough at this rate. But so far, he hadn't come up with anything. She suggested that he go on an extravagant binge and use his money to live in luxury, and you replied that Alex always does everything himself. Moreover, the hero does not think that wasting his money will be considered a sin. The girl said that they were talking about buying not only here. She promised to explain tomorrow if he came alone to the designated place. Eliza changed her clothes. Alex asked why she was dressed like that. She asked him not to reveal her identity just by looking at her. but he said he would have recognized her no matter what she looked like. The girl replied that it didn't matter and told him to get into the carriage. Then the guy asked where they were going to go. Eliza replied that they were going to the girl's estate. She explained that if he bought himself a woman, it would be considered a sin. Alex admitted that he would never have thought of such a thing before. The hero wasn't opposed to crossing that line. He asked if she would come with him too. Eliza explained that she was his companion, but if she wasn't around, they could try to escape with him. Overall, she wasn't opposed to being with him. They are going to do bad things tonight. The heroes were asked to sit down, calling them Aresama and Aresama. The girl thanked them for their visit. Alex was surprised to be called by a fake name. Eliza replied that it wouldn't hurt. The woman said they could choose any girl they liked. The hero thought she was speaking too calmly. Aaliyah replied that they chose each one because they decided to spend a lot of time in decadence. Alex thought they were all looking at them expectantly. He told Ara that, of course, he had come with the same intention, but he will dare to choose someone. He invited the girls to have tea together. He used the best tea leaves and tea utensils, so it should be luxurious. Eliza asked him to wait a bit. Then the hero asked, "Isn't he doing something wrong?" He took advantage of her offer and money without making any choice. He doesn't know if it will work, but so far he hasn't let anyone down. Alex advised the girls not to hold back and eat whatever they wanted. The girl hiccuped and spilled hot tea on the hero's shirt. She bowed and apologized to him. Alex said everything was fine. She asked him to give her an opportunity to show what she was capable of. By way of apology, she said she would do anything. But Alex had settled down and was starting to feel uncomfortable. He asked if she really wanted to be liked. The girl replied that she could earn money that way, but she didn't want it for the money. She dreams of earning enough to go to school. She wants to learn to read. Her main dream is to read all the books in the world. She wants to study everything and know everything. Alex thought to himself that she just wanted to study. San also wanted to learn how to write her name beautifully. Going to school here is quite expensive, and she seemed determined to work anywhere for that purpose. He thought she definitely had a thirst for knowledge. The hero handed her an apple and asked her to try it. He said it was the fruit of knowledge. If she ate it, she would learn to read and write and acquire new words. The girl was afraid to just take this gift from him, but Alex insisted that he was her client and he liked her. He thought that was enough. The girl took the apple and was delighted. He handed her a piece of paper with his name written on it. She managed to read it and was very happy about it. Now reading books would be no problem for her. Someone clapped their hands. It was an irritated Eliza who confronted the hero about him helping people again. At first, Alex didn't understand what had happened. After a while, they concluded that doing bad things isn't so easy. Eliza suggested a new option, skipping work. She suggested going on dates and spending a ton of money on gifts. This should earn him a few points for lust and greed, but that's just her opinion. Alex admitted it didn't sound like a sin, but Eliza replied that he was too easygoing, so everything should be fine. Alex agreed that there was still time. Then she suggested to him that they would think together about what he should do when he had accumulated enough good deeds. The hero confessed to her that he was glad that she was next to him. When the heroes were about to leave, the girl ran up to them. She wanted to thank them even though she was fired. Now she would be able to read and write. The girl said it was thanks to Alexander Sama. The hero himself and the Liza were very embarrassed after she said she'd been fired. He asked her what she would do now. She replied that she would go home now, that someone needed to keep an eye on her, but that her options were now much greater. The gentleman thought she had great potential. Since she was coming home, he had something he wanted to discuss with her. The girl couldn't believe the hero's proposal. Alex asked if Eliza would mind if they stopped by on the way, and she agreed. She thought for a moment and said that she understood everything. The guy suggested she try writing down her name. She agreed. It turns out her name was Marie Curie. The heroes arrived in the village. Marie shouted to her sister that she was now home. The girl in front of them turned around and a huge layer of dirt appeared on her face. She immediately ran away. The girl, screaming, asked who it was and why Marie had brought him. She tried to calm her sister down to assure her that Alex was a kind person. Alex thought it was probably a curse for the sins of a past life. She'd had that face since birth. But the hero was more interested in the high rank of her soul. You'd hardly find anything like that in the area. He assumed her sister was doing a lot of good things. Her next life would likely be amazing. Eliza wondered what had really happened, but this girl always helped others without sparing herself. But she suffers from this. wondering if it is hypocrisy to do good deeds for the sake of well-being in the next life. Her sister asked her not to tell anyone about this. The hero believed that prosperity in the next life was no mere hypocrisy. He offered to cure her. He believed that her soul's rank was proof that she had atoned for all her sins. Now she should be happy and okay. Alex really did heal the girl with his sword. The girls themselves did not believe what was happening. Marie ran up to her sister and hugged her tightly. When her sister asked what had happened, Marie held the mirror up to her so she could see her new reflection. She couldn't believe she was seeing her true face for the first time looking at Alex. She asked who he was. The dirt appeared on her face again and disappeared again. Eliza asked what that meant, to which Alex replied that he had intentionally not healed her completely. He asked her to take a closer look at her face. The Empress said it was cleaner than before. He copied the result. The curse will appear from time to time, but will eventually disappear, and each time it will become less and less. He was sure that given how much good she had already done for others, it would only be fair if something good happened to her too. She thanked him sincerely. Marie reassured her sister. The heroes were surprised she was still crying. Alex said she'd been through a lot. Besides, he was now beginning to understand why Marie worked for money. Looking at this house, he could easily imagine how badly people treated them. Sister Marie asked how she could thank the hero. He asked again. Whatever then, she began to tell him that she had been in hell until now. For her, he was God who had saved her from this hell, and she would do whatever he asked to thank him. He agreed, citing the fact that he would watch how her curse progressed. To begin with, he appointed Marie as his secretary, and he explained that a secretary is someone who replaces the duties of a scribe for the nobility. Since she has memorized the letters, she will be able to study and practice at the same time. The girl happily agreed. He'd first like to introduce Lily to someone and then explain everything. He'd like them both to pack their things and move into his mansion. The girls were embarrassed when they heard about the mansion. They realized Alex was a member of the aristocracy. He then decided he needed to reveal his real name. As soon as Alex said his name, the girls immediately realized that he was that very Mr. Carlyle. The girls were surprised by the size of Mr. Carlyle's mansion. Alex called the maid Agnes. He asked her to take the two girls together to a spare room. Agnes understood the master's order. She led Marie into the room. Lily stayed with Alex for now because he wants to introduce her to someone. The man said that he would call, but in the meantime, the gentleman could wait in his office. The girl ran up to Eliza, asking if she was Mr. Carlyle's guest. Eliza introduced herself under a false name. She took the child's hand in hers and introduced herself, saying it was very nice to meet him. Lika thought they'd met somewhere before. Then she pointed to her birthmark, and Lika immediately understood who was in front of her. Lika was frightened by the Empress's disguise. Eliza told her that Alex was already in his office, and the girl was delighted that he had finally returned. When the girl entered the office, Alex greeted her. Lika asked who the girl standing next to him was. He said she would be living with them from today. Then the girl bowed before the guest and politely introduced herself to her, introducing herself by her full name, Angelica Silva. At that moment, the curse appeared on Lily's face again. Lika wanted to help the guest and asked her not to move. The girl began to worry that the treatment was not working, but a moment later the curse went away again, and Lily's face was fine. Alex said she'd keep an eye on the current. It could happen again, but there was nothing to worry about. Lika was relieved that everything was fine. Lily was surprised that the girl in front of him was not even scared when she saw the curse on her face. The girl finally calmly introduced herself to her by shaking her hand. She said that Alexama knows what he's doing, so he can be trusted. After this, Lika left the office, saying she was going to see Karamiti-san. Alex explained that Lika was his fiancée. They weren't engaged yet, but she would be his wife in the future. Lily asked if he'd wanted to introduce her to her, to which he replied that no, he hadn't. A maid entered Alex's office and introduced herself as Mia Bell. Alex talked about her. Mia accompanies him to social events. The hero suddenly remembered how he'd been offered to take Mia to receptions. Eliza had told him that in this world, the common people believed that serving a beautiful woman was a sign of nobility, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, she strongly recommended that he take Mia with him to receptions as his companion. Her appearance is flawless, and that's why Alex wants Lily to do the same. Alex asked Mia to tell her everything and help her with this, and she agreed. But Lily herself was confused. She didn't understand whether she could truly thank him with this. He confirmed it. He assumed she'd suffered greatly because of the curse, so he wanted her to have everything she wanted from now on. Soon she'd be completely free of the curse and, remaining herself, would be able to thank him. Mia began to make her guest beautiful, but beforehand she wanted to ask Mia for something. Lily would like to cut her hair, because she doesn't have to hide anymore, and she can start all over again. Alex asked Mia if he could ask her this, to which the girl easily agreed. Afterwards, Eliza insisted that Alex leave the office because it was indecent to watch the girls tidying up. Marie suddenly burst into the office with a book in her hands. She wanted to share her joy at having a library in their mansion. In the office, Marie saw Lily, made up and well-groomed. Her sister was delighted that she was so beautiful. Now even Lily could see Marie's face better. Alex agreed it suited her very well. Eliza, standing nearby, said Lily was a very capable young lady, but Lily herself didn't recognize her. Then Alex introduced Her Majesty the Empress, who's hiding here. The girls didn't quite understand what he meant by that. Marie entered the library for the first time and was amazed by the number of books in front of her. She asked if it was true that she could read all the books, which made Alex laugh since it was quite difficult to read all the books here. The hero provided her with a table and wanted her to get to work right away. The girl agreed. He asked her to copy the contents of the imperial texts on department. She repeated his instructions aloud and declared that she understood everything. Alex's father came to see them. He asked if this girl was his new secretary. Marie bowed to him and introduced herself politely. He asked for no formalities and said she should focus on her work since she worked for Alex. The hero asked what he wanted. My lord, it turns out, wanted to consult with him about the territories. Moreover, a very curious girl was watching them. The girl came with a notepad, saying she'd heard from her father that there was someone here who understood letters very well. Marie was surprised that she was calling him Daddy. She added that she was gradually beginning to write modern letters, and Marie apparently also knew the ancient ones that existed when she was born. So she thought it would be great if she could be taught how to write these letters. Alex warned her that San had a particular passion for writing and asked Marie to teach her. But Marie thought she still had little skill. At first, San was upset by her words, but Mari immediately picked up on her enthusiasm and suggested that they learn everything together, since she had the greatest interest in writing. The girls hugged. Marie warned them that she had work and was only willing to study during breaks. Alex thought they had hit it off quickly and was about to leave with his father. Milord reminded his son about the incident in the village. An irritated Chosun looked at them from around the corner. As soon as Agnes wanted to approach her with a request, Chosun immediately ran away, saying that she had business. Mia taught Lily to walk with beautiful and straight posture. A maid burst into their office. She shouted that Lily seemed new here. Chosun decided that the girl in front of her was planning to get close to the master without asking her, so Chosun challenges her. Lily didn't understand what they wanted from her. Mia ordered Chosun to calm down. The maid was ready to do anything for the master. She decided that those who did not have such determination could not accompany the master to receptions. Lily explained that she wanted to thank Alex. That was all she intended. Accepting her feelings, Alex Sama graciously offered her the job. Chosun says that the master believes in her growth and guides her with all strictness. The girls began listing Alex's qualities. He's very kind to people. He's so strong he can defeat a monster with a single blow, and no matter how busy he is, he never complains. Furthermore, Chosun added that she constantly scolds her. Mia assumed it was because the maid wasn't doing her job. Lily added that he saved her. He is always ready to give a helping hand. Lily took Chosun's hand in hers. She offered to work together for Mr. Alex. Chosun agreed. Mia stood in a stupor. When Agnes ran into the office, Chosun immediately started running away. Agnes later relayed this information to Alex and gave him the letter. The hero was surprised that she was able to cope with Chosun even though she still had sisters. The maid Lily was very happy with the appearance of her namesake. It was a letter about the state of the Silver Moon Kingdom. It seems that Rish is coping with the soldiers. The former king and his entourage are about to step down, so Laish is busy preparing to become queen. And she is going to make a thank you visit for Alex, since previous plans fell through due to uncertain circumstances. Although he told her he hadn't done anything of the sort, he thought maybe she was planning to arrive today. Li Shay approached Carlisle Sama to express her gratitude for his repeated help these days. Alex felt awkward. He thought she was exaggerating and asked her to raise her head. She objected, saying that no matter how much she thanked him, it would not be enough. He had saved so many lives that she did not even know how to thank him. Alex was surprised that the princess was ready to do anything to thank him. The hero didn't know what to do with this. The girl admitted she no longer knew how to thank him and apologized for her lack of knowledge of the customs of these parts. He asked her to calm down. She thought that since he was accepting maids, she could become one of them. But while the situation in her country was unstable, she could not leave the crown. She worries that there is no other way to thank him. Alex said that she was more than attractive, but if there was anything he could do for the kingdom, he would do it. Only then could she thank him. If she could show him a reborn country, that would be enough. She agreed. Angelica suddenly said that they hadn't walked together for a long time. Alex agreed with her. Apparently, he spends a lot of time away. Today, he decided to go on a date with Ange. After the curse incident, he's been doing bad things on a regular basis. One of them is dating multiple girls. Dating his wife was not a bad thing at first, so he skipped work to make it look like a bad deed. He thought to himself that all he had to do today was sign a couple of papers, so he would do that tomorrow. Alex admitted he gets nervous when they're alone. He likes how lively everything is when everyone's around, but there were too many people here now. He worried that it was hard on Anjae. She objected, saying that as a wife, she had a lot to learn and needed to work harder. Alex countered, saying she'd already saved his life the other day, so she was doing enough. She replied that the most wonderful thing that had happened to her today was that Alex had asked her out on a date. She asked him to arrange dates more often. He promised that it would be so. An old man in the mansion came to visit Alex. He wanted the gentleman to meet someone. He lived on his land, but what he was saying didn't sound right to him. The old man called the man he was talking about. The man apologized for disturbing them. Alex said there was no need to do so since they were not in public right now. The old man ordered him to introduce himself to his master. The man said he was Cloud White and a wizard. Alex became intrigued. The hero asked what he needed from him, and the wizard said he wanted to ask for his help. Alex asked for more details about the research. The old man ordered the wizard to provide the information and all the details to the master. Cloud asked if he knew about magic guardians. Alex had heard of them. Literally appropriating magic by the people and storing it away for when it's needed, it can be used for useful purposes. Magic storage is also often used in magical schools. It serves as a safety net in emergency situations. And he thought that life force, or in other words, a person's physical strength, could be stored. Life force among people is divided into healthy and unhealthy. He thought that sometimes they had a lot of strength. Alex agreed. If it were possible to extract life force like magic, it would be a very effective medicine. Alex agreed that this was a very interesting study, but at the moment, Cloud is trying to find a way to extract power. One day, for further research, finance will not be enough and he is not sure how far he can go. The old man asks if they can use this. He can't decide whether he can be a donor. Alex says he's right. In conclusion, it's quite useful. Then, Alex showed them his life force. He showed the wizard what he was trying to do. Cloud was worried that Alex had already done this research. This file was like the Philosopher's Stone, created by magic that had been formed and lost hundreds of years ago. The wizard was confused. He thought that if he could understand it, the research would be done. Alex added that he could extract the power magically, but not everyone could do that. They would still need to do the research. Furthermore, this theory was studied for the purpose of spare lives. Similar to a replacement, if the user loses their life or is injured, the life force is drawn from the reservoir. He was asked how this was possible. Alex explained that they didn't know yet, but it could be studied. The hero thought his guests were quite interested in the idea of preserving life. The gentleman thinks it will take a long time before this happens. He would like to sponsor this research if it will help others in the future. The wizard promised to fulfill everything. They decided to immediately build a laboratory on the Carlisle territory. Alex agreed. A girl approaches the protagonist holding a book and asks Alex what it is. The young man replies that it's an old book about witchcraft using plants. The girl pauses and repeats his remark. The young man says he told her about his involvement in researching the life vault. The girl confirms this. Alex takes the book from her hands and says it was a good start. He has a lot of knowledge and skills, but he thinks he should not only have them, but also develop them. The young man says he'd like to recreate his thoughts. The girl is delighted in size. The young man reflects, realizing that this isn't Mary's area of expertise. The protagonist recalls the Philosopher's Stone, which has now become his sword. Mentally, he is grateful for all the knowledge he now possesses. However, in the application of this knowledge, he is limited by what exists now and what existed in the past. Alex realizes that what's in the future isn't in the present. He says he has an idea and suggests doing it. A young man knocks on the door and apologizes for intruding. The heroes stand in front of a closed door. The girl says she really hopes he hasn't moved. The young man replies that he can sense people in the area. His speech is interrupted by apologies. The door opens and a tired-looking man appears. Alex asks him if this is Mr. Hal Robinson's house. The man reacts sharply, saying it's no place for children. The protagonist approaches him and asks if he's really Mr. Robinson. The young man introduces himself as Alexander Carlyle. The host begins to realize that the guests haven't come to beg for food. The protagonist denies this, realizing the man is working on a grimoire for permanent use. Alex calls him a leader in these parts, yet knows he's no longer in the lab. The man approaches him and asks who he is. The protagonist replies that he is the eldest son of Lord Carlyle. The young man says he simply wants to hear how the research was conducted. He asks firmly, "How did it happen?" The man pauses. The owner of the house then invites the heroes in. Once inside, they carefully examine the house's furnishings. Alexander looks closely at one of the objects and asks if it's really the grimoire he uses. The owner agrees, claiming it has a built-in formula for light. The protagonist realizes it's a reusable grimoire. He asks if the man is truly working to make it usable by non-magicians. The man replies that he's finished his research. He admits he would have said the information was outdated. The owner of the house is already finished with him. The protagonist asks why these are people who support magic. That's what he's trying to find out. The man replies that it's easy enough to keep it running as long as there's magical power to fuel it. He shows the protagonist a small reservoir of magical energy. He demonstrates how to insert and switch it. These actions cause a gust of wind. The man says it's convenient, but this reservoir can only last for a month. Something like this was bound to spread. People were constantly seeking magical power. He asks what happened next. Then he answers his own question, saying it's obvious that humans are monsters who can be captured, enslaved, and drained of their magical power. What if something unexpected happens? The heroes don't understand what's going on. The man says that if the protagonist is going to fly, he should tell them first. The young man apologizes and says that the altitude isn't very comfortable. He looks around and wonders where he is. He realizes he's in the village of Carlisle. The hero asks each other how it happened that the young man brought them here. He notices a flower and asks if the man recognizes it. The owner of the house looks closer and asks what it means. He cries out in horror, saying it's magical nectar. He realizes that before him is a solar flower, an ancient flower that produces magical nectar. The protagonist claims he's right and knows everything. During his magical research, when this flower basked in the sun's rays, it was said to drip nectar condensed with magical power. It was speculated that it was exterminated by monsters who sought its magical power in ancient times. Alexander leans toward the flower. The man says he's been collecting seeds containing genetic material to restore it. If they can create a magical field with it, they'll also be able to supply a stable supply of magical energy. Humans and monsters won't be sacrificed in that case. The young man stands up and says they'll see more. He asks if the man will continue his research. He replies that he doesn't know and asks if he'll take care of the flowers. The protagonist answers affirmatively. He's considering installing large magical fields in the section. The man says he'll take him with him and offers to do it together. The protagonist thanks him. He tells his partner that everything is fine, and once everything is resolved, they need to clean out the house and take everything they need. He asks if she's sure she'll be okay alone. Alexander promises to give her an assistant. The man wonders if this guy is really a child. The flowers are truly beautiful, but what is the nature of their research? The protagonist ponders and realizes it worked. A girl runs up to him and says he has a visitor. The young man thanks her. She asks if those are his flowers. The protagonist says he grew what he wanted. The heroine is delighted, saying they are very beautiful. The young man says, "These are for Angela. They look great on her." The girl thanks her friend. They hold hands and the young man says that today's guest is the one who helps them with magic, so they shouldn't forget about that. The girl agrees. The action takes place over a meal. The man thanks the protagonist, saying it was delicious. The young man replies that he's very glad he enjoyed it and thanks him in return. The protagonist asks him if he wants any additions. The man replies no, and that he's fine. He asks if it's true that the protagonist wanted this thing. The young man looks at the object and says it's a prototype. It looks very small. The man replies that it's the first prototype and asks him to darken the room a little. The protagonist asks him, "Why don't you do it tonight anyway?" The man laughs and says he doesn't know how anyone could do that. Alexander pauses. The man says he'll then place the magic cell of the sunflower. The protagonist carefully observes the actions of his comrade. The man says he needs to make his magic more effective. He asks the protagonist to help him write a magical formula. The young man agrees. It all started with a report from his father. He remembers his father saying that the crime rate in the city was rising. The city of Moloch is the capital of the Carlos Lohau territory. They can overlook the entire city from their own mansion. In recent years, many people have moved to this city in search of Alex. But not all of them are good people. The man says that the more the city prospers, the better they become at committing crimes. The protagonist admits that this is a very serious matter. His father asks if he can improve the situation. The young man replies that he will take care of it. Crime increases at night because the chances of going unnoticed are also higher. The difference between day and night is the amount of light. The man says that if they hang these grimoires all over the city, it will be as bright at night as it is during the day. But to use them all night long, a huge reservoir would be needed. He asks if the protagonist has the space for it. He points to the lower section, saying that right now they're injecting magic directly here, but it would be nice to have a direct line. He explains that it's like a water pipe that's always connected. Everyone knows the kind of pipe that rich people, aristocrats have in their houses, and when they turn it off, the water comes out. The protagonist realizes that he has created a water vein before, and if they can use it, they can connect it to the flower garden. The man asks how this is possible. He says he should have known when the magic would start to liquefy. Alexander asks what it looks like. Does he think he can do it? The man says he'd love to, but the sunflower only produces magical pollen during the day, and even if they were to draw nectar directly from it, it would only come out during the day. He explains that this grimoire only works at night. He sees no benefit from its efforts. The young man says he has only one thing. He shows a flower on his palm and says that he just finished it and called it a moonflower. The man is surprised and asks again. The hero replies that it's an improved version of the sunflower. It creates drops of magic in the moonlight. This means they can grow both and use them. Give me magical power 24/7. The man says it's wonderful. Alexander thanks him and says he thinks that settles the matter of where to put it. He decides to do it right now. He asks if his friend can continue working on it. The man agrees. Another person enters the room and apologizes for interrupting their conversation. The girl says she's brought them a second helping. Alexander says Amelia is right, and it's a good time. Now that they've come to an agreement, they need to eat. The man says he'd appreciate it. What if he's talking to the boy? The researcher asks who the girl is spying on them. The heroine apologizes, saying she just smelled something delicious. The protagonist asks if she wants to try something. Mia replies that everything is fine and she doesn't mind. Then the presentation of the finished product takes place. The hero looks around carefully. He asks if it's possible that nectar is the source of magic. She remarks that it smells delicious. The protagonist turns to Ho and says they've done a wonderful job. He thanks her for allowing him to do as much as he wanted. The man is grateful for the opportunity. After that day, the crime rate dropped significantly. The heroes illuminate the city and its future. The city streets are so vibrant. At night, it's become a magnet for people from all over the world. Men ask if it's really some kind of festival. It's a huge city full of people and energy. Overnight, history was changed. The son tells his father he's overreacting. The man asks if the magic supply is a problem. The son replies that the tanks are working perfectly. They installed them in a field to purify flower nectar. They have a pipe that runs from the tank into the basement, directly to the light. He was very surprised when he learned that Alex's idea was very good, and he had a lot of help. The man, realizing that their poppy was good, created what he needed. A girl approaches the heroes and says that Her Majesty has sent a letter to her master. The letter states that she wishes to see his achievement with her own eyes and hopes he is ready for her visit tomorrow. The father asks if Her Majesty will really come to see them. The son replies that she wants him to show her the city. The man laughs and says she's finally learned some formality. It looks like the festival is just beginning. Alexander tells his father he's overreacting. The city's residents greet Her Majesty. The girl carefully examines her surroundings and says that this is the Epiphany. This is what she told Alexander about. Her Majesty says it's like a new world. The protagonist thanks her for her kindness. The girl asks if they've named him anything. Upon learning that they haven't, she decides to give him a name. The heroine reflects on the fact that Alexander is a long name. The city will prosper if they don't name it after the father of the nation. The girl suggests calling his light Alex. The protagonist feels ashamed. He says he merely helped create it. The heroine convinces him otherwise, saying he gave the order and is giving him direction. Then it's still his achievement and history will show. She wants his name to be written into history. The protagonist agrees. From now on, this grimoire will be called Alex's Light. The girl orders Alex's name to be written in the book. A little later, the protagonist tells the author of the history book to credit his comrade as the author of this work. A few days later, the herald delivers a command from Her Majesty. He says that from now on, the hero leaves this land and settles on the lands of Avalon. The young man knows that Avalon was one of the imperial fiefdoms. In mythology, this place was called Paradise, but now it's a deserted wasteland. The only way to get around is on foot. The man says you are Her Majesty's wish, and he's sure she means well. The hero obeys. If he becomes a pioneer, it will be no different from everything else he's done. Since he left, he'd been busy handing over the job to his father 2 weeks later. They'd become a large group. The girl asks what this place is, and if everything will be all right with the food. Mary thinks she'll find lots of new books. The heroine didn't think they'd travel together. She doesn't know how long it will last. Dorothy, the maid, is in the shadow. Astaroth and the other gods and angels will be summoned there. The girl says, of course, but she'll be there too. How can she be a maid if she doesn't follow her master? She needs to return to the chosen shadow. One of the girls says she found something in the newspaper this morning. The headline says, Sir Alexander has settled in the wilds of Avalon. The girl says they need men to settle in the wild, but they have to be men who love Alex, otherwise they'll be useless. The protagonist says that's precisely why he asked for volunteers. This is uncharted territory, and the girl doesn't know if they'll be able to find anyone. Suddenly, the protagonist looks out from the balcony and discovers that everyone wants to go with him. He is glad that so many people want to follow him. If they marched in such a formation, they would go down in history. They set out. But Eliza had miscalculated people from all over the world who saw the procession joined it one by one. History books say it was a great migration of millions of people. By order of Empress Eliza, the heroes settle Avalon. The girl asks if everything is okay. The protagonist has no idea what she's talking about. He thinks it looks spectacular. The girl admits she didn't expect so many people to go there. She asks the master if something happened. She believes he will soon be expecting a child. The Viscount wishes to meet him. The protagonist agrees to meet Agnes's father. He approaches the girl, offering to go ahead and notify him when they arrive. Since they set out, they've been visited by many members of the nobility. Some of them have appeared in the newspapers, and, what's more, this procession is quite impressive. Suddenly, a girl runs up to them and says there's been a fight in the back row and there are casualties. The protagonist's assistant says she'll go with her. Alexander realizes they have few people who can use healing magic and will need help. He understands that the number of people on the journey is comparable to the population of a large country. Something always goes wrong, and there's no time to relax and enjoy the journey. He keeps an eye on the maids, but he also has to be on the alert for anything that might happen. He calls Chosen to him. The girl asks if the master has summoned her. The young man asks her to buy him some medicine if she finds a town or merchants nearby. She can tell them about him, but she'll have to pay for the goods. If she meets any doctors, she should ask them for help if needed. The girl replies that she understands. The young man thanks her and says he's counting on their help. The heroine is proud to finally fulfill the master's order. The protagonist notices that she is surprisingly calm. She usually loses control of herself. Someone calls him. The young man turns around and sees Visconti Menbaugh. The man says he's very glad the young man hasn't changed at all since February. He's glad Alexander is in perfect health. The man turns to Agnes, saying he hopes she behaves well in her new home. The protagonist eavesdrops on the conversation. One of the girls says she knows what he's doing at the newspaper. She saw one of his subordinates buying a newspaper on the road. More and more people want to go with him. They ask about food, and the protagonist explains that they don't allow everyone to cook for themselves, but they share the food equally every few days and are very grateful for it. The man says he's realized something and asks them to be careful on the way. It's not safe here now, but he hopes nothing serious happens. People approach the protagonist, saying that their comrades, who went out to get food, still haven't returned. The journey is long, of course, but they hope their friends will return soon. Alexander understands their sentiments and decides to go check, just in case. He sees his comrades and understands that they are being attacked. The protagonist shouts at the offenders to stop. The robbers ask each other who this young man is, who literally appeared out of nowhere. They think his face looks familiar. One of the men recognizes Alexander and says he didn't expect to see him here. He says his name is Guy and he is the leader of this gang of thieves. Due to a famine several years ago, their lands continued to decline and they were forced to leave them. But the surrounding villages were in the same situation, so they had no work. To survive, they turned to robbery. But he was losing more and more opportunities to return to normal work, so he simply continued to do it. If only he could work. They all hate what they do. Now the hero understands why, in his own words, he would call him a man of considerable intelligence. The young man understands that the thief uses his leadership qualities to control his men, and so he gives him a second chance. He invites the men to become his protectors. The protagonist says they are short of labor, and if they agree, he will provide them with accommodation. Guy says he doesn't appreciate his kindness, but they think the others will be happy to see them. The young man says that's not true, but he has an idea, so they don't have to worry. He says they're not going to a new place to build a new city with their own hands. The protagonist asks if he wants to start all over again. Guy says yes, of course. He sincerely thanks the protagonist. This changes the handcuffs for the criminals. They are bound by magic that will control their actions. The young man asks if there are any objections. The thieves say that if Alex said so, they've heard about the famine and will accept any help. The protagonist responds that they need a lot of security. The girl is smitten, looks at him, and thinks Alex could have hired bandits, so she thinks he's really cool. The protagonist's father finds the report and realizes the march remains a source of concern. The man reads out that they've had several assaults, a robbery, and another crime today. So the total number of crimes is quite high. The ride gets longer and longer. People get tired and impatient, and the number of clashes increases. The hunters are keeping them in custody for now, but nothing is guaranteed. The man approaches the protagonist and asks what he thinks. The protagonist agrees, saying that it is easy to expel them, but he would like to give them a chance to change their minds as much as possible, and as a deterrent to the whole situation. Amelia says that everyone is watching Alexander because they love him. The protagonist orders the guy to take the rioters to the end of the line. The man asks if it's right to put them at the end of the line. The protagonist says he wants to put them at the very end and also provide them with a few guards to prevent them from slipping ahead. Amelia asks if, instead of cutting rations, the protagonist is simply making sure they get them last. She finds that fair. The traffic cops understand that being at the end of the line means Mr. Alex isn't prioritizing them. The protagonist is happy that he understood his idea. The people following him are now eagerly awaiting their new lives. They hope he will help them improve their situation. The protagonist asks how they will feel if he puts them at the end of the line. He suggests they might be kicked out. They might not be rich or happy. The protagonist says the entire group should know about this punishment. He believes its effectiveness depends on the individual. However, if they dream of a better life, he would say it's a deterrent. Once they show sufficient remorse, they can be released. Guy is convinced this will be very effective. He says he understands everything perfectly because he used to be the same way. The protagonist asks if he was too harsh. The man replies that, in his opinion, no. He says that right now, all he needs to do is work hard to earn Alexander's trust. The protagonist asks him to make every effort. A few days later, a traffic police report on the punishment was filed, and rumors of further action spread, and they seem to have had a greater impact than expected. People gradually came to their senses, but the next problem wasn't people. A young man asks, "What's the situation?" One of his subordinates approaches Mr. Alexander. The doctor says it's terrible, but they managed to bring the temperature down. The girl introduces the doctor to the protagonist and says there are several more doctors in the next tent. The protagonist asks the doctor if he can figure out what it is. The man replies that, judging by the symptoms and the situation, he thinks it's most likely a parasite. The protagonist asks the doctor if he can figure out what it is. However, none of the existing treatments are working. There are many people here, and the protagonist knew it was only a matter of time before an epidemic or some kind of infection broke out. He offers to examine the patient more closely. The doctor asks if he has any medical training. The young man says not quite, but he'll take a look. He examines the girl. Alexander tries to heal her with magic. The protagonist says that this is a physical copy of a healthy body. So if they are looking for the difference between this and the real creature, then she has something in her stomach. The doctor asks if it will affect him. Alexander says it's a parasitic demon that feeds on the host's magic from within. The young man offers to prepare a potion to kill him. He says you must drink it all. The doctor agrees and promises to prescribe the potion to all patients. The protagonist disagrees, saying he wants the man to administer it to people who don't have symptoms. The man asks if he means it's a medicine to increase tolerance. Alexander replies that the medicine doesn't work unless it contains a demon. It stays in the body magically and isn't digested. The doctor has never heard of such a potion. The protagonist says it's because he just made it. The philosopher's stone contains only knowledge of the past and present. Since the creation of the lamppost, it has been thinking about taking it one step further. The protagonist uses his wisdom to develop the knowledge contained within the stone. He says that this medicine not only heals now, but will also heal in the future. He says that not every time you do more and more, so you should go out and give it to everyone. It was water after all. It seems the girl took the wrong water. She says she didn't suspect you were a parasite. Now that the cure has been given, they can all relax. The protagonist thanks the girl for settling everything so quickly. She replies that all this is being done for the master and for the future of their people. The protagonist stops everyone with his hand. When they arrive at Avalon, an ominous atmosphere permeates the air. The young man says he'll go ahead and check what's going on, leaving us as their assistants. They're ready to protect the people. One of the girls asks Alex to come with him. The protagonist agrees to take her with him. The girl tells the young man that she feels some kind of power. Alexander agrees with her. The girl explains that Alex said last night that they would arrive in Avalon by now. The girl wants to ask something, but the young man interrupts her. He says he's surprised she even noticed. The heroes are in Avalon. The protagonist admits he never imagined things would be so bad here. This place is completely uninhabitable. The girl asks what they should do now. Alexander says they should go back and tell the others. Suddenly, the hero notices a shadow behind them. A figure emerges from a muddy puddle. With the help of magic, the main character manages to block the blow. The predator says people are always so frightened by ghosts. The hero realizes they're looking at a miasma or a mermaid. She rushes at the main character and his girlfriend, screaming at them to leave. The young man draws a sword from its sheath. He manages to wound his opponent. The girl realizes this is their chance. However, the hero doesn't run away. They see the mermaid's body beginning to rot. The hero uses healing magic to save her. The protagonist says that the mermaid who was devouring this place has become attached to them, meaning they must do something about the environment. The protagonist realizes that he needs to find the reason why the god's power, accumulating in the earth, continues to create miasma. A friend approaches Alexander. He replies that he's fine. The young man realizes he's in deep distress. He realizes that all territories are under attack from the gods. The protagonist doesn't know why, but they won't leave the mermaid here. The terrifying energy dissipates, and the girl encourages herself that there's just a little bit left. The hero looks up. The young man's companion says she always knew Alex was amazing. He leans over to Angie and tells her she did a good job. And it seems like they've healed the wounds, but he's not sure she'll be okay. The protagonist asks her not to worry about him. He'll be fine. His partner's healing magic is the best in the world. He's sure of it. The girl smiles sweetly and thanks Alexander. Suddenly, the hero's attention is drawn to a mysterious ball from the cleared area. The heroes peer into the orb and ask each other what this pitch-black thing is. They don't understand what this sphere is that emerged from the unholy land. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes something. The girl turns to Alex. He asks her if she knows what this thing is. The heroine watches him pick it up and thinks that since he touched it, it's not dangerous. She gently touches the object and says it's cute. The girl suggests that perhaps it's covered in dirt, as if there's something inside. Alexander says she's right. A thin film is hidden, protecting the contents of this sphere. He's confident they'll soon discover its contents. But until then, he suggests hiding her somewhere. Suddenly, someone interrupts the heroes. A mermaid instantly appears next to them. She asks where they got this thing and demands that the hero be returned to where he was found. The protagonist asks her to calm down, says everything is fine. The girl demands that they do it as quickly as possible, but the boys, playing the main character, turn their attention to the sky. The young man feels a familiar feeling. God's punishment is approaching. The mermaid again demands her orb back. Alexander grabs it and holds it aloft. He yells at the mermaid to stay away. Suddenly, the sky is illuminated by a bright light. Something happens to the sphere. The mermaid, horrified, asks what he just did. The protagonist has maimed her lord. She says that her lord, whom she has protected for hundreds of years, is in danger. The protagonist says he immediately realized it was an egg. Ange was right about there being something inside. The girl asks, "What's inside?" The protagonist says that divine punishment had poisoned these lands, and this egg was intended to lift that punishment. The egg was hidden from the divine eye, so the gods decided to unleash divine punishment on these lands, hoping to find the egg. The mermaid chokes on tears and asks, who cares about that now? The protagonist's actions led to the death of her lord. She tried so hard to hide him from everyone. The protagonist says he's fine. The young man admits that it has increased his resistance. Anzi asks if he's really talking about magic resistance, like a calamity. The protagonist answers affirmatively. He explains that the dragon is the guardian of the empire. Its body is extremely resistant to magic, including healing magic, as it doesn't have complete immunity. He's an excellent training partner, but that's not important right now. Granting resistance to holy magic is difficult, but he was able to do so thanks to the divine magic bestowed upon him. The mermaid asks what this means. The protagonist replies that for now, her lord has sat down and she can check it out for herself. The mermaid examines the ball from all sides but does not find a single scratch. The girl hugs the ball, rejoicing that her lord is still alive. But the guy playing the main character says she never imagined there was such a place in the basement. The architecture of this place is simply bursting with history. The mermaid returns the ball to its rightful place. The protagonist says the air seems cleaner. The mermaid asks how he knew this. The girl replies that the lord is pleased. She hid him in a poisonous swamp, and hundreds of years later he returned to his place. In 1,000 years these lands will return to their former state. The mermaid once again thanks the protagonist for his help. The protagonist is amazed at how long they've been waiting, a significant amount of time for humans. The young man realizes he doesn't even know what they look like, but he's certain they're a long-lived species, or they belong to a god. If he is a god, then it's no wonder he lived 1,000 years. It seems to him that the creator gods often forget about other gods. Lord Avalon, would you like to meet him someday? The mermaid remembers and asks what brought them to these lands. The protagonist replies that they have come to settle here. The girl is extremely surprised. The young man replies that the resistance he's been granted will eventually wear off, so instead of protecting the egg, they could settle here. Both sides wonder what the outcome of negotiations about moving to Avalon will be. The mermaid guarding Avalon has an answer. The protagonist asks her if she'll let him settle here in exchange for protecting the egg. The girl considers this. She replies that she will never allow this because they cannot rely on people. He may be incredible now, but Alexander is still human. He has a human lifespan, and when he dies, they will attack them again. The mermaid says he has no guarantee that his people won't lay hands on the Lord. He and his people must find another place. The young man asks if they can resolve both issues. She'll let them settle here. He says he has a proposition. This throne looks like a sacred place in the kingdom of Silvarum. Apparently, this place is a sanctuary. The protagonist suggests using the power of this place to protect it. The girl asks again what that means. Alexander explains that, in other words, it's to create a barrier. She says only the gods can create a barrier against divine punishment. The young man asks her not to worry and says they've done this before. His companion confirms that they created one in the mansion when Master Alexander was targeted. The protagonist takes out the god fragments from his bag. He says they use them to create a powerful barrier, plus an anti-identification spell to hide the mood. He tries to feel the energy of the land of the Avalon Sanctuary, once called Paradise. Alexander says everything is ready. The mermaid admits she doesn't feel any changes. The young man invites her to observe. He swings his sword. The girl watches the scene in surprise. Alexander asks if she's okay. He says that's how the defense works. Attacks lose their effectiveness in this area. This barrier can't be broken by brute force, even if the gods have to work hard. The protagonist's partner rejoices and says that Alex is stronger than the god of creation himself. The mermaid stares at him in surprise. She says that now I'm clear, and she's allowing him to live here. The girl smiles and thanks him for his help. Alexander and his companion leave. On the way back, the young man says that this is a sacred place, like the sacred place of Mia's hometown. The return of people to this place was destined. At least, that's what the young man believes. The girl behind the podium asks people to put their hands in the box and pull out something. People follow her orders. A sphere flies out of the box. The man who pulled it out is asked if he should follow it. The protagonist answers affirmatively, saying he will lead him to the designated place. The man and his family run after the spear. Arriving there, he discovers the soil has the perfect moisture level for farming. He wonders if he knew they were farmers. His girlfriend says she has no idea, but she likes the place. He has an unusual way of allocating land, as if fate were bestowing it upon them. A girl from the podium announces the next person in line. The protagonist's companion says she never imagined it was possible to magically decide where to live in Avalon. Alex never ceases to amaze her. With this method, there will be no disputes over land division. The protagonist understands that finding a courtroom is a miracle. It shows and guides people to the only place where they will find happiness. Thus, no two people can occupy the same space. This is only possible at a sanctuary. It will lead a person to a place they can call home. It may be a lottery draw, but no one will complain about fate. The girl asks if the outcome of the prediction could be outside of Avalon. The protagonist replies that he thinks the magic belongs to the sanctuary. Besides, their people followed them all the way here and they wish they were outside Avalon. The girl cries out excitedly that their destiny is to become Master Alexander's people. She decides that her destined place is by his side. The protagonist thanks her. He believes that it is the girl's destiny to be happy. The action takes place the next day. The girl says that the prospectors have found a mine a few kilometers to the northwest, but the ore veins there have not yet been discovered. To the south, there is a mulberry grove. The land with a grove belongs to a family that grows silk, so they are thrilled. The population settlement has been distributed, and land development will soon begin. A river flows eastward from north to south. A family that had been ferrying for generations built a boat there. The protagonist thanks her for the report. Each person has found a suitable plot of land. They are delighted to be able to do their usual work. The rate of resource discovery is high. Of all reports, approximately a third are about new resources. Alexander says he's been thinking about it. Avalon used to be called Paradise, but he feels like they haven't found all the resources yet. The girl says that for Paradise, they're getting too few reports on the land's potential. The protagonist completely agrees. His assistant asks him not to take this as rude, but she thinks there are two reasons. The first is a lack of information, and most of the land hasn't been thoroughly surveyed yet. Another reason is that people are afraid that their valuable resources will be taken away from them. Perhaps this fear is just in the minds of the settlement. Alexander realizes she's right. If they announce they won't take away their finds, will they start sending them more reports? The young man thinks it's a good idea. He decides to do things a little differently. He offers to teach the necessary skills to those who have found resources in their lands. If they have found iron, they will teach them forging. If they have found mulberry, they will teach them silk dyes. Ideally, he would like to make it easier for their residents to work together. The day after the announcement, the girls gather around the main character. The number of reports per day has increased significantly. However, this is still not as many as Alexander had expected. The young man turns to Dorothy. She asks if there's anyone she needs to take care of. The young man shakes his head. He wants her and the traffic police to take a walk around the area. He asks them to let everyone know that his job is to take care of the land. The girl asks if they need to hide. The hero replies that their task is to survey the area. The heroine agrees. In a small detachment, they move towards the settlements. The maid apologizes and says she's entering the room. The heroes greet her. She says the girl who left the tent could only have remained in the shadows. The maid asks if the protagonist is sure she can work in a light. The young man replies that everything will be fine with her. Thanks to him, it is now easier for her to be in the world. Ever since they were assured of Avalon's safety, he sometimes calls Eliza that way. He personally escorts her home. The girl admires the beauty of this place, saying she had never had the opportunity to visit it before. The protagonist says he's thinking about going for a walk. He says he'd like to admire the scenery for himself. The maid says she can't walk around in public like this. The heroes tell her that perhaps it's worth the risk in taking a stroll like this. The protagonist's partner suggests going out like this. The maid Alexander looks at her in surprise. They decide to use the capsules. Elysia gets the red ones and Alexander gets the blue ones. After trying the capsules, something changes in their minds. Now, it becomes clear that no one will recognize them. The protagonist's assistant says she got the idea from her sister-in-law's disguise. The girl didn't expect her body to actually change so much. This potion was invented by a witch in ancient times. The protagonist explains that he made it because he thought she might be useful to them. The assistant looks at Alexander and thinks he looks very elegant as an adult. The protagonist says he'll change his clothes and change his voice a little. He suggests the girl pretend they're married. The young man leaves the room but then turns around and addresses Elysia. He says that she will be their daughter. Alexander invites his friends out. It's a real family outing around Avalon. In other images, the hero goes on a family walk to explore the area. The protagonist turns to Elysia and asks if she's seen the girl all blushing. His partner asks the girl not to worry, saying that temperature fluctuations are common at her age. She's confident the fever isn't due to illness. The little girl says that she is simply not used to walking with someone holding hands. The protagonist asks again, but the girl is embarrassed and asks him to forget about it. The protagonist observes the people in the settlement and realizes that they have made good progress. They turn their attention to Astaroth. The protagonist realizes that she seems happy. Perhaps the abundance of fertile soil lifts her spirits. Elysia asks if it's true that the fertility goddess is so powerful. Their partner asks what's going on off to the side. People pray to the figurine. They call it Master Alexander and their savior. They say he's the emperor. The girl is surprised that they consider him emperor. Elysia asks if there's anything wrong with that. The protagonist smirks and says that won't do. Rumors could spread and they need to be stopped. An old man approaches them and says that Alexander and his retinue are swindlers of the highest order. All the residents have been brainwashed. Elysia asks who he's talking about. The old man replies that they're all, of course, and they're all revered to the point of unconsciousness. The protagonist asks why he doesn't do the same. The old man replies that the only reason he followed them was so he wouldn't lose his job. What difference does it make? They'll never know. He says that Alexander and his subjects pretend to be kind to keep the populace happy, but in reality, they are heartless. He can't wait for them to show their true colors. The protagonist grins. Someone calls Alex. The girls ask if he'll really let a man talk such nonsense. They don't trust him. The protagonist says that he doesn't care if he punishes that grandfather. He could harm freedom of speech, and that damaged freedom of speech will sooner or later harm him. The previous emperors solved the problems of tyranny with debauchery. He, however, chooses to take criticism head-on, which is why his daughter Elysia was often branded an oppressor. It seems she dislikes hearing such anger directed at her. One of the girls says they come from a village in the south called Saint-Moir. It's a very warm, sunny place. The weather there feels like summer all year round. Because of this, many people from her village have gotten sick. Elysia understands that this is due to the sudden change in climate. The climate here is pleasant, but the nights are very cold. The protagonist says that some minor repairs to the houses might need to be done. He asks for some time. The girl bows and thanks. Elysia turns to her comrades and asks what can be done in such a situation. Alexander says that he will come up with some kind of cure for the cold, but it won't help with the cold. They go into the forest, and the heroine asks what they're looking for. The protagonist replies that they're looking for an ore called refaco. The noblemen's houses had underfloor heating. The girls understood that they needed to be warm and comfortable. The young man planned to install such a system in all his houses, but the floors would be too hot if done the usual way. Something like rugs and blankets is needed. Usually, to compensate for the heat, I make the floor thicker and cover it with various coverings. He plans to try a different method. He believes his method is better. Meanwhile, the heroes arrive at the scene. Alexander asks his partner to step away because it could be dangerous now. An ingot of ore is knocked out from underground. The girl asks if this is really what they were looking for. The protagonist turns to Anze and asks her to catch it. A scorching hot lump of ore lands in his partner's hand. It doesn't burn her hands, despite having just been scorched by magical fire. This ore really is perfect for them. No matter how much you heat it above a certain temperature, it still won't heat up. It's an excellent building material. The girl says they can use it to build a floor heating system. Everything went smoothly, and they need to bring this ore to the people. Now, they're finally ready for the cold. The protagonist approaches Xiao Mei and invites her to examine what they've unearthed. She carefully picks up the material and is amazed by its exquisite permafrost. The protagonist. The researchers observe this material and realize it's ready. The protagonist points out the ledge and says it's a great pity. The girl agrees, but they still think they've accomplished their task admirably. They'd managed to permanently freeze refracto. The researcher says they are now processing the material into a working product. He needs a material with smooth, flat surfaces to make it easier to work with. He wants to build a food storage warehouse using refracto and perpetual freezing. He says the protagonist scared the crap out of him with such an outrageous request. The young man laughs and thanks him for his help. Refot materials, which have heating and cooling limits, coat a refot box with perpetual ice. The temperature will drop to a level where the box won't freeze, just stay cool. He asks the man if he plans to emigrate. The researchers note that it's a matter of time, asking if this thing should be ready by summer. Alexander answers affirmatively. By the end of the summer, food will spoil much more slowly, thus reducing food poisoning rates. If the prototype is working, he asks for the development of magical technology to increase production. Hovo says the Avalon summer rests on their shoulders. He asks them not to pressure them, as magic is the key to this girl's success. The heroine promises to do everything in her power to help them. The man asks to leave the design to him. The protagonist is confident that Xiao Mei can handle it. He asks what about working in stages. The girl asks them to wait a little. The protagonist's assistant asks him if he'll sell the project to the Empire once he's finished. The young man replies that he'll give it to her. That was his original plan. The girl clarifies that he won't give it to her, but rather sell it. She says that the invention of the Vice-Emperor's apprentice and the magician who created Alex's light is the perfect advertisement and his chance to make a name for himself. The protagonist laughs and asks if she's still insisting on it. He thanks Eliza for her trust. The girl says that the main character fully deserves him. The heroine is delighted and says that Avalon is turning into a real city. The protagonist says it's amazing. She completely agrees. The hero notices Alex's lamppost. Since he's here, he'd like to ask the how to build more. The girl thinks Avalon will be a vibrant city. The protagonist asks if this place will become a square. He can't wait for the fountain to be finished and finally work. The girl says you can learn a lot by seeing the work up close. The protagonist agrees. He thinks Angus seems to be having fun. Several girls approach him and say hello to Mr. Alex. His partner, meanwhile, asks to take a look. The girl, meanwhile, asks him to take a look. A huge composition of figures appears before their eyes. The characters experience a powerful sense of déjà vu. At the top of the composition sits a girl addressing the Lord. She says he saw it and asks, "Isn't it beautiful? People built this monument just like back then." A noticeable improvement is immediately apparent here. She asks if she can be depicted in the statue. She says Ms. Ange has done a wonderful job. She really likes it. The girl blushes and thanks her for the praise. The protagonist ponders and wonders if he should have expected such a turn of events when he saw the wooden statue there. Meanwhile, someone calls out to the girl, asking for help. She apologizes to the Lord. The protagonist asks what's going on. The girl approaches him closely and says that no statue can compare to the face of a real person. The protagonist asks her if she's motivated. She replies that she's very motivated. The young man considers her a good-natured woman, the reason they work so quickly. His partner says the goddess's power is encouraging. She asks Alexander where he'll build their mansion. He says he'll decide later. The protagonist believes it's best to wait until the entire population has migrated, and only then can they begin building the mansion. He should probably consult with Eliza about this too. The city is growing rapidly, so it's time for them to decide what they want to do. The girl says she'll follow him wherever he goes. The young man asks her not to say anything like that. The heroine blushes, agrees, and will think about it. Development, growth, new homes, so much awaits them in the future. The hero decides it's time to return. Mia and Lily will probably be surprised to see that statue. They want to admire the composition together. The protagonist says that he is grateful for many things. He fulfills the requests of the people of Avalon. With an imperious gesture of his hand, he stops the people who approach him. They turn around and walk away in the other direction. A young man holds a child carefully in his arms. A girl approaches him and asks what happened. The man explains that his parents asked her to be his godfather. The heroine asks if he's the perfect candidate for godfather. His parents are alive and well, and it would be wise for them to obey him. Besides, if he refuses, it would be a bad move. Eliza is the perfect candidate for the role. The girl says that's both yes and no. He's a god. The young man clarifies that he is, in fact, a deity. Is there anything wrong with God giving your child a middle name, a birth name, or a baptismal name? Why not give your child a name that can only be used before God? The girl says, Alexander always gets worked up over trifles. The young man replies that he'd rather find a way to politely decline. He asks if the girl noticed. She replies that of course, since she's known him for a long time. The girl gently takes his face and says that he is too weak-willed. She squeezes his cheeks and says his face resembles that of a man who has forgotten what it means to do wrong. The protagonist replies that together they will figure out what to do. The protagonist admits that he would actually like to talk about something with Eliza. This child, like all the other children, has rank B. The girl says it's perfectly clear since they were born in a utopia, restored by the father of the nation. An angel once warned them about this. When too many high-ranking souls gather in one place, the world will try to restore balance through the cataclysmic method of war. With all these souls gathered here, the world might try to drive them out of Avalon. Eliza asks the protagonist if he plans to stop the construction because of this. The young man considers this, saying that would be selfish of him. He invites her to think about this problem together. The man says he didn't expect so much to happen in just a couple of months. The protagonist greets Mr. Cho and says they haven't seen each other in a while. The girls say they came for him. The men admit they haven't seen each other in a while and say he thought his maid would come for him, but it's them. He asks how this happened. The girls say, though, the only ones available. The man says his uncle hasn't changed a bit, and since his maid is being left unattended, he's right. The girls reply that their mansion isn't built yet, so he asks them to take him to the tavern down the street. They decide to set out. Behind him, the man sees two heroines who have crossed over, trying to deal with him. One of them says that he is just as handsome as that statue, but she is not fit to hold a candle to him. The protagonist approaches his acquaintance and asks how he's doing. Someone replies that he's fine. The young man says he's booked the entire restaurant for today so he can come in without any embarrassment. When he arrived here and the beautiful girl led him around the city, his mood instantly lifted. The man says that all the passers-by were looking at her. He laughs and says that they didn't even bat an eye at the sight of the Empire's strongest man. The protagonist says the results of their work were especially rewarding. He says that Her Majesty told him this story and asks, "What now?" The man says that the beautiful woman is a candidate for his concubine. Mia calls out to Alex. The protagonist turns around and asks what's wrong. The girl says they're growing up and no longer have the queen's protection. She and her friend are at the peak of their appearance. Not everyone gets the chance to grow up with Lord Alex. But what if Alex can come up with a way to preserve their beauty? She asks him to let them know if he succeeds. The protagonist asks his son-in-law if he agrees. He replies that he doesn't mind. That's quite impossible. The protagonist asks if they're absolutely sure of their decision. The girls say it's all for Alexander's sake. The action takes place a couple of days later. The young man approaches the girls and says he has what they asked him for. He hands them the capsules. The young man says that of course he's not forcing them to do this. Both heroines take them without hesitation. They feel Alex's strength and warmth. The protagonist thinks he hasn't had a chance to explain it to them yet, but that's their level of trust in him. He explains that it's his processed blood. If someone were to acquire deity powers this way, their lifespan wouldn't change significantly, nor would their aging rate. If they wish to age normally, they should let him know. The girls rush to embrace the protagonist. They say that, as expected of Alex, he was able to do what they asked. The heroine thanks him for it. Now, the girls must improve not only their bodies, but also their spirits. They agree to this demand. The protagonist looks at them and is glad that they are happy. The girl wonders what the main character is doing and what everyone in town is whispering about. She hears someone shouting that Dad is the coolest. A man approaches her and addresses the young lady. He asks her if she's a fan of their appearance with the Emperor. The girl replies that she's not exactly a fan. She mentally recalls that, after all, she is his daughter. The man asks her if she heard what the emperor did recently. He hands her a card and says that with this, her next life will definitely be happy. The protagonist asks if this is really a mark of merit. Emilia says it's given out for donations and seems popular among the older generation. The protagonist asks again what kind of donation it is. The girl takes the card to show it. They say that donations are considered a good deed, and Alexander continues to encourage them. The protagonist says it's clear to him, since the card resembles his coat of arms, but in reality, it's just a fake. The girls agree with him that it's another hoax. The girl keeps repeating in her head the phrase that if she does good deeds, she will be happy in the next life. She can't forgive the man for fleecing the believers blind. The protagonist thanks her for being so considerate. His father would never stoop to such a level. The young man strokes her head and asks the maid if she'd like to tell people about this, or perhaps punish the ringleader. Something more substantial is needed, after all. They weren't just donating money. It's worth somehow appreciating their good deeds and coming up with something affordable. The protagonist decides to try one idea. He gathers people around a statue in the square. Each person touches the plate and finds out their rank. They're all afraid of the results. They all want to touch the statue to see their good deeds. The protagonist says that ultimately, everyone is interested. He agrees. It's not Alex's fault, though. The young man asks again. Previously, nothing was known, and everyone believed that by doing good deeds, they would find happiness in the next life. But now, the protagonist understands everything, having undergone a soul purification and an angelic assessment. After death, the soul must undergo a trial and be reborn. Now the whole world knows about it. The maid realizes that her suspicions were correct. Even so, everyone will think it's Alex's fault. He asks if that's really the case. His companion turns her attention to the girl standing off to the side. She's been here too long. The girl sits in horror. She does not understand why her level is so low. She works hard every day. She jumps up and screams that she's had enough. The girl runs away. The protagonist explains to his companion that good and bad deeds are judged by the human heart, and if she changes, the outcome will change. The maid suggests they sort it out themselves. The protagonist says he's helping, but he needs to do it with a pure heart. Alexander hopes everyone will understand. Eliza agrees. She gets a fairly high rank. The heroine says that, as they themselves understand, she is not Alex. So sometimes she was left with no choice. The great emperor, perhaps for this reason, is taking additional aspects into account. The girl says there's at least something useful in this, and she thinks it will reduce crime and counterfeiting. The protagonist says this is true and that in the future people will no longer be able to be deceived. Avalon needs honest merchants. The heroes pause. The young man says it's certainly good for the economy. He asks if the invitations are still valid. The protagonist doesn't know if they'll stay. The protagonist says that's precisely why he needs Her Majesty's permission. He's asked about his title. The young man confesses that he wants to bestow noble titles on the merchants. The empress asks why he wants this. Alexander says this will encourage merchants to settle in Avalon. The Grand Empress replies that she doesn't think this alone will be enough. The protagonist says that therefore, rewards should also be introduced for those who develop industry. The Empress understands that they will stay longer if they acquire titles and create a large trade association. They will also reduce the level of illegal trade. Now, everything is clear to her. Granting such power to merchants would, of course, displease the inveterate aristocrats. However, the Empress agrees, saying she will allow the protagonist to grant titles lower than his own. They ask her again. The girl apologizes, saying that perhaps they didn't understand everything. As long as this title is below Vice-Emperor, he can throw it around as much as he wants. However, there can only be one Vice-Emperor. As long as Avalon is under his control, he can develop it as he sees fit, but he must continue to report to her. The protagonist thanks her. He didn't expect this. He is, after all, the father of the nation, and for many, her trust is immediately apparent. It's a great freedom, and the heroes aren't sure everything will be all right. The action shifts to a mansion. The protagonist bestows upon one of the merchants the title of Imperial Envoy Second Class. The girl says she is very flattered by this. She's an acquaintance of Miss Angie's. Reese is a knight in the new Avalon army. If she were a man, she could have become an officer. She and Angie met while she was healing the wounded. She heard that the girl had joined the Avalon Guard. One of the heroines hears about an imperial envoy for the first time. Angie says, Alex came up with the title, combining two terms. The girl laughs and says it looks like Alex. Her companions agree. She hands over the badge. The girl admires this badge. The girl says that she, of course, is not against everything that the main character does. She herself told him to do whatever he wants. However, she asks why it's not a knighthood title. The protagonist replies that in this country, women are still not allowed to be given titles. Therefore, such a thing would be too much for the nobles, and they would become indignant. But he still wants to reward ordinary citizens. This way, he motivates women to work harder, which is why he needs a new title. It simply shows his good opinion of them. It's a kind of badge of honor. The heroine pauses and asks if he's really worried about the girl they saw. The young man remembers the girl. The protagonist says he hasn't really thought about it, but if anything helps her, it's worth a try. The girl thinks he's probably right. Of course, motivation is very important, and in her opinion, something like this wouldn't hurt the Empire. A maid bursts into the room. The girl screams that she's been looking for her everywhere. She's angry that she ended up in the room with the master. They have so much work to do since moving into the mansion. She apologizes to the master and asks if she can be taken away. The girl notices the badge on her chest. The maid says all maids get one. It's divided into classes. And since her friend doesn't have one, the heroine interrupts. She asks about all the maids. The protagonist says the head maid is Amelia. The girl kneels before Mr. Alex. He remembers he forgot to give her one of the badges. He says that she'll only be receiving a temporary badge, her father, and simply a title, but he's working on the ceremony. He'll need some money from the treasury. The girl says she loves winning first place and it really motivates her. The protagonist is happy to hear this. He wonders if he should give such a badge to the empress. The girl says that now she is his maid. Her friend drags her away, saying there's no work waiting for her. The protagonist realizes they've grown a lot. Another heroine enters the room and tells Alex she's back. She's still as energetic as ever. She hands him a report on the Farmers Association. The young man thanks her. He says everything seems to be fine. Alexander calls Astaroth over. The girl immediately appears at her master's side. He orders her to continue watching and says he'll need her help with the harvest. The heroine agrees. The young man thanks her again. He asks Marie to begin writing a reply. The girl looks closely at the badge she received from the robe. The protagonist says yes, and confirms that it's an imperial convoy. The girl asks if she's sure she can go with them. She's already assigned the role of assistant. Alexander replies that, of course she can, and she'll have to attend Lily's award ceremony. Mary thanks him for this and promises to continue working hard. The goddess asks that if she were reborn as a human, she would also be able to serve the master. The Emperor of the Floor is an angel, a servant of the Lord. Although the protagonist uses the word angel for imagery, that doesn't mean he's a servant of the Lord. Alexander asks if she really wants that too. The girl admits that yes. The young man hands her the badge and says that he thought it would be disrespectful to the true goddess, but if that's what she wants. The heroine breaks into a smile and thanks him. The protagonist establishes a hierarchy of imperial envoys in the mansion. It consists of only 3 classes. Some are not included in this hierarchy because they have been reincarnated or are considered secret agents. Autumn is coming. The planted seeds have finally sprouted. The girl asks if Avalon will continue to buy food. The protagonist replies that no, he thinks they'll have enough of their own provisions this year, and we'll have enough from our own fields too. He would prefer not to interfere in people's lives. The girl asks why. The young man explains that if they constantly rely on his support, they won't be able to do anything without him. Of course, he has to keep an eye on the food supply, but they have to be able to grow it themselves, and it will be easier for them to criticize him. The girl asks, why criticize? Is he really talking about that old man? The protagonist says yes, old people walking around the city in a free society. There must be freedom of speech. For something like that, they need. The protagonist doesn't have time to speak before a girl runs into the room and interrupts him. She hands him a package. The protagonist learns that the fields have been burned. He asks if everything is okay and if anyone is hurt. The man says they were planning to harvest next week, but because of what happened, they don't know what to do now. They probably won't survive. The protagonist thinks a huge area was burned overnight. He asks them not to worry and promises they'll find food. It looks like a natural disaster. The man appeals to the father of the nation. The protagonist asks him to try to restore the lands and says that seeds need to be prepared for next year. Everyone thanks the young man. He remains silent and wonders what to do. 5 entire farmlands burned down. He can't believe all those areas burned to the ground. The protagonist admits he told everyone it was a natural disaster, even though it was clearly man-made. The girl turns to Alexander and asks if this could be the work of the creator. The young man replies that he doesn't think so. If it were a god, he would have already known about it. In fact, all those statues of him are used as barriers, and he's used them to repel the god more than once, so if it were him, the statues would have reacted. And the forces of fate weren't involved here. The girl asks if he's sure about that. The ignition and propagation points are too natural. No powerful force was involved here. The main character says that it looks like the work of some powerful magician. The crime scenes are chosen completely at random. The girl says they have no way of knowing which land will be burned next. She asks the protagonist what they should do. The heroine is very worried about their crops. The young man asks her to calm down and says they will follow their trail. Suddenly, a deity bursts into the room shouting that a new fire has broken out. The protagonist asks her to guide him. They make it in time. The girl says she saw the field burst into flames on its own. Alexander admits that the perpetrator was a very brave man, but he wouldn't have gotten far in that time. Something catches his attention, and he rushes to repel the attack. The sound of blades clashing is heard. The main character says that his shadow gave him away and the enemy cannot escape. The sword flies to the side and sticks into the ground. The young man breathes heavily. The blade cuts through the girl's shoulder. She says it's all as expected from the famous Alexander. The heroine admits it hurts. She grins at the fact that she was caught after all. The protagonist says she's an elf. The girl asks how he knows about her. The young man replies that she is a high elf and they know everything. He asks her not to talk nonsense. The protagonist asks what her name is. The criminal replies that her name is Wendy. She makes a face and apologizes for burning the fields. The protagonist asks why she's doing it. The girl replies, because of the harvest, of course. The young man asks if she'll explain things to him in more detail. The elf says he'll likely become an aristocrat again in his next life. The protagonist asks what she's talking about. The girl asks if he knew that by doing enough good deeds, one could become a god. The main point of karma is becoming a god. Almost everyone knows this now. So what happens if you commit too many bad deeds? The protagonist asks if she'll become a bad person or something like that. The girl bursts out laughing. She can't stop laughing, saying it's the first time she's heard something like that in centuries. The protagonist asks what he said that was so funny, and admits she's lived a long time. The heroine wipes away her tears and says it's because she's a purebred high elf. She explains that a run-of-the-mill villain might become a flea, but what about a murderer who's taken hundreds of lives? Their number can't be ignored. The protagonist clenches his fists. He realizes she's doing it on purpose. The girl asks what will happen if the villain acts worse than they expected. Actions that go beyond any expectations. What then awaits such a person? When faced with tyranny and savagery, the end is always the same. The deity says such a reason is simply ridiculous. The elf says she's certainly heard that the protagonist controls the fertility goddess. But perhaps that's more than just rumor. The young man asks what she will do if he says that he will have to punish her. The girl says she will not stop her actions. Does it somehow affect the sage's sword? Alexander feels a very strong killing intent. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. The goddess says their opponent is powerful, of course, but there are 2 of them, and if they cause a disaster, they can easily defeat her. They might win, but the consequences will reach even Avalon. The elf says she doesn't intend to fight them anyway. The protagonist is even stronger than rumors say. She admits that she thinks falling onto the newly restored Avalon will earn us a lot of points. The risk of bat karma is worth it. The protagonist doesn't think she can repent, but he can't let her go either, because she'll continue to wreak havoc throughout the world. Since she's driven by pure curiosity, he needs to stop her. He turns to the goddess. The heroes begin whispering. The elf asks what they're whispering about. She says it's time for her to go, and this place no longer interests her. She needs to go look for the next one. The main character says that it seems that she has heard about him and that he is almost a deity. She also knows. The girl realizes she needs to escape. Since she's already interested, he promises to show her everything. The protagonist uses the magic of fate, divine justice. The heroine asks what this place is. The protagonist says it shows her karma throughout her life. The target of the spell can't run away or cast any spells, and they can't lie either. The goddess says she's heard of this before, but it's still too unexpected. The protagonist says he can't reincarnate her, but they won't let her go unpunished. The goddess investigates her affairs. She sees something truly terrifying. The girl asks him not to look. Alexander asks how long high elves live. The elf replies, several thousand years. She covers her mouth with her hands because he said it himself. The goddess says she's been alive a long time. She promises to calculate what will happen if the girl continues to commit stupid acts for the rest of her life. The elf replies that, of course, it will, because that's the greatest joy of her life. The protagonist says she needs to understand and will have to experience this firsthand. He applies justice. The heroine falls into a hole in the floor. The hero watches her closely. They ask each other if she will change. No one knows, but at the very least, she won't have such curiosity anymore. The protagonist approaches and wishes her good morning. The elf declares she's been defeated. The young man applies the criminal's handcuffs. He says it's magic, binding her hands proportionate to her sins. In the worst-case scenario, her hands will be cut off. Alexander says her interest is good, but he hopes she'll channel it into something more useful now. Her efforts are enough for both of them, but now she knows she's expected, so there's no point in continuing. The protagonist asks her if she'd like to join the settlements. She could become an explorer. The heroine thanks him, but declines. She's too tired to watch cities grow. She'd rather wander until he finds something interesting for himself. The protagonist believes she is a powerful enemy for whom he is forced to invoke the magic of fate. He has a feeling he and Wendy have met somewhere.